Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting this morning. I'm going to call it to order at this point and begin by asking our Councillor Forder to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. This is all about pecuniary today. So if you do at some point, as we look at the budget today, find that you have a potential conflict, please bring it forward. I don't believe we have any deputations. So we just need a motion to move into committee of the whole, a mover and a seconder, Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. And all in favor? I don't have to do that, really. No. Okay. So the recommendation before us is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby go into committee of the whole at 9:01 a.m. To look at the 2025 draft budget. And I guess, Kim, I'm going to turn it over to you at this point.
Thank you. Good morning. I think I wanted to start off this morning, and I do have a small presentation to walk through before getting into questions and presentations from each one of the areas of service. But I thought it also was an opportunity for me to share just a couple of thoughts to get us started. One, not many people like this part of any job. So I recognize that this is the tough part. This is the part where it really matters if we come together and work well. This is the part that sets the tone for all of next year. So we have an opportunity, I think, even just starting in these conversations and working together, is to come out the other side, and that probably be at the end of next Tuesday sort of thing, with a sight line to exactly how we're going to take action in 2025. You've already raised the bar with community events. You've, brought more accountability and transparency. Some folks, I know myself, the workbook and all the digital numbers, it's hard to get through, but it is literally the entire drawer out there in the public. We've also, you've passed increases for development charges. You've recognized that overall, the bearing of costs to run an organization, to run the community, with the inflation, we had to do a multitude of changes. I think we've had our first tax sale in years, all in order to ensure that the last 4 months, 6 months gives us the ability to negotiate 2025 as best we can. So I just wanted to say, I recognize there are real challenges ahead of us, and that as a focused team, if we unite, we can do it. We can get through this. We can figure out how we're going to go forward together. So with that, I'm just going to focus on the slides. Next slide. And again, I know that yourselves have seen this slide a few times, but I want to recognize that before we get here, close to 4.5 months worth of work has been done, including from the community. We did a budget survey this year, and I think this is really important for us to always draw back to. I know our numbers can get better for the survey respondents, but I think it is also important to see that they're advising us that the service levels should not decrease. They want to see more, 53% of the respondents want to see more of a capital projects. 45.5 want to see an increase in support from OPP. These are really important, and so is the, the note there that remaining the same or increasing was the preferred options around our service levels. So again, a big majority of respondents are appreciating the work we've done. And I think we sometimes forget that because on the occasion, we take it, like I say, it's a hard part of our job. But we also know that there are quite a few people that are very happy with the current service levels. Next slide, please. We also did a few changes internally here. And again, I want to just make sure that we share this outwardly and that people know in the past, we haven't always had standardization across our internal departments. So we'd had some departments that had a budget for PPE and other departments that didn't. This year, we did a standardization for the budgets themselves. Back when I was with the province, we called this budget letters or directives. Here, we're using it as a way to also better analyze and cost benefit analysis for some of our costs. So you'll see there's a note on number 3. We bought all of our IT software and hardware, cell phones, all within one department, so that again, in the IT department, they could start finding the cost savings with enterprise arrangements versus individual licensing that were going on out there. We also used the same type of perspective with office supplies, postage, cleaning supplies. We know that buying in bulk is a better option than doing the individual one-offs. So by having that budget consolidated into one department, it would allow us to do some of that cost benefit analysis and then buy with a different lens. But you'll also see we made some changes around standardizing the training and education. So in the past, it could look very different, but we recognize that for a lot of our staff, that they're not necessarily new in the workforce, but in the first 5 to 10 years of their careers. And we pride ourselves on being a training place for folks. So we wanted to make sure that we standardized training as well. Staff appreciation, sometimes we were having, a retirement party and sometimes we weren't. These types of things were just one-off. We've standardized that. Clothing and protective gear, again, standardizing it more by the, not necessarily by per person, but in the area that they work. So again, saying this is the, allotment for bylaw. This is the allotment for parks, cemetery, harbor, all of the fire service, that type of thing. And lastly, the same goes with the meals and travel mileage. We've stuck to the CRA rates for 2024 in our budget. Again, just making sure everybody's on the same page for those types of costs and budgeting. Next slide. I think it was also really valuable for us to go through a phase of, I'll say, taking some of the high level and or common ones that we hear is, how do we decide which one of the roads to work on? What kind of maintenance does it get? So I just wanted to go over. There is a method to the madness. That method is actually set up in I think it's a 4-year program, right? Or 4-year plan. Is that right, Jessica? Don't want to get this wrong. So and then it's annually. On the monthly and the daily. Yeah, depending on what rating they come in at. Is that right? So the overall review gives us an indication of where the roads are currently condition set. And then depending on what that is when we'll go back and do, I'll say visual or observed changes. So roads that do get, I will use kind of the classic of Aiken, get a lot of heavy traffic on it. Some folks will wonder why not yet. It's also partly due to the cost. So we have to ensure that we've saved up enough to do a reconstruction. And, then we know, and again, we're doing maintenance until it gets to the time to do that whole resurfacing, or sorry, reconstruction, right? Did I totally get that wrong? Okay. Next slide. Also, we often get asked, you know, and something we should probably do every year is to review some of our major contracts. So the enterprise, the fleet, we bought into that program, and, you know, again, it's still worthwhile every year to check, are we still getting value for money out of this type of program? The idea was that there was a buying power, and so we want to check in, is enterprise still getting us a better deal than we would get ourselves? So actually Justin did the legwork on this one. He, you know, went through the website to see whether or not our typical Silverado would actually be a better purchase if we were doing it individually. So right now on the website, it was about $52,000. Enterprise is buying these at about 38, and then they pass that over to us at 48,000. So you can see here on the slide, we're roughly still saving about $4,000 per vehicle. And then we are part of their maintenance package, which again is at a set rate, which is still cheaper than what we compare for our in-house rate in the years that we had the in-house, I want to say 3 years ago or something like that. So again, I want to walk through a few of these slides just to show that prior to putting any numbers down in a digital budget book, we go through a phase of reviewing major contracts like this, reviewing our own practices, and we'll just get better at doing this as we do it more frequently. Next slide. Another common one is, where do we sit amongst our neighbors for water usage fees and charges? So we aren't at the top, but again, this is more of a due diligence step, is to see where we are, and then also do, I think actually, Val, we've got a water rate study coming up, don't we, in December? So, sorry. Or sorry.
I think it's actually going to be at the next council meeting. They'll be presenting.
Perfect. So again, being able to just confirm or, you know, change our ways is important. And I think it allows us to, although as you see, we're not the cheapest, but we're certainly also not the most expensive, but it's more or less that we're also not just, you know, hoping one day it'll all work out. We do monitor it and ensure that we're still, you know, seeing value and ensuring we pass any savings on back to residents. This slide, I just want to also note, and by doing this analysis of our legal files, we were able to determine that we did need to actually recommend a fee and charge for legal services of titles and these types of purchases. So again, a lot here on this slide, but just to say there is quite a bit involved with these legal files, and until now we've been the municipality has been footing that cost in 100%, and so moving forward there'll be both the deposit to be able to ensure that we get paid in final, as well as a fee right at the top to engage in the work, which can generally lead to you know, anywhere from 20 to 40 hours worth of effort. So that was some of the work that we did. So a new fees and charge. And next slide. And then looking at, again, we look at all of the facilities, but specifically, I just wanted to draw attention to Meaford Hall. So we just put up here, the question previously was asked, just, you know, was there any need to have a change in the fees and charges for the Meaford Hall? By looking at just, you know, a very simplistic top level view, we can see that we're, you know, kind of in the realm and giving us assurance that, you know, we didn't need to change our fees and charges for the Meaford Hall, that we were kind of in and around the same place we wanted to be. I'll just also note, because Val noted last time we talked about this slide, just that in the year of 2023, there was an adjustment that went back, I want to say, to 2017 that needed to be corrected. So it's a little bit skewed there, only because of some adjustments that needed to happen as far back as 2017. So they've been corrected now. So just wanted to highlight that for folks. And next, I wanted to talk a little bit about, because I think it's, you know, kind of a relatively new element. And it was interesting just off the cuff, having a conversation with one of the directors. There was a note of, you know, we need both core and electives to graduate high school. And I like that because it reminded me that the difference in how we treated core and elective services is mainly we took the effort in writing up service plans for all of the core services. And at times, certainly, and I think you'll see that we had elective services within those. And then again, just trying to have a different level of decision making between those two categories of services. But all in all, it is not, it's not that you can live without the other in all circumstances. And so I do think that's part of the tough decision making that we'll have to do. But the core services are also, I'll say, have deliverables attached to them. And that was the work we did with making these plans. So ultimately, in the future, we'll have all 8 steps completed for the core service plans. But right now, we've been able to complete the mission vision statements, the service objectives, which include some deliverables as well, resource allocations to that work. And then also we started our risk registry so that we are able to start tracking, mitigating, and planning for any costs associated with risks. In the next year, in 2025, we'll be spending a lot of time towards stakeholder engagement, getting more feedback about our service delivery and what types of deliverables our community is looking for out of the services. We'll spend more time on that cost benefit analysis I was speaking about. We'll be looking to do more detailed team performance matrix. So, again, I quite often use, well, actually, we saw an industry standard of a performance matrix when we talked about the road pavement condition index, right? So that in itself is just one of the metrics. Do we want to have 400-kilometer roads at good? That's it. That's a service level matrix that we would start to look for and decide if that is something that we're looking for, what would that actually cost, and draw out those analysis. And lastly, we would have a process in place to do a thorough review and evaluation of those plans. Have we got, did we accomplish them? And I often say, because I've seen it before in a number of projects, sure, we get to the end of the project, but everybody's miserable. So sometimes you also need to review and evaluate the process to see that people come out the other side also happy. So just to note that the core service plans, although it's pretty tough to see, it is in the digital budget book. So it's a top section as well as the deliverables. And so again, this is a new piece this year. I hope that, again, I know each one of the presenters will bring that to light, talk about those, but that is I'll say the first step to having more transparency, more accountability in what we do every day in those services. And won't spend too much time here because the 30 core services will come up today. That's what we're going to go and walk through. I just will go to the last slide. Again, we had the first step into doing a risk registry. And I wanted to highlight for folks that the 3 top risks that we see and that we're dealing with specifically, even in this particular budget in 2025, is the cost of inflation, and the pressure that that's created on our budget. Over the last few weeks, I've been also looking at some of the ways in which I've seen other municipalities and our neighbors, some of them have already addressed some of this inflation. So definitely, Georgian Bluffs folks might remember very similar in some of the dynamics with our own municipality. but they went up 9.19 last year. And I think, although I didn't clarify this with their treasurer, but I do believe a lot of that was due to some of the inflation that we saw with the consumer price index, and that they were moderating some of their risk by increasing. So I think that is going to be something that, again, like I say, we're dealing with that escalation in the 2025 budget. We also have a risk that we have quite a bit of open legal issues unresolved from in and around the 2018 timeframe. And those definitely need to, we need to progress those files and move forward. There is a cost associated with that, and we'll be learning more as we get more uncovered into those files. And then the observation from the last 10 years. So 2016, we did a analysis on the way back just to see how much of our total tax levy were we putting into either operational or capital. And over that time period, there was a trend actually that we started moving towards saving for our capital projects. Absolutely, very important. And because we've been saving in the capital projects, that, there has been this shift away from, I'll say, saving and or putting away reserve money towards our operational at the same rate. That's generally, I would say, fairly normal. I don't think anyone would say that's out of the ordinary. I just think that the balance and that shift of that 10% has resulted in some of our risks today around some of the core services, and maybe even some of our resilience to be able to work through a pandemic and an inflation that we've seen in the 2022-2023 time period. All right, with that said, I think that's the end of the slides. And I think it might be perfect timing to, before we move into all the presentations, I do want to acknowledge we have in the last 6 months, and it proposed in the core services, a variety of shifts and changes in labor. So we've moved from, I'll say again, committed to economic development. We know that employment opportunities, help and substantiate more housing, which, grows a vibrant community. So I will say, we've already done some shifts in our labor and our focus and our commitment, and that's the type of thing that I would like us to continue to do. So in spaces that we may not have the same level of need or service level, or we have a new direction and or a focus that we want to put more emphasis on. And again, I'll use, STRs, the short-term accommodations and rentals, 4 years ago, there wouldn't have been necessarily staff to do that work. And now we're in a position where we have that staff to do that work. And I think it's that kind of shifting with labor that we have to be conscious of. And so again, why today is so important. I would love, for us to be able to leave today knowing what is it in our core services we want to focus on in 2025, because then the allocation to resourcing follows that. But I did want to just kind of walk through since mid-May, some of the reviews of our services that have led us to make some changes and then led us to make changes in the 2025 budget. And I think each one of the presenters will also speak to the specifics, but just wanted to kind of walk through them all. So we did make a shift early on from having a clerk and director of community services. We made that shift so that the director of community services is also with HR. So a little shift there. Instead of having a replacement for the HR manager and the HR coordinator, we moved to having one HR partner, kind of the in-between. Instead of having an economic specialist, we moved to changing mostly just the title to being a small, medium-sized business liaison, because we knew that that's where we wanted to really focus our efforts. And again, these are small changes, but I think they really help us deliver a slightly different service because of the emphasis that we're looking for. We had previously a director of development, which oversaw economic development, and we separated that out because we did want a real focus on just economic development. And then we actually we've been doing a acting position for the director of development. We have growth in 2 new developments off of Highway 26. So you'll see in the 2025 budget, we're switching a few of the seasonal operators to full-time operators. So that switch is a 1.5 new FTE. And the same with our what we've done with our seasonal to full-time for more safety and stability in our services around the arena and harbor. We've made that upgrade as well at the result of 1.5 new FTEs. We've done a little bit of shifting around job descriptions. So where we might have had previously not as much support for policy development and review, along with what we expect for elections preparation. So we've changed, I'll say, job descriptions to better fit. So the deputy clerk title still stands. We might be shifting that title just to match better so people, kind of align with it, but the role and the primary responsibilities have shifted. We also, this was something I really appreciated. We had midsummer, I want to say it was the end of June, a temperature check, I called it, right? Is how many interactions do we have every day with the public? And that wasn't with you, that wasn't with myself or the management team. That was just actually requests, inquiries through walk-in, emails, and phone calls. On a daily basis, we have 821. And I think that will be different come winter. I bet you it gets slower, but knowing that and knowing that our priority is to respond in a timely manner to these requests and inquiries, you will see in the 2025 budget the add of a senior customer service liaison so that we have someone who has, I'll say that 10-year of experience, but also can do cross-functional process flows. And so one of the common elements that I hear from folks is that they come in and they want to, I'll say, rent a space and they don't know who to go to, and they might have to go to several people. This senior customer service liaison person is to do all that walking around internally to get all the pieces so that they only have, I'll say, the traditional front counter, one person conduit. So that role is to help respond and have a timely response, but also to be a custodian that can walk through all the processes and get, all the connections made for any events that they want to do or any inquiries that they have. We also know that our developers and contractors want more support with the application process and overall management of their applications. So we are proposing in the 2025 budget actually 2 new director roles, a director in the planning space and a director in the building space, as well as a frontline project coordinator for the building, so that, again, really being responsive and available to the increase of developers and contractors in our area. We know that, like I say, one of our highest risks is the legal files. It has been getting attention, but we're definitely pressed to be able to move them as quickly as we would like. Some of these files just need, I'll say, concentrated effort and dedication to get through. But we don't have anyone dedicated to managing contracts. So someone with that purchasing risks and insurance agent. Again, insurance is something I feel like if we know what our risks are, we insure against that. Not just, kind of keep rolling over with insurance. So I think we can do a slightly strong approach in our own space of purchasing risks and insurance, along with having an additional coordinator in the legislative services to manage some of our user contracts and our additional or the increase in the advisory committees. So that's also in the 2025 budget. Bylaw enforcement, we've actually had a switch here from going from those seasonal positions. So we've had 3 part-time roles, and what we'd like to do is instead just move to full-time. So we've, if I work this out, kind of, I know this is high level, but we've actually moved to having a bylaw officer 1, 2, 3, and then a compliance officer to do most of the recording and reporting and the licensing. So that would mean 4 full-time roles plus the manager in total. I think there's a couple of pieces. It's the stability that we were really seeking in this department, having resources, obviously seeing bylaw as a step towards OPP because there is quite a parallel in their work, that we do end up having a high turnover in that space. Lastly, one of the big areas that we've made some shifts to meet deliverables for 2025 is in the finance department. We've been knowing that we've needed a new financial system probably for 10 years. We knew it. And then I want to say 5 years ago, KPMG told us, you better. And these are probably one of the riskiest projects that you can have in any organization, is a whole new financial system. And I'll tell you, I think I would have appreciated a new system for the budget builds and an analysis that we need to do going forward with our tight timelines for big infrastructure projects like the wastewater treatment, the development charges, all of this type of tracking, even our FTE tracking, we do in spreadsheets right now. Even our investment debt portfolio, all of these types of things with a new financial system, I believe we could be much further ahead in our analysis and even be able to provide you guys forecasts of what things would look like. Because right now we're very limited and it's very labor intensive. Again, not to, kind of belabor it too much, but, just to get the FTE count is very difficult. We actually right now we keep track in spreadsheets, but last year our budget had 122.4 FTEs, and we can't recreate that number right now with our current workbook. So going to a new financial system is certainly a must, and it is very risky to do. Very thankful that we have a treasurer who has the type of experience she has with us and knows all of the data in the current system. And we need to migrate that data over into the new system. And that is a huge level of effort. We're currently in the procurement process to identify the software and the project team that will help us get to that new software. However, nobody can know the things that our treasurer knows the way she knows them. So we do also need to be able to pull her out of, I'll say, regular duty and bring her onto that project team to lead our side to get that information over. So in order for us to be able to do that, we've brought 2 positions into the 2025 budget, one at a entry-level financial analyst and the other at a senior financial analyst. And that is to do, like I say, kind of the day-to-day pieces that our treasurer is still doing on a regular basis. We've also done a shift of responsibilities for project managers. So we're looking at shifting the project manager, a current project manager, to a focus in the IT space in order to help us again and support to make sure that we can keep up with the demands of the new financial system and all the consultants that will come with that to do that work, to transfer the data over. All in all, that does look like we would have a total FTE at 113.8, which is 7.5 more positions than June of 2024. We're still working out some of the, I'll say, dollar values, but I did want to be able to give you kind of a sense of what that looks like before each one of the presenters also talks about their specific areas. Okay. So I think, yeah, go ahead, Tony.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Madam CAO. I don't.
That's okay. Oh,
I thought possibly that you were through, and I was just gonna ask the mayor for some comments.
sure. Well, I was going to say, so did you want to start with the presenters?
I personally don't.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would really like to hear from each one of my fellow councillors as we enter into this 2025 budget season, where we are at as representatives of the people. And I'm just going to bring 3 things forward myself. In our society here that we have for our taxpayers, I often meet, and I'm sure that you often meet, those that say they don't know what they really get for their tax dollars. That would lead me to conclude communications, maybe not so fulsome as it possibly can be. I get comments that they say, every year my taxes go up, but I don't know if there's any changes. Again, I think that comes back to having communications for some reassurance to the taxpayers that they are getting a higher level. And so we need to make sure they understand that. One of the things that also in our tax base, we are a reflective of the Canadian society. We have those who are very, very well off, and we know that. We know that if we increase their taxes for those individuals to write a check to the municipality, not that money doesn't mean anything to them, but their ability to write that check, it's just another thing to do. Our society also has those who are both working partners, trying to keep their head above water, trying to deliver into their family unit what they need to have for a good life. And I find out that the food bank is now having folks who have 2 working partners who are now coming and looking for assistance. So we have here in our municipality, we have the 2 ends of the spectrum. Those that we need to assure that we consider their finances and that we try to minimize the impact. And for those who have properties, they wouldn't be paying high taxes if they weren't in homes and on estates that warrant the taxes. We have both ends. From my sitting here, I want those that are listening to know that every time we raise your taxes, I need to be assured that our communications are going to tell those both urban and rural that you are getting more for those tax dollars that you send us. And I want the taxpayers to know, and I hope I am speaking for each member of this council, we care deeply about your taxes that you pay. And it's our responsibility as we move through this to keep it, and I'm going to use the word reasonable as we can, giving the opening remarks from our CAO, where I have heard and you have heard several times, inflation. I do not want to add to the inflation. Folks are still hurting from COVID. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do look forward to seeing and hearing my fellow councilors how they feel as they enter into this tax.
So I think it's worth it to take a few minutes here if people have some comments at this point. I'm just going to go around the horseshoe. If do you have anything you'd like to add, Rob?
Right side.
I'm back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Tony, I'm going to echo some of what you said. I think two things resonate with me. One word you used was communication. It's a shocking number, and we've heard it before when CAO said that we literally get 821 calls or contacts or touches a day. You can't respond to 821 things a day realistically. So it's incumbent upon us, whether it be council or staff, to make sure that, to your point, the communication is paramount, that messaging is getting through. And I think Holly is doing a great job. I think we have improved communication. It would be lovely to see those survey numbers increase, and hopefully over time that will, as people get more used to new systems. And I think there is definitely hope in that. My second point is economic development. Obviously, I've always been the guy that wouldn't shut up about economic development, because in past iterations of our leadership, there seemed to be the fact that it was baked into everything else, but didn't seem to be focused on as its own central entity that really needs focus. And I really applaud the fact that we now have an economic development department. And I think the way it's going to work in concert with everything else, I think is going to be a big advantage for us. Economic development touches everything. It has to be part of everything. And I think that we are moving in the right direction by utilizing it as the tool it should be, and as well as the leadership it should be. So, yeah, I'll agree. I mean, nobody wants to raise taxes needlessly, but we have a tough job, and unfortunately, inflation is not our friend, and we have to deal with it. So we'll see where it goes.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and a few comments. When it comes to taxes, increased taxes, I'm of the opinion that if not only services are going to remain the same, but if services are going to be better, higher taxes are necessary. What a lot of our residents have said to me, maybe not in so many words, but basically they want value for their investment, and they want value that they can see and appreciate. Now that partially comes back to communication, that partially comes back to how our services are delivered. And some of them, many of them ask, okay, if my taxes go up 5%, 10% this year, whatever, I'm not suggesting either of those numbers, will my services be delivered that much better. Again, value for your investment. Councillor Bell talked about municipality Meaford being a diverse community, certainly not only to financial ability, but also rural and urban. And over the last 25 years, that has been a challenge to satisfy both areas. We have to deliver the necessary core services. Again, back 25 years ago, they were called hard services. Elective services were called soft services. They're both necessary. And to be quite honest with you, having gone through these mega million, this is only a third of it. I was quite overwhelmed by some of the numbers, and I still am. However, having said that, that's why we're here today, to get started on the discussion. Not so much where we're starting from, but where we can potentially end. And so that's enough for me for now, Your Worship. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Your Worship. And I'm happy to have an opportunity to share some thoughts at this point. I just want to start by saying, Kim, we hired you to bring change, and you're bringing change. Change is hard for us and for staff and for our residents, but that's why you're here with us. And you've talked about working together, and I think it's critical that we keep that at the forefront of our minds throughout this process, that we are all in this together to do the very best we can. And Tony said it best, for our residents. This budget is a clear shock of reality. We all understand inflation. I just got my insurance invoice, and I haven't had a claim for decades, but boy, there's a significant increase in insurance. So that's just one example, that we're all going to be facing in our personal lives. I'm very much looking forward to this process and hearing from each of our departments. But I want, and I think we all do, to really take our time with this. This is critically important. We need to understand what we're hearing, and we need to have significant discussions on each aspect, because again, there is a lot of change for us to work through. Tony talked about the food bank. I just heard on the news this morning, 1 in 10 Toronto residents are visiting their food bank. And I think that statistic is probably even higher here in our own community. So we do have to recognize that a lot of people are struggling. So we're going to have to, as they say, sharpen our pencils. I did want to ask a question, though, if I may, Kim. You talked a lot about staffing in your presentation, and I interpret what you're saying as you already in the process of an internal staff reorganizational review is what I would call what you're doing, which means, to me, in simple terms, making sure we've got the right people in the right places. And again, that brings change, which isn't easy. Now, when you started with us, and correct me if my number's wrong, although it doesn't particularly matter, I believe we had 16 vacant positions. And you talk now about 7.5 increased numbers to our FTE count. So is that above and beyond the vacant positions that we already had, or is this additional, or as to use my word, the reorganizational review, is that factoring in a completely different structure? And I do recognize that it's challenging right now to give us an accurate FTE count, but I'm hoping at the end of this process we can have something pretty close to that, so we have a clearer understanding of how many staff we actually do have in the municipality.
So just to, why I wanted to, kind of bring that up is we weren't able to actually track back to, so the budget was approved at 122.4 FTEs. And so, and I'll say other financial softwares, and what has happened is you do a position number and then an employee number. So if there's no employee, the position still sits there as a count. Our financial system doesn't have that, and we just track people. And so when I first started, exactly, and we did have 16 to that 122.4. But in actual, when Val and I kind of started, kind of working through what's in the 122.4, we're actually right now at 106.10. So, again, obviously it's not a 0.10 of a person, but I'll just give an example that you as counselors have traditionally been counted as a one full-time FTE. Same with the committee of adjustment. Those members are all counted at one full-time FTE. So Val and I have kind of shifted that a little bit so that it isn't representing a 35-hour work week. Not that I'm sure probably you guys would debate me that you are. But anyways, just to kind of also note that doesn't include the firefighters, for example. So why I'm going into this detail is because we don't have a financial system to actually manage back to that 122.4. We worked on the 122.4. We knew that we didn't have that many people, so we got to the results of 16 vacancies. We didn't fill 16 vacancies. So to your point, if just as the 2025 budget is built, we're actually at 113.8 FTEs. So I guess there's a part of me right now that says we have to walk away from the 122.4 because we can't trace back to it. But instead, let's compare ourselves against the 106.10 to the 113.8. And that's how I got to having the difference of the 7.7. So where that factors into the 16 vacancies, I know this is a jumbly way of saying it. I don't know that we truly ever had all 16 vacancies. And I don't know that we actually needed them all to be filled. And that was part of the process, because even when we went through, we were like, do we need that same title? And that's what started the, I'll say, shifting of sometimes it's just a job description that needs to be changed. Sometimes we can also move from, like I say, we had a couple of folks that were dual hats, and maybe we wanted to shift that. So we've made some, I'll say, decisions based on actual services or deliverables that we need now. We maybe didn't need them in the past. So I think we need to kind of, if you will, not count those 16 vacancies. We didn't fill them all. So I think the easy answer is to say, I think it would be no, we don't. It's not counting from all 16 being filled plus another 7.7. It's, we did fill, I don't know if I can make that up on the fly. I don't remember how many we've actually filled of the 16. I want to say in and around 5 off the top. And then we have the 7.7 for the 2025. And those ones, I want to make sure I'm not incorrect when I say this. Right now, I believe all of those are vacant positions as well. Right? I think the 7.7 is all the vacant. Yeah.
I think I'm going to thank you.
Does
Thank you,
that
Mayor.
kind of help? A lot of numbers thrown there, but
Your worship, no, thank you very much for that explanation, Kim. And yeah, it's a little foggy right now, but I know as the days progress, it'll all come together.
What I'm going to do now, I'm going to go to the other end of the horseshoe and work back, and I'll just, if somebody left out something I had to say, I'll say that. So Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and at this time, no comment.
Tony, we've heard from you. Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate everybody's comments to this point. I do want to thank staff for this budget preparation. I understand how difficult of an exercise this is, and it's the single most important thing we do here as a council is going over the budget. I also do appreciate that the format, you're trying something new and you're trying something fresh, and if you will, like an a la carte type of format. So I appreciate what you're trying to do here. So it's nice to see something new. I do feel that when it comes to ratepayers getting a better understanding of where their tax dollars go, of course, that communication component is very important. And I feel that certainly, Holly, since you've come on board, that communication level, service level has increased. So I recognize that and I appreciate it. It's difficult for taxpayers to see where their money is going when a lot of it goes underground. And so I think a really important part is letting residents know exactly what the real world costs are of infrastructure that you just can't see with your eyes. It's not sexy, it's not great, it's all hidden, but it's absolutely critical to the operation of municipality. I also do recognize the inflationary pressures that we all face. Misery loves company, so we can take comfort in knowing that every single business, municipality, individual is facing the same types of pressures. And Tony's comment that resonates with me is that many residents are just trying to keep their head above water. We have to recognize that inflation in Canada has outsurpassed household income growth. And that is one of the big reasons why every single food bank across Canada is experiencing unprecedented demand. When we talk to the volunteers who run the food bank here in town, they see the same number of people, and that's growing, but they're seeing the same number of people more frequently, where they may have seen a family come once or twice a month. That family may now be coming once or twice a week. And that puts a tremendous strain on the food bank and puts a tremendous strain on everybody. So we do have a really unique challenge ahead of us, and I'll leave it at that. But I'm looking forward to having this discussion today and hope we can come out with something that is reasonable and fair and gives the taxpayers the value that they're looking for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll maybe just summarize a little bit and offer you my thoughts. First of all, I'd like to echo the Deputy Mayor, Kim. I applaud the transparency that you are trying to build into the process so that people can see that we are rationalizing what we're doing. I mean, I will tell you, I don't think that anybody has taken a concentrated look from the top down and tried to improve what we're doing. And I will tell you that, and I've said this to staff from you right down to the people I meet, you know, with a shovel in hand. I came from a broadcasting background, and it's as simple as this, that talent drives ratings. And if we don't have the talent around the horseshoe and all the way down, we are not going to have happy ratepayers. So I do appreciate, and I especially appreciate the efforts, because I worked very hard in the first 2 years to try and get some emphasis on growth and economic development, and I was met with much pushback. So I feel that we are moving in the right direction, and the truth is that we are having a problem dealing with the volume of work that involves. So I understand that. I have a real problem, and I'm going to lay this right out now, that we have I think it's 45% of respondents to our survey saying that they want to have an increase in the level of service from the OPP, and we are going to treat the OPP service as an elective. That does not compute with me. And the second one here is I'm not in favor of going with the CPI because ratepayers do not have the same ability to adjust their income to the CPI. So so we've got lots to discuss, and I look forward to doing it. So back to you.
Thank you very much, and appreciate all of your comments. I think they're certainly reflective of the team here as well, and over the last few months of how to kind of manage where we are today. So appreciate that we are here now. getting into the discussion. And I think, again, like I say, we've got a bit of an order for each one of the managers and or directors to speak to their areas. I think it is a little bit, it's because of the workbooks, it is going to be difficult, if you will, to find. But I think if you have specific questions, it would be, Holly's kind of got the digital budget book up. And if you want, we can also just kind of go right into either the number and or the name. So if I'm just assuming that there's going to be some detailed questions as well. So I'll let the manager and or director speak to the high level deliverables in 2025. And then, of course, answer any specific questions that you might have for them. And if you're not too sure where they fit, just, say, and we'll make sure that we get it addressed as well. We're thinking that the morning we'll be able to cover library services, economic development, which will also include cultural services and recreational programming, and then move into the community services, fire services facilities, the museum. Then I'll speak on behalf of legislative services, communications, and then before lunch, move into development services of building, municipal enforcement and planning, and then break for lunch and then come back to do the operations side and the majority, I'll say, of some of the capital portions as well. There's also going to be the water usage component too in the afternoon. So definitely a big piece. But if that works for Flo, we'll kind of go with that. But I think it needs to also, if we're not getting to some of the questions, do say so. And I'm not too sure that oh, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Through the mayor, I'm sorry, I should have did a few emails on this. What book are we going off of today? We're not going off today's agenda? We're
Yeah.
going off of.
Or sorry, are we not? I think it's on the agenda.
Because what we went through this morning didn't match today's agenda on my thing.
Oh, I think sorry, I'm not too sure which one, but we had the draft budget.
What you're on now is a budget book or today's agenda?
The budget book. So it's the third item, a link on the agenda. So the first one we just finished was the 2025 budget presentation from myself. And now we're going to go into the budget book. And then the last piece would be the deferred capital. Yeah, go ahead. Or
Sorry.
If I may, your worship, would it be possible for you to tell us what page we're on for the library services, and then we can perhaps find it more quickly that way?
Please.
I don't believe that the budget book had page numbers. So I think, is that what you mean? Sorry?
Sorry, Kim. Okay, so if I'm looking at on my screen.
Okay.
Okay, right now I'm at the beginning, page 1 of 317. So to get to library services, is anyone able to tell us what page?
Are you able to do the PDF and then see it? Justin, do you know?
Yeah.
And that has a page number, and it was the budget book, not have its own page number. And there's competing numbers.
But in this draft one that we have linked on the agenda, which one is that?
It's just the budget book by itself, like, and it is a PDF thing.
Okay,
If
so
it's on there, it would be a PDF.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
just,
there you go.
is it this one you've got?
Yeah.
Okay, let's use this. And then that way we can. Okay,
Click on draft budget presentation.
Draft budget book.
Okay.
That's what this is.
Yeah, and then if we just know what page we're on.
so then if we do a control to library. 213. Do you want to move to it and then just we'll queue it up and then make sure everybody's on the right page. So 213 should look roughly like this one.
Your pages are there. I'm good. 213. Okay. That would be great.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
on our budget that we were given, where it says located on page 139, 115, it might be stormwater and so on. What I've done is there is a difference of 46 pages from that. So if you take that number and you do minus 46, and you get to the page that's actually in the budget. That's how I work my way through it, with the difference of 46 pages.
Sorry, are we all moving to the, I'm going to refer to it as the one that came out in this agendas, and it's called the draft 2025 budget book. If not, we can make two calls, right? Because you have both up now, Holly, right? So we can either call this, so library services is either on their page 213, or what's the other, if you're using the whole package?
Yes, it's 213 in the index of the draft book, correct? But if you actually just did a search and said 213 of 417 pages, it takes you to Bogner Hall. So we need to know whether we're going to work off the index, or we're going to work off searching off the actual page that you actually can do a search by very quickly and easily.
Exactly. What do we have available, Holly, for options?
I think the question is, do we want to work off of the version that has 317 pages or 417 pages? 400?
We're going at 370.
That is linked within the council agenda for today, directly under the budget book link.
Is everybody working off of the 400 or? Okay, so we've got some on the 400 and some on the 300. So let's just call out both numbers.
I can try.
Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a thought. I mean, we don't have any residents present, but if we have residents at home watching, I think it might be easier if we worked with what's provided in the agenda. If we make an assumption that anybody who's watching, and I don't know if we have anybody, perhaps Bill can nod, but just if people want to follow, they're probably in our agenda package. So if we work from the budget book, if that works for everyone here.
Just don't want to leave anyone behind if it's better that we all get to the right spot.
So with Shirley's recommendation, that's the 300-page document that we're working on. So you can find that in today's council agenda with the draft 2025 budget book link as 6A in the second line there. Everyone's working on the same version.
Okay. Somebody should turn Lynn's mic on for her there. Okay.
And then in that version, it's page.
Hello. Hi, Lynn. Is everybody ready at this point?
So that's page 213.
This seems like a problem only a librarian could solve.
You probably could.
Okay, Lynn, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you all. I want to thank our CEO for giving me the opportunity to speak. The budget is a full, I guess, family affair. We've got, I want to thank the financial department for helping with our salaries and budgets. I'd like to thank Mark Aiken of who looks after our IT. And I also would like to thank, I call it the 0521, which is our facilities manager, for also creating a budget that helps to run our building. So even though we have a budget that's, you know, that the library board, it's kind of a unique budget because our library board passed it on October the 16th at our budget meeting, at our library board meeting, pardon me. It's still a effort of the whole municipality, and I really appreciate that. So moving on, we've got the library consists of 8 employees plus 1 seasonal. We have 5 full-time and 3 part-time. And I think our budget is a good reflection of how we can proceed into 2025 and create our great services that we have for we have about 6,500 active members. And we also have approximately 85,000 visitors to the building per year. We offer programming, multi-generational, from 0 up to 100 who come to use the facility. So it is a very, I think it's a very important community hub within the municipality, and I'm proud to present this budget to you today. Nothing much has changed in the 2025 budget from the 2024, even though, as our CEO says, inflation has gone up. We try to manage, and we also have Friends of the Meaford Library who offer a lot of extra dollars that we might not have budgeted for, and that that come up during the year. So we're very fortunate to have the Friends of the Meaford Library. If we go through the draft budget, the only thing that's changed in the revenues in 2025 as 2024 is we've upped the Grants Ontario, and that is because we've added the Ontario Library Service postage reimbursement. Every year we get more and more because every year our interlibrary loan department is busier and busier. Therefore, we have to mail all the books. So OLS does reimburse us for some of the postage. So that's the only change in the revenues from 2024. In 2025, the salaries have gone up because of the addition of the CEO position, which was not there in 2024 for most of 2024. Let's see here, if I go through I'll just go through some of the changes from 2024. The computer hardware software has gone up 800, and that's because a lot of that has to do with our room booking software has gone up. It was free, but they surprised me in January of 2024 saying it's now $500 US. So, but that's a very important software because we have probably about 160 room rentals per month within our facility. So if we didn't have that software, it would be very hard to keep track of who's in what room when. The subscriptions and publications have gone down. We lost our magazine provider in 2024. Therefore, I had to source some new vendors, and some of the periodicals were more expensive. So I looked at the return on investment, looked at the circs, decided to pull out a few of the titles because they were just too expensive in my new provider, and the circulations were down, so it just didn't make sense to keep those titles. The other expenses have gone up, a lot to do with our employee and volunteer recognition plans that we're going to put into effect in 2025, and also inflation. And things come up during the year that we, in that other line that we can't budget for. So we did up that budget line. E-resource licenses have come down a bit because of we were able to buy some bulk consortia cost savings by bulking up with other libraries and Ontario Library Service as well. Let's see, I think that's about the only changes in from 2024. So some costs have gone up and some costs have gone down. Our association fees and memberships have gone down a little bit because the municipality invited me into the Amazon corporate plan. So I was able to save a little bit on that, the fees that we were paying on our own. And I just wanted to mention as well, our IT. I know the IT, we have a good plan that runs our IT on the municipal plan, but we also have our own computer hardware and software because the library does have its own unique software that I purchase individually that doesn't go through the municipality. And so that I just wanted to mention about that line as well. And yeah, and I think that is what I wanted to say about the operating expenses. If I move over to capital, that is the same for the last 5 years. It was at 35,000, but we moved it up to 40,000 when we moved into the new facility because our RFID tags, we had that new system for inventory and security, and those tags are quite expensive. So we did up that 5,000 because those tags do come out of that budget line. And I wanted to mention about the capital project as well. I think we should change the name from replacement program to replacement and enhancement, because it's not only just a replacement of items, it's also an enhancement because we not only replace books, but we also enhance the collection and add things and to our collection, depending on a lot to do with public input and our collection development plan. So well, thank you very much. I think that.
Any questions for Lynn?
Questions?
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just before I begin, thank you for, speaking for the library. As council goes through this, in years past, we've had a number in front of us so we can kind of keep ahead. What is the 1% difference? What's a number that we would say if we can reduce by 1%? What is that number?
I understand now. Yeah, 179 is our 1% equivalent. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you on that. So, fellow councillors, on page 262 of the package of 695, the library in previous year was $712,000, but the previous year's actual was 547. So what's being asked is 794, nearly 795,000. My question to the presenter for library, if 795 is a reflection, what happens? There was a $165,000 difference between the previous year's, what was actual and what was budgeted. So my question is, a reduction from the request, how does it hurt the library? Because I'd be inclined not to do nearly $800,000.
I think this line, the previous year actual, is actually, it's not previous year from 2023, pardon me. I believe it's what's been posted to about 2 weeks ago. So this 547,908 is what we currently have been running for 2024. It's not previous year actual. That's the title of that column is kind of incorrect. It should be for what's been posted up to 2 weeks ago in 2024. So yeah, so that's
And that'll be the case with across the board. So all of that whole column just gives you a sense of what we've been spent to date 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it's not the total of the year.
It's not
actuals.
2023.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And Val, do you want to speak to any of that?
The previous year actual numbers that are currently in there would only be till, say, the end of September or middle of October. We'd still have the rest of the year to go to have actual numbers for the previous year, because we're currently working in 2024, and that's our previous year numbers, not last year. So that's 2024 actual numbers as of today or 2 weeks ago.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. So can we take our calculators and do an extrapolation and say so many have gone by with so many remaining and multiply that up and come and see how close we're going to be? Would that be accurate enough?
it would be close, but it may not be accurate because there are some expenses that show up bigger at the end of the year, or there are some that are completely spent already for the year, current year. So it would be an estimate, yes, but I would say in this case, they're probably going to be fairly close to their numbers by the end of the year.
Thank you.
There's a lot of items that we haven't yet posted to our Keystone Questica. Because they're still in-house at the library and they haven't moved, those revenues haven't moved over onto the Questica line yet. So.
Any other questions for Lynn? Thank you very much, Lynn. Appreciate your
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you for your support, and I thank the library board for their support as well. Thank you.
So who is next on your presentation list?
Eric, are you ready?
Okay, the hot topic, economic development. That's a very good question. Yeah, Holly, if you could just direct us as to what, once we get into the line items, where, if you could just lead us through that.
For sure. So
that
that's
okay?
starting on page 105.
Okay. So I'd like to start with just a small little intro here, just about economic development in general, and eventually getting to the point where how we came out with the budgeting process. I started here about 4 months ago. I inherited an existing set of staff and processes, and was asked to basically assess and make improvements at every turn or wherever possible. And it's sort of in my nature to want to improve processes. So at every step of the way, we were working through these. As an example, a food truck process, for example, that needed to be looked at and revamped. And so we've been working through that. Event management, the process that was currently in place. We've made some steps there to realign our staffing models. We have a dedicated person in event management and have freed up some time in another employee's area to address tourism. So these have been some changes. In addition to that, we've streamlined some processes, which would be things like the CIP process, which is very integral part of our community. And STR management, obviously, that is a hot topic right now. So that's what we've been working on. So that's what we've been working on. Councillor Bartley approached me at the Community Connects, and he said, I can't remember what your question was, but like, not what the hell do you do here, but something along those lines. And basically, as economic development officer, my role is very hard to define. And it's a collection of everything, basically making connections with people. It's making improvements along the way. It's breaking down barriers internally with our processes. It's going into the community and finding out how we can help them. It's facilitating. It's making connections with Grey County, and it's making connections with other organizations, grants, fundraising, sponsorship, things like that. So it's a very diverse set of skills that are required to get this job done. And it's a very complex, as Councillor Uhrig said, it touches everything. So it is, it's broad. So that was basically what has been happening in the last 2 or 3 months, is just basically inheriting what we had, assessing the situation, and then making improvements along the way. When we came to the budgeting process, we were initially asked to come up with our work plans and assign sort of a wish list, if you will, of what if we had unlimited dollars, basically where would you apply those funds? And we came up with that list, and included in that were some very important questions, which is, where are we going? And those are long-term plans. Those are projects that involve the community, that involve the retirement of an existing economic development strat plan, and then the creation of a new one. A visioning exercise has been brought up by our Growing Our Economy Committee, recreation program analysis, parks analysis, harbor usage plan, amongst other things. So identifying, identifying those as areas for us to work on was important. When it came down to the budgeting process, we did our first pass. The first pass had, as I said, the complete wish list. When it became very clear shortly into the budgeting process that it was going to be a challenging fiscal accomplishment to balance off all of the wishes, we went through with a second and a third pass. And it was going to be clear, it was clear to me that we were going to have to rely on our resourcefulness and the ability to capture the revenues, the ability to cost cut where possible, and economize as much as we could. So that's basically brought us to where we are. I am and have been a small business owner for the past 30 plus years. I understand the cycles of running a business. I understand there's a time when you have sort of a green light to spend. Sometimes there's a yellow light where you need to just conserve your expenses, but there's also a red light. So we are, this budget that I'm putting forward to you is sort of a yellow/red light, and up for your selection, and those electives are there for you to choose and help us determine what the priorities are for you and the residents of Meaford. Anyone have any questions at this point?
Councillor Bell and then Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should have asked on the first round, what is the percentage that we're actually starting at through our process over the next couple of good sessions? Where are we at?
So we have kind of, I'll say two parts. So the core services come in at, and I think this is the question you're asking, at a 6.33%. The elective services, the total would then bring us up to, I want to say, was it 40? 36%. So if we take everything on the whole table, it's at the 36%. Yeah, okay. So that's why we wanted to be able to have this discussion, because we know prioritizing is the only way to make this a reasonable budget.
So then the presentation back on November the 4th, where there was a comment rendered about what the tax implication would be to a standard home calculated at $650,000 at about $80 a quarter, is not necessarily correct.
Sorry, that's correct. It's only the starting point, if you will. And I would say, back to Mayor Kettner's comment, there's some, I'll say, electives that we can't necessarily and shouldn't not include. So I think it's a placeholder. I don't know how else to describe that first number, but I don't know that that's where we will end or land or target. It all depends on what services you're looking for in 2025. And that'll be our work to take that back and to bring forward the actual, if you will, draft with the number attached to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you on that. To the Economic Development Officer, what page is your final request for moving forward in your department? Where can I find that?
It might be best to just say.
That should be page 106 is the summary for economic development.
Page one. Yeah, 152 then.
154, 690.
Pardon me?
154, 690.
Thank you.
Okay. So Tony, on the version with 317 pages linked in today's council meeting,
I've been going through the one from November the 4th, which had 695 pages with the budget basically starting on page 46. So I just take the number that you've asked for, page 105, add that, and I come up with where Councillor Urick has told me. And it matches. Yeah.
Councillor Bartley is next, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And just for clarity, Eric, if that's the way I asked the question, I apologize.
No, I was.
I believe that's the way it was. For clarity, I watched another municipality's budget deliberations, and they're same size municipality as us. They spent a half an hour arguing whether they needed a half a development officer. And they ended up turning it down for budget pressures. I believe we need one. Okay, I've sat through this for years. We need one, we need one. I'm in support of your position.
Thank you.
Okay, having said that, I just need to know what direction you're going. Economic development, you can't measure the success of it. How do you measure it? So I was just curious on what direction you were going, and having said that, so I'm listening in bated breath. I know we need an economic development officer. I don't believe we need three, but it's going to work out. So I'm going to stick with that. Having said that, one more comment to the CAO. I have no idea why we haven't done the traditional budget. I know it's refreshing to Councillor Forder. Every other municipality does a base budget of last year and builds or takes away on that. I don't know why we're doing this. I'm going to muddle through this and see how we make out at the end. Thank you.
May I just make a quick comment? I'll say, because when I sat with the team of directors with everything in, it became very clear very early that this wasn't just a Kim and the team. This was the whole team that needed to prioritize. There's a lot in here that we need to discuss openly. And so to your point, why are we doing this differently? It wasn't planned at the beginning. We were going, I'll say, traditional, because we were headed in I thought, a fairly streamlined. I knew that inflation was going to be an issue. But those initial numbers were really, really high. And that isn't a place I wanted to just decide alone and or with the team. I think this is the part that is the hard part, and this is the part that the community will want to know. Back to some of the comments, they want to know what their dollar, what the value is bringing. And when I thought about it more and with the team, this is the way we can show them we're doing the work to decide the value. And we are going to have to make some choices on the quality of certain services. I doubt that we'll ever walk away from any of the services completely. I don't see anything that we can say we're not in that business anymore. But I do think this is really important step for all of us, aligning us for 2025, aligning the citizens and the residents to know what their money is going to by category in individuals.
I can assure you that this is a lot. There's a lot here. If you look at this 2025 deliverables, if we can get through that list, I'll be absolutely ecstatic. Each one of those requires time, energy, focus, and a critical mind, and then putting a process behind it, and then the staffing that has to match up behind it. It is an arduous process to get through each one of those. So I hope there's value in my position here, because I'm working hard to keep this moving forward. So basically, once we got to the second, to the third iteration of this budget, there were many of these that we, because of the complications of things that we are going to be tackling, we're talking about STRs, we're talking about an ECDEV strat plan, we're talking about some visioning exercises. It was clear to me that we needed to keep the status quo in some areas and then focus on a few of the areas. So when it came to a lot of these items here, you'll see Bogner Hall, Riverside Hall, Woodford Hall, and even Meaford Hall for that matter. We kept the status quo basically. Went back through historicals and went back from 2022, 2023, 2024 actuals, and then came up with a number that made sense based on the trends and trajectories of the numbers to produce a status quo like experience in each one of those locations. Some areas, I mean, I can go through each one of these line by line, or if there are maybe some highlights that you'd like me to identify in terms of the economic development initiatives, that would be my recommendation, is not to go through each one of the items.
There's one I wouldn't mind raising, and you might be able to, explain a little better.
Sure.
Just as an example, Councillor Bartley, Grey County is focusing on growth and industrial development as well as housing and economic development in general. And there are 9 first-tier municipalities that are all looking for something. And the question is, will Meaford get anything? Not if Eric isn't on the ball and, knowing who to connect with and making them perfectly clear with what we're looking at doing and how they can help us. So I think that's one line where I think, there will be value for money for us, because otherwise, Meaford, here we are faced with the possibility of, Ontario Pump Storage, coming in for 3 or 4 years with a mammoth project, and we have no serviced industrial land. Nothing. So our neighbors will be getting the supply chain setups that come to service that if it happens. We need this man and probably more, and he's going to have to really hustle his buns. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship, and I apologize in advance. I do have a few questions for Eric, but I just want to start by echoing Councillor Urig's comments. We have been fighting for economic development for years and have always been told flat out no. So I'm so appreciative of you, Kim, for recognizing the need for economic development within our community and for bringing in Eric. And you do have a lot of work listed here. So I just want to start by saying a number of these items, recreation programs, CIP and et cetera, are in our electives. So I assume you'll be back to speak to us at that time to talk about the importance of each one of those things, and then we'll make decisions about whether or not those particular items go forward. But I wanted to ask you about, in the list that you presented today, 2 of them. The first one, 7, manage the TC relationship and pump storage project. We have Kirsten doing that, so I take it then Kirsten then reports to you. Is that why that's there?
So currently, Kirsten and I work together on the TC project, but primarily it's being managed by the CAO at this point, with my close involvement.
With your input, okay. Number 13, I'm curious about this one. Bring 3 long-term care facilities and operators to the council. I mean, we just have our big brand new nursing home. What's your vision there?
I'll throw that, yeah.
I think that, again, Eric and I worked on these because it's still early days for him in this position, but you'll see that there's quite a few, I want to say 4 or 5 on here, where we're trying to bring more employment into the municipality, opportunities for brand new employment and expansion. So attracting new businesses and recognizing that the population here, and we didn't have, I'll say, the completion to the current, we were going to have the townhouses in the front, and I think that there's space there to still attract. There's also the the previous or older care center that is up for sale right now. I think it's something around the $4 million point. So it's finding and working with and attracting those businesses and or services into Meaford, or enhancing the current ones that are here. So the intention with that is, and again, that's something that it's the relationship building, it's the networks. We can leverage some of the current developers in town, but it's also just going out and making new and or bringing, some of those networks that we have to fruition here. And the same goes, you'll see one on there about grocery store developers. We need to we have to get active. They're not going to find our haven. And in some cases, I'm okay with that. But in a couple of areas that we know, like we'll look at Station, the new restaurant in town, shouldn't name it just in case, but there's
Station 87.
no, I was going to say I wasn't going to. But fabulous restaurant in town. They have about 40 employees. Like this is the type of thing that we need to look at. So are there places in grocery stores again, are something that, we can't do without. They survive recessions, they survive things. And certainly they also have, somewhat of a 24/7 type of hours of operation and can have a fairly large employment base. And I think by bringing in and focusing on employment opportunities, we start to, again, able to sell those homes, able to, support that healthcare. We bring a bigger commercial tax base by doing that. And that's how we, offset, if you will, the pressures of inflation in the future, and potentially just some of the additional burdens of new services. So the other ones on there that you'll see in that same sort of space, the long-term care, and the other one was the development of a relationship with the YMCA for bringing some of the programming services to our facilities, and potentially even developing a revitalized Meaford Athletic Association. So again, right now we have, I know started up at the old high school, some really good recreation has started there. I think there is a need and an interest, and recently I think, the base has also opened up their gym again, creating some of these recreation leagues. We know that our community has traditionally really, responded to that. It brings a lot of culture, obviously supports our mental health, but it also does help us with the overall economy as well. So, that's a commerce and a trade, and driving up some of that is important for us too. So I think, again, not to totally run over here, but it is attracting new businesses, attracting some of that programming that will, make the small, medium-sized businesses profitable is really important.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the explanation. Councillor Bartley, rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic. To me, this is not, when we're saying, we gotta be careful, because I think when we're saying economic development, we're adding three new people. We're not, we're restructuring what already exists into different platforms. So to your point, when you look through that list, somebody would have had to manage the food truck and patio policy anyway before, managing the TC, somebody would have had to do that before. All these things existed. I think what would help here a lot, not just for us, but for the residents as well, just long-term on this. Yeah, and again, I know we've talked about FTEs before, but that org chart that defines all this is paramount, because at the end of the day, that's what defines what economic development is kind of doing. Not only that, but, and not to make more work to do this, but it almost needs to be in the short term to be here, used to be here, so that people have an idea that we've made a shift, not necessarily created new whatever. We've just, now it's the definition. I mean, that is the definition of an org chart, but people aren't necessarily going to understand the old versus the new either. And I think that would go a long way in defining that for people, and why this department exists and what it does compared to what it did before.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship. Yeah, through you to Eric, it's a lengthy list, Eric. I like your word deliverable, so it's being very optimistic. And just on the other end of the demographic, scale, 3 daycare, that, from what I'm hearing, something that definitely needed. Okay, you have 2 assistants now. Am I assuming, what I want to ask, are you going to get into all these 19, or is that all 3 of you being involved?
Yeah, I don't think assistants are the right word. We have a small medium business liaison, which is Jessica Kenyon, and the other assistant, would this be Kim, my assistant?
No. Nisa,
Who's the other assistant? Oh, Nisa. Okay, so she's a special events coordinator. This is a team effort. All of these are a team effort. This is we're just managing to get through these things take. I just want to just backtrack. This takes time. Economic development takes time, and so we have to be patient with the processes that we have in place that need to be refined. We can't go out and start recruiting food trucks or drawing business to town when we don't have the infrastructure to support it, or the back of the house available to support it. So what we're doing right now is we're working through to make our processes better and more user friendly for our residents and our community groups and our businesses, so that they can enjoy the benefits of being a business in town. And also, while we're doing that, we now make ourselves attractive to future people coming. I had a tour with Steve Furness, who's the manager of economic development for Grey County. We toured all of the industrial zone sites in municipality of Meaford, and there aren't that many. I mean, and to get to make those available to a potential lot of room there at this current moment. So we also have, although we have grandiose plans and we'd love to get businesses to come, we have other issues that we're battling with. So it's not just we need to turn on the tap and it's going to come. We've got to streamline our processes before we can actually make this possible. You've got sewage issues. You've got all kinds of the zoning issues. You've got it's a real challenge. And this isn't just a Meaford thing. This is a provincial and a federal. These are official plans. So it's complicated to get through. So while we all can sit here and say economic development, let's get it going and turn on the taps, there are many steps that need to be taken beforehand so that we can grow organically. And right now what we're doing is we're putting the fundamentals in place to have the team ready to receive this when it comes time for us to receive the next person that wants to come to town, that they're going to be pleased to have stepped into an arena that is willing to support them, that is there for them and has the infrastructure to move forward. That's what we're doing currently right now. This deliverable list, we're on our way to making this possible. And they're optimistic. It is optimistic, but we're going to do our best. And each one of those conversations that we have, whether it be for a childcare, we put our antenna out just to say, when we have those conversations with a potential childcare, or we get into situations in other municipalities or other conversations about a childcare, we open up we match spaces with people, and we match services with spaces. And that's what we're out there doing on a regular basis. And every meeting that we have, every conversation, every social engagement that we have in the municipality and outside, it's about the connections that we're making, the conversations that we're having, knowing where we're going, and trying to attract those specific services and businesses to our area. And it's only through those conversations and connections that make that possible. When people when we get the phone calls, which we get often, we need to be able to give them the answers in an expedient way to provide them the answers that they need to make it possible to want to come to Meaford. And currently right now, it has been a struggle, and we need to figure out why that is and solve those problems. And that's currently what we're doing. So as grandiose as you know, as you all speak to economic development, you won't be able to rush this process. And we're doing our best to deliver these things. But it's very important that we measure our expectations.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Eric, the first thing I want to say to you is you absolutely get it. If you can work towards creating an attractive environment in Meaford that will not just attract but retain our current businesses and allow them to grow their success, that you will be worth your weight in gold if you can do that. And if you can take that and then create a process that is simpler, easier for new businesses to come and to set up shop in Meaford. If you can do just that,
That's what we're doing. We're doing that issue by issue, item by item right now. That's currently what we're doing. And STR is a perfect example where we have to weigh the pros and the cons and come up with a plan that has to be delivered. That is a realistic case study that we have to deliver, and we will. But those take time and those take effort. But we are one by one. I can assure you that this is exactly what we're doing, because the priority is making Meaford an attractive place to do business. And we need to attract people, but we need to have the processes in place to support it. So every time our team touches a process, we are making it, we are thinking about the end user, we're thinking about the customer that's coming in here and how we can improve upon that experience for them.
exactly. And it's also about the workforce side of things. And I was thrilled to hear from the owner of the unnamed restaurant that there were 160 applications to work in that new facility. So that is a lot of attention for Meaford. So that's just one example, but maybe there's some improvement coming from our desperate crises with workforce, because we hear from Fort County, I mean, we have the lowest unemployment rate in the province. So if people are now seeing Meaford as a potential, that's great news. One more question for you, if I may, Eric. I'm on page 107 now. I'm looking at active partnerships. Last year's budget was 10,000 and now it's bumped to 45. Can you tell us about what type of partnerships you're looking at?
I think that's going to require Justin for that, but that 45 is, without looking at it, it's Chamber of Commerce, and then there's $15,000 from, I think that was Meaford Downtown. I think that's what is in that 45,000. I can check as well. But that's a continuation of, you know.
Hi, so the 45,000 is made up of 30,000 to the Chamber of Commerce and then 15 to Meaford Downtown, yes.
Yeah, you keep going.
So if I may, I'm going to find that a little confusing because those are Chamber of Commerce is in our electives. So that's already worked into this budget. So is that the case with other elective services that they are already showing up here? I know.
First 30,000 saved.
Okay, so can we somehow then be told when we get into these numbers that that is already inclusive of something that we haven't made a decision on yet?
In economic development, that is the only duplication, I believe.
Let's just double check.
I went through it this morning again, but yeah.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is our second presenter, and I'm asking for the protocol process of how, looking at financial implications, we can do a directive. So I said about the library with what they were looking for, and now we've got ACDEV looking for. Would it be that council can simply say, can you reduce your department by 5%? Just as a number for discussion. And then they go back and then they say, asking us to reduce it by a percentile, this is what you're looking at. Because Councillor Uhrig, with what was presented here from ACDEV, quite honestly, that is a very full job description of what you're going to be involved with. I'm sitting here wanting to know about the money and how much money and what was the best guesstimate of what needs to be done. And if it is my inclination, whether when are we going to say to the departments, we're happy, maybe we want to bolster it, or maybe we have departments where we wish to do a trimming? Because I have to tell you, with all the confusion that I have seen inside this, Madam CAO, I was prepared to make a motion to send this back to staff and reevaluate it and come back for our 2-day session. But as we're into it, I want to know how this can be delivered from council to staff to go back and what the financial implications will be as we move along. Otherwise, Madam Deputy Mayor, you made an alluded comment that possibly after we hear these presenters, then we'll know how to maybe do some trimming. Maybe I got you wrong on your comment. I was prepared as the presenters, whoever they are, to deal with them as they come forward, because if I was a presenter, just like what our active officer has done, I get it. You are passionate, you are defending this, you want this to happen, and that's what I expect from the directors. If you didn't ask for it, you're here to defend it, okay? So I just want to know when we do this or how we can do this to make a financial change from the number that you clearly have now said that we're looking at.
Fine, you know, I don't have that answer. I'm here today with just more questions and fewer answers than anybody, I'm sure. So I think we have to play the day out and see, but I'm prepared to schedule 2 or 3 more days down the road, maybe into December, and maybe we don't have a budget until January or beyond. But because we you know, I'm going to say what I almost said. It's a good job we've got the fire chief here for CPR because we may need it hearing some of these numbers. Who's next on? Councillor Bartley, were you, did you have your hand up? No, okay. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, and this goes back to the structure of what we're talking about, because to the point, that little confusion of that 30,000 for chamber being in here, even though it's an elective. What I'm also finding kind of weird is that we're going to jump back and forth. So we're going to have a day of elective, we're going to have a day of core, and we're going to kind of chop here, and then we're going to go there. We're going to go. Remember, we had the conversation about economic development before, and we said whatever. For example, here, what comes really to mind is the $50,000 for the hospital fund, for hospital. Again, we all know the importance we place on our hospital. Some of these things that we think are very, very, very important for support mechanisms. It's almost something I would like to discuss now, not wait till after, because is it going to be part of this conversation? Is it going to go in? When we had the training meeting, I asked about a tote board. Like, how are we literally going to know where we're at with all this? To sort of to Tony's point, it's going to be difficult to see what kind of impact we're making without some kind of running tally or something going on. And I know that's not going to be easy to do. I'm not going to pin Val to that. Sorry, Val, I'm not going to say, where's that scoreboard up here? It's got the magic number on it. But are we going to like jump once in a while to the electives and say, oh, by the way, that $50,000, we really need to discuss that, because again, that almost falls to me under essential, because we need that hospital. So
May I just make a comment that might, I think, put us back on track, which is maybe a little bit to what Tony had mentioned and to some of the things that you're saying. We do need to go through the presentations and do this line by line and have the conversations. But I think maybe, and again, this is up to you if you want to kind of go in this direction, maybe it is something like, now that we have, again, that's what we're looking for. Now that we have the prioritization, how can we go back and make it work to a 5% cut or what? And I would say, don't do it at the specific department, but an overall target. And the reason for that is I think we need to be able to look at the prioritized deliverables and say, that's what we need to get there. So I'll use the example of the STRs. Maybe you'll say, hey, we don't need to do the, the downtown realm will almost take care of itself when we start to do you know, these activities. The daycare, for example, we want some tangibles to give people a sense of what is economic development doing for me, right? Because not everybody has got a small business, but we can use some of these services in town, like a daycare and after-school programs. So if we can kind of pare down which deliverables we want, then we can take that and do that work to say that's how much it costs. Right now, you'll see, I think on this list still continues to have, like, it's the telecommunications. It's got a number of the projects that are, like you say, over on the elective side. I think if we have the conversations over the next 2 days, and potentially at the end of that, the challenge or the target of where you want to go, now that you've seen it all, we're basically just saying, is there anything we can take out, right? Is there absolutely anything everyone would feel comfortable at the end of Friday saying, we can pause on that? And again, maybe it's just pause. It's not for 2025, but we'll pick it back up in 2026. If you can help us, give us the direction of what we can take out, we can finalize, if you will, because we just know that all in, it's trying to do too much. One, I don't think we'll land it. There's just like, you know, I look at all 19, and yes, they're working their buns off and they do a great work. And some of these things, the activities are exponential, right? One connection leads to 5, but it is very unlikely all of those things can be done by a couple of folks, right? So if we can take some of the things off as deliverables for 2025, that will really help us fine tune, you know, what we need to do. And that's just one example, but I think it would go through the entire organization.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that, Kim. 2 things. So I'm going to ask if it's possible, along with Holly telling us what page we're on, could each director, as they come forward, tell us what's within their presentation that is also an elective so that we can tally those numbers? And also on the other side of coming back and suggesting what we can cut, I'm also going to ask if we can get an understanding of any additional revenues, because you talked about a tax sale. And what about the DC increases and any grants that we're pretty sure we're going to get, any investment income? You know, where do we stand on that side of things, as well as the tax levy? What are we really and truly looking at for 2025 in terms of additional revenues? So just leave it there for now.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. And Kim, I got a couple squirrels running around my head and I can't catch them. So you've taken the core budget of 6% increase, yet you've taken all these electives out of it. That should be a minus to start with as we add them back in. So you're shaking your head, yes. So I don't understand. It shouldn't be a 6% increase with all the electives out of it, because it should start at a minus.
Right. So I think there's 2 components to that. One, we have adjusted a number of parts of the budget to be at the inflation rate that we know we're going to need to actually do some components now. So some of the materials and supplies don't cost what they used to. So there's that. Then there's also, I think the next big piece would be the 7 positions, right? So there is actually the people, the labor that has been added. And the third biggest portion, I'm just trying to think of the ad. And the capital, that's right, thank you. And the capital is, actually, I think it's almost like 30 to 50%. Let me look at the front page again, sorry. Yeah, it's 35% over last year. So that again is just what we want to go through today and see which ones are best to come out and or to continue with.
Thank you. Where I'm not understanding on the other 7.7 positions, you've told us earlier that that's not above the old FTR or the full-time positions. It is inside the 16 that could be missing. So it shouldn't be above last year's wages. and whatnot, it should be inside that, if what you're telling me I've comprehended.
I think you've comprehended actually. So the interesting part is that at the, even if you want to say the 122.4, I think, and again, this is Val, let me know if you disagree or you have a comment on this. I don't think there was much ever intention to actually fulfill all of the vacancies. I think that there was, I'll say, subsidizing operational costs by having vacant positions. So they had budgeted for the people, never filled the position, and used that money against an operational supply material or contracted service. So I think the money still got spent, but it wasn't a bum in a seat. And I think Val's kind of shake, because we've gone over this a few times of how are we here? What has led us to this space? Because they obviously, things were happening, but sometimes we call that a vacancy slippage, right? So that nobody's in the seats since a certain point in time and that money was budgeted and they've just reallocated it to a service. So that's why I'll say, kind of abandoned the management to an FTE, because it wasn't actually the way things were being done.
So the original FTE on 122 does include part-time. They're added to that and whatnot. And I cannot get, I have 2023's financial information return on the municipality on what we spent on wages. 9,081,605, but I don't have 20, that's 22s. I don't have 23s. They're not available. And it's not just Meaford. There's 6 other municipalities in the county that does not have the FERS in, and there's hundreds that don't have at this time. I hope they're not having the same issues, but I still don't I want to compare what the wages were in the FER information for 2024 and what they're going to be for 2025, because where I took your speech earlier, that them 7 positions would kind of fall into the old FTRs.
I think so. And I think when we did the calculation of the math for those positions, it's like a 1.3 million difference, right? Is that right, Val? So it's in and around that space. But I also, again, correct me if I'm wrong, we had a surplus, and most of that was from the vacancy slippage last year. But we don't have, or I think Val, you have now the audited numbers, so we should have the labor portion of that.
You are correct. Our RFIR is not complete yet, and it should be hopefully done shortly. We did nicely just get our financial statements. Our wage number is like 10.8, I believe, for last year, and that includes benefits as well.
So having said that, we went from 9 million to 10.8 in 1 year for 2023 to 2024. And now we're going to go up another million for 2025.
I think that is, yes, correct. Yeah. If we want to fill the 7.7 positions.
And I'm going to try to patiently go through this. Just an FYI, in the county of Gray, 2022 numbers, not the additional $2 million, where 51% of our taxes were spent on wages. That's higher than 6 other municipalities in the county. So we're already higher on the wages compared to taxes we take in than most of them. And we're going to add to that. I really have a hard time with that. Thank you.
May I ask if the places that we have a higher salary, is it also based on the population size? Are the ones in Grey County quite a bit smaller than us? Or like, where does I'll say Georgian Bluffs and Owen Sound sit? I think it also obviously relates back to like population size. So that's why I was just curious services sometimes can be done on that, or kilometers of road, because we know that 400 kilometers of road costs a lot more here if they don't have that kind of capital requirements, but I'm not too sure which ones are.
Actually, it does bounce around, and I know Georgian Bluffs is only at 36%, but they do have other contracted people in there. Doesn't bring it up to the 51% of us. West Gray, which is the same population as us, have more roads, bigger thing, are at 43%, and we're at 51. This is 22 numbers.
Deputy Mayor.
And I appreciate your comments, Councillor Bartley. Thank you, Your Worship. And I always look at that and think, yeah, but they don't have Meaford Hall and they don't have, I know we've had these conversations. It's really difficult to compare one municipality to another. But I just wanted to clarify now that we're talking about the $1 million potential increase if we agree to everything that's presented for 2025. Is that then with the 1%? Assumed COLA until we do the wage review, because that wage review is also upcoming and will very likely have a significant impact in our wages. But I think for anybody listening, the reality is that right now we're really not contracting out very much of anything. Are we, Kim?
I want to say I'd have to look specifically at what the 2024 to the 2025 difference is for contracted. If what you mean is, I think at this time we have, very few contracted resources, if that's what we mean. But how much we give to professional services, that I think we're probably on par to the same as like the 2025 budget to the same as the 2024 budget. There are some specialties and some specific areas that we will probably never have a need to have a full-time employee on, or that we need so many at certain times. Specifically, I'm thinking about like engineering services. There's just so many vast varieties that we're probably always going to have a contracted service for versus OPP, that normally would be a fairly stable contracted service that, we just turn over. So I think they're slightly different types of contracted services. But I don't believe we are eliminating any contracted services in 2025, which is why I'm saying we're probably about the same. It's just the price of those might be like going up, again, mostly related to inflation, not because of enhanced services.
I stand to be corrected, but it seemed to me that a lot of the electives that we used to be operating capital, now we're core and electives, and most of the electives involved very expensive contractors. So
yep, and that's again part of I think the conversation around the electives. We still have operating and capital that is a kind of a consistent component, mostly related to our GAP principles, but I did just not want, I don't think I met the answer around COLA. It is actually part of our the 1% is built into the software, so it does apply it automatically. And then you're right, depending on what would be the result of the review, that part, we've already been looking, again, I think it's planned out already in the budget 2025, right, Val? And it's as the wage review. Yeah, so that is also in there.
was there another, if there's no more questions, let's get our next presenter. He did, yes, sorry, we've held you up a lot here.
No, I've actually been taking a lot of notes. My speech has changed quite drastically.
I'm just pulling that up. So on the 300-page version, that will be starting at page 32.
All right. So unfortunately, I'm following two people that spoke extraordinarily well, so I'm going to lower the bar just a little bit. I'm going to start by saying that our budget, I have been very lucky to have two people on my team. Brittany Sheridan, who is probably one of the most financially cautious people I've ever worked with and keeps me on track, not buying crazy things and making sure that we're on budget. And Deputy Chief Pilon, who ran a small business for 26 years, understands the importance of budgeting and finances. We monitor our budget on a monthly basis and are very cautious of what where and how we're spending, and we try to make very intelligent decisions that impact the future to ensure that we're not taking on additional costs. And I'll give you an example is, some departments will have two sets of bunker gear. Bunker gear is $4,000 a piece. Instead of that, we bought two washing machines at a cost of $10,000. So none of our staff have a second set of gear. So that's a cost savings of upwards of $120,000. We are working on grants right now through the OFM. We have into the Solicitor General a $10,000 grant to get a drying system for our bunker gear so that we can get our firefighters back into service at a much quicker than we have in the past. So just small details like that. Every penny we look at, we try to make an improvement, and that improvement doesn't necessarily mean we put in a better service. We put in more efficient service. This year we went completely paperless. We've implemented a system that allows me on the fly, and I believe it was Councillor Urig that I actually put a software on his phone that he at any time can take a look at how the fire department is doing. So if someone stops him in the middle of the street and says, "How many calls has the Meaford Fire Department have?" He can push a button on his phone and he'll have those up-to-date statistics. We have tried to streamline everything that we can. Eric in his presentation said, green, yellow, red. We are running the red right now. We are keeping our budget tight and making sure that this small municipality is not overspending in the fire department, but we are prepping for the future. And how are we doing that? We have a ladder that is being delivered this year, and that was because the council gave us the support for that. It will be coming in the summer. That will be changing the way in which we respond to calls, not only in the urban area, and that is for the growth of Skydev, any of the developments that are 3 to 4 stories, but how we respond into our rural constituents. That means farms. That means these large multi-million-dollar facilities that are out in our rural area that we're going to be able to provide better fire service for those residents and ensure that we're able to protect their investments. But how do we do that? Yes, we have bought some additional equipment, but we have driven our conversations and our relationships. We are closer to ITFD in town and out of town. We automatically bring 2 fire departments to every working fire in Meaford now, if not a 3rd or 4th. So we have made incredible relationships with Grey County, Grey Highlands. We have made incredible leaps and strides, making relationships with other departments within Grey County. So Hanover, our Southgate, we are starting to have those conversations about being able to add service without adding costs. A number of years ago, we decided to get into a drone program. We have aligned with Hanover and Grey Highlands so that we can provide that service out and they can provide it in. We are working with South Dundalk so that confined space and grain rescue will be provided by them instead of us in a mutual aid environment, so there are no costs. So we are working really hard not to be a fire department that sits inside our own minds, but outside building relationships and being able to use other services. So I share my drone program with South Dundalk. They're going to come up and do grain rescue if one of our farmers gets stuck in a silo. They're going to require a ladder to be able to get up to that silo. So it's working together as almost a single Grey County Fire Department, not a Meaford Fire Department. We went line by line through ours, and I can tell you that we did cut some of our line items to be able to keep our numbers down, but we continue to improve our process. Working with Justin, we had talked about the possibility. We have a truck that's going to be coming up afterwards. We have now pushed that out to 2027 just because of how the budget was looking, understanding that I'm not the only department within the municipality. There's a lot of other departments and there's a lot of other needs. But those trucks that are going to be replaced in the next 5 years are going to have a direct impact on our rural firefighting. So Meaford is 80% rural, 20% urban. We have an incredible urban firefighting department. Our growth in the next couple of years are going to be those farms and million-dollar houses that are outside of our boundary where we have hydrants. So just being able to increase our services. When I arrived, we would bring 2 tankers to a structure fire. We're now bringing 6 to 7 tankers because we're able to use our partners to be able to provide better service without incurring cost. So, we've worked really, really hard. I feel comfortable that we're not adding much in the way of services. We are simply maintaining what we have. And the budget I put forward, I think is pretty solid. I don't know if I would be able to cut 5% if required, because I feel I've already done that, unfortunately. And I have 2 capital asks. One is our ongoing replacement of our bunker gear, which is, we have 36 firefighters. We have to replace that gear every 10 years, and it is custom made to the individual. So I was lucky enough, we hired somebody 2 years ago that was the same size as somebody who had left. We joked at the interview that we wanted her to try the outfit on because that was a $4,000 savings. Ironically, she fit into it, so that was a great savings. But again, we've made conscious decisions not to have a second set of gear, but put in a cleaning system so that we can get them back into service quickly and make that savings for the town. The next one is we have a ladder that's coming into service, obviously changing the way in which we do our firefighting. We have to now outfit that truck. So that's why there's a $50,000 ask from a capital standpoint. And that would be going directly onto that truck to be able to deliver additional services. In Meaford, we are now running 280 calls a year out of a single haul. When I arrived, we were at 180. So we're already starting to see an increase in service. I did not increase our salaries because, again, my budget is very much dependent on what happens. If we have a Johnny B's, that's very expensive to the town. If we have a number of fires in town, that's expensive. This year, we've been lucky. All our house fires have been in Grey Highlands, and they pay us for our fires. So we have only lost $30,000 through fires in Meaford this year. Last year was 6 million. So it's hard to budget when you don't know what you're going to have to react to. So a lot of it is guessing or run rates or things along those lines. So this year we were able to actually come under budget, both in training and in fire response. So for example, I didn't increase our budget for next year. I know our call volume is going to go up, but we manage how we respond to calls by using technology. We have a medical call. I have 36 firefighters. Years ago, 15 would arrive at the fire hall. We would pay 15 firefighters. Now, my firefighters pick up their phone. First 4 people that are responding to a medical call, that's all that goes. I only pay 4 firefighters to go on calls. So we're using every tool that we have to try to manage our costs. And I can tell you right now, the deputy chief, myself, and Brittany have constant conversations on how we can improve our process and our cost cutting. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief. Actually, not really a question, more and thanks for playing with my phone. That was very interesting, actually. Can you kind of share, you shared with me as well as a community meeting. I just want people out there to know what the cost of having a full-time fire department really is. You shared with me what a municipality south of us pays for their versus what we do, and it is an incredible difference. So I think it's important. I hear people literally say to me, why do we have so many fire vehicles? It's like, when you hear the numbers that it requires to do full-time, I think that's important information to share.
Absolutely. A full-time fire department like Owen Sound or even a combination of Blue Mountains is upwards of $7 to $7.5 million a year. with most of that being salaries. The average firefighter in Blue Mountain makes before overtime $118,000. And they have 8 of them presently, and they are going to council for additional. You know, Owen Sound, the Owen Sound firefighter is approximately 110, 118,000 as well. Those are big numbers. My volunteer firefighters average 250 hours a year, but that works out to about $7,500 a firefighter. So we do deliver a really good service. Our average from the time you call 911 until I'm walking through the door saying hi is approximately 8 minutes. That's a pretty incredible turnaround for a volunteer fire department. One of the big changes we've had this year, or the last 2 years as well, is when I first arrived 4 years ago, I never beat ambulance to a call. And I leave from my house in a fire vehicle and I would never beat ambulance. 50% of the time when ambulance calls for assistance, Meaford Fire is the first person you're seeing coming through the door. We are the first person to make contact and start solving that problem before the paramedics show up. And in less than a year and a half, our dispatch protocols are going to change so that we're being dispatched at the same time. Right now, we're about 5 minutes behind paramedics. We are going to be dispatched at the same time as paramedics, which means 75 to 80% of our EMS calls, Meaford Fire will be the first through the door. So if you're having a problem, this is what you're going to see coming through the door. I'm sorry, but that is what's going to happen.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Courtney, I really appreciate your presentation, and I want to congratulate you and thank you for the incredible job you and Rob are doing of managing our department, and Brittany as well, because I know everything you're saying is absolutely true, and you've been incredibly frugal with this budget. I have a couple questions for you, though, if I may. Increased call volume, and certainly the mayor and I hear about this at the county level in terms of paramedics and the breaking point almost that they are at with the resources that they currently have for meeting the increased call volume. And you're facing that now too. So I know there's an elective request, but and we'll talk about it at that point, but I imagine you're getting to that breaking point as well as to how much you can manage with your current manpower and your resources. So 2 questions for you. The first one, does the new ladder truck still go to every call?
No, not every call. We're very particular on what vehicles we send to what call. So for example, medical calls, our rescue truck goes to our medicals. Moving forward, our ladder right now is not reliable by any stretch of the imagination. It only goes to working fires or alarm calls, because every time we run it, we have a risk of A, it breaking, and 2, not being able to find parts. The last time we had brakes put onto it, unfortunately through the safety, was almost $8,000 because we couldn't find parts for the ladder. It's an American LaFrance. They stopped making them almost 15 years ago. The new ladder will actually start running to more calls because it will be reliant and will actually be outfitted to run more calls. So it will go to car accidents. It will go to alarms. It will have medical equipment on it. So if it happens to be out at driving through town and we get a medical call, it will go to it. And it will be it will actually be one of our front run vehicles. So yes, it is going to change the way in which we operate. If you're out at a farm and you have a fire, the first truck that's going to be coming down that laneway is going to be that ladder truck, because it's going to have 1,000 feet of high vol hose on it, which allows it to drop at the road, do a forward lay, and then ITFD and Meaford Fire will arrive and be able to supply an incredible amount of water and be able to hopefully save that infrastructure. With the new structure that we've set up over the last 2 years, I can deliver as much water to a rural fire than we do catching a hydrant in town. And that's exceptional.
And that's fantastic. So I hope when it arrives, you'll let us know, because we'd all love to come and see it.
Oh, considering what you paid for it and what the town paid for it, we will be driving it around. We will be bringing it to public events. We will be making sure that it is the pride of Meaford. This was an incredibly expensive investment, and we want to ensure that it's having the most impact that it can have. And this truck also supports our military base. They have 3-story buildings. They have large format buildings up on the military base. it is the latter that is going to make an impact on the military base for calls.
Amazing.
So we can easily turn to the military base and say, we have upped their service.
Fantastic. I had, oh,
It's
sorry,
okay.
do you want to come back to me or?
No, do you have this?
I did have one last question for Chief Allen, and I do see this in other departments, but I'll ask you because I know you're an IT guy. Allocation to IT is $82,440, and this past year was $35,260. So why are we seeing such a huge increase to allocation to IT?
That I'm not sure. Yes, I do.
This year is part of our standardization of some of the stuff that Kim talked about with that budget letter. We decided to consolidate all IT stuff to the IT department and then charge them back. So the increase this year is on top of the regular inflation of costs, is just anything that was regularly in the fire department for IT costs has been moved to IT and then charged back to the fire department. If that makes some sense, hopefully. Sorry.
But not increased cost.
Yeah.
And the software is still the same. So I think if I can just even simplify it, it's just changing where we put it so that we can manage it holistically and maybe with an enterprise solution. So it was a way to consolidate all of them to one place. So it's left the fire department and moved over to IT, but not been eliminated from the bottom line.
And one of the things that we've actually done as well, which will be kind of interesting, is we have been in partnership with ITFD and now Grey Highlands. We have a software for doing our accountability. We had initially started it in Meaford, and ITFD and both Grey Highlands showed interest in joining in. They had the opportunity to go out on their own, but instead they actually bought into our program. So we were able to reduce the cost of our software. It also means when I arrive on scene in Grey Highlands or I bring ITFD in, they're already on our accountability system and we can work together. There is no longer setting up a second accountability. There's no us having two different, it's no longer a high school dance where you have the girls over there and the boys over there. We actually show up and are on the same system. And we are working to actually look at getting the rest of Grey Highlands working towards this as well, so that when we work together, we are actually on the same tool sets. Right now, for example, Who's Responding, that's the software that we use to page out our firefighters, and they are able to see who's responding and who they're coming to. We finally have 8 of the 9 departments, actually 9 of the departments now on that software. So where we used to all have different software, we're now on it. I am now able to see when ITFD goes out on a call, and then I know that I'm prepping that if they're going to need our assistance, that we're ready, or vice versa. And I do take it back. We are 8 of the 9. Blue Mountains is different. No comment.
Councillor Forty?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Fire Chief, thank you for everything. Just a simple question for clarification. When I look at the contribution to the reserve fund, we have current year budget 272,000, but year 2 jumps to 900,000, and then year 3 back to 200. I'm just curious to know what the reasoning is behind that. Thank you very much.
That's the delivery of the ladder come the summer.
Thank you.
And Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and thank you, Chief Allen, for common sense budget. I appreciate that. In answer to Shirley's question about call volume, I think he's reacted to that by limiting the amount of people going to a medical call. Medical calls are much higher. It's probably 60 to 70% of the calls.
Actually about 50%. So
Okay.
the neat thing again, and those who are interested in the app, I can put it on your phones.
Yeah.
One of the things Mr. Urick can take a look at is our actual breakdown of our call types. Our medicals are about, of our 260, we're at about 70 are medicals right now.
Yeah, so I'm getting Meaford Fire Department confused with ITFD because I'm working on that budget for tomorrow. I've been trying to do this for years at ITFD, is limit the amount of people show up. And I'm being told it's not possible. So that's the way he controls the cost of increased volume right there. And I certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and once again, thank you, Chief Allen. hope you answer yes to both of my queries. You said in your presentation that there are 6 tankers that can show up. Question, that would mean Meaford Fire Department is tanker certified, correct?
At present, we are not, and
Oh.
here's the challenge. So, and this is funny, this is the insurance companies as we know them. So when you do a certification, the houses that are covered are only within 8 kilometers of the hull. And it is a circular 8 kilometers of that hull. If you do not fall within those 8 kilometers, you do not qualify for the insurance knockoff. Here's the kicker. Where they came up with that number, that's when the horses would get tired. I am not kidding you. Where our fire hall is for us to go through the cost of getting the tanker accreditation, it actually limits because we are right up against the bay. It would actually be better if our fire department was further out of town so that we would get that full 8 kilometers. It is something that we want to work towards, but the actual cost savings from an insurance standpoint is limited. Where we're actually going to do better on our insurance rates is the fact that we have newer vehicles. Right now, we have one of the highest insurance ratings that we can have for a volunteer fire department. And that means everybody within the municipality actually gets that tax break.
Mr. Mayor, I hope the next one is yes. You said that the engagement in the rural community with the expansion, I hope that your department has a heat-seeking device because our farming community is moving away from putting their forage crops in silos because silos are very expensive to construct and they're going with concrete bunker. So does the fire department have the ability to put an instrument and go into a farm and say, we see your bunker is getting pretty hot? Do you have that one?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So, and we actually have done it and we do it a number of times and we do support, for example, ITFD with it as well. Our drone has the capability to do heat. So for example, when we had last year this time, we had a fire over in Georgian Bluffs. We brought our drone over, put it up, and we were actually able to show them within the silo exactly where the fire was. So instead of saying, okay, the whole thing's on fire, we can say, here's where it is. That's where you need to cut. That's where you need to put the water. It allows us to be able to better, just like when we had Johnny B's, we were able to shave 8 hours off our firefighting because we were able to put the drone up, exactly see where the hot spots were, and use the ladders to only put water where the actual fire was. So in the last 4 years, and again, I can't say enough about our Deputy Chief Pilon. He is very technical, and I'm fairly technical from a background as well. We have moved this fire department to be an incredible technology-driven organization, and we have upped our service drastically. We have done some pretty amazing things with the budget in which we had. And I think that's the important thing is we've done little bits each year, and that has been able to take us from here to here without burdening the taxpayer.
No more questions. Thank you very much, Chief. Do we have any more presenters? Okay. Oh, Steve, welcome. Yes, what page? Can you give us a page number for this?
It's just one moment. There's a few with facilities. It's kind of you want to start at the top? Yeah,
Yeah,
there we
so
go.
like him is saying, the facilities are all over the place, falling under
P5,
development, starting at page
55.
55. But we'll jump around and end up all the way at 189. Well, we'll start at 55.
Okay.
Safe.
So I don't have as much to say as the fire chief. Facilities in general is pretty straightforward. We didn't do a lot of changes from last year to this year, carried forward
The standardized how much we raise our operating budget and all facility maintenance lines. So for facilities, I'm only, in charge of the facility maintenance line of each of our corporate facilities. We didn't add a lot to it. There's a few things we removed. As an example, $20,000 comes out this year of contracted services from Meaford Hall. That was for a one-time upgrade to the elevator service. So once that job is complete here in the next couple of weeks, which we've already paid 50% of it as a deposit, waiting for them to do the labor, that will come out. That's something you won't see again this year because it was a one-time fee. For facilities, our maintenance lines across the board, we are trying to allocate more to preventive maintenance. And I do feel, but it could just be a one-off this year. A lot of our maintenance lines are seeing less spent currently. I think we're on top of things, which then in turn doesn't have that catastrophic failure that all of a sudden is a $3,000 bill, because we've been doing servicing on all our HVAC units, as they should be, as they've always should be, every 3 months or less, depending on the facility. We're not seeing as many catastrophic failures. That being said, you never know when one's going to let go on you in the middle of the winter. Our capital programming is kind of standardized based off our BCAs. So you will see in here, if we're doing capital today, a new roof on the flat side of Meaford and St. Vincent Community Center. That is contributing to a few factors. One, it's 15 years old. Roughly a flat roof lasts 15 to 20 years. Two, we know it has failed, it has leaked, and it is causing water damage into the arena. So that would be community center side. And three, when we did our building condition assessments this year, it was noted by the assessor there is problems, and recommended to do it now before we have any other problems. That is our biggest capital expense, to the tune of close to 200,000 to do that. That's the community center side, the flat top, all the way across the lobby side. Our other big expense this year is our boiler at Meaford Hall. That is to coincide. We're doing the chiller right now as we speak. The tower's been removed, the chiller's coming in, the pad's been poured, everything's going along. The boiler is the same age as the chiller. So if the chiller was time to go, the boiler is time to go. We've had that assessed by our BCAs and assessed by the current gentleman from Top Air that does our servicing. And he's like, your boiler is as old as the renovation. It's on borrowed time. It's working right now. Does that mean it's working tomorrow? The problem with equipment like that is lead time. So if that boiler fails now, I could be looking at 30 weeks to replace it. And we really don't want Meaford Hall going 30 weeks without proper heating. So the idea is to get ahead of it before it's really costing us a lot of money. That also being said, talking to Siemens, our BAS provider, there is methods of boilers now compared to 2006 that will be more efficient. You can go full electric, you can do hybrids, you can have gas electric. There'll be systems that help their dehumidification in the building. So right now we heat up the air in the summer and then cool it back down, which sounds inefficient when you're just trying to cool the building, but that is how we're dehumidifying that building currently in the summer. So we can run these new boilers that will run at a less heated water. So instead of running it at 80 degrees water, we can run it at 60 degrees water to still heat the building enough to dehumidify and reduce our green gases. But other than that, the other big one that came from BCAs, which I think is in one of our elective, for the council electives, is the sand dome. It was noted that the sand dome at Patrol B, which we've already had to do a shingle repair last year when we had that windstorm. But the wood inside it also is becoming damaged. So it was recommended through the BCAs that we do a full wood and shingle repair of that building in the next 1 to 3 years. It was the time frame they gave us. We put it in this year as something we want to make sure if it doesn't happen this year, it is on the docket, because it's another 189,000, I think, to the tax. Any questions?
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. First question will be for Justin then. Is there anything from the electives inside the facilities budget that we need to know about?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And second question, if I may, Your Worship, for Steve. 2025, we've always known as the year when accessibility requirements would have to be met. Where do we stand in terms of meeting all of those requirements for accessibility? I'm thinking of the change rooms at the arena, for example. I know a number of years ago, we looked at those and it was a number of millions of dollars to bump out that west wall and to build new change rooms. So just where do we stand overall in our facilities in terms of meeting accessibility
So the
requirements?
arena is one that is a concern. We haven't personally with the rec manager discussed major changes of what we can do. There is ideas of having them change and maybe moving the night's dressing room when we have to a different area in the building. To have that as the accessible option, that was something Tori, the engineering director, had presented to me as an option. Outside that, Woodford is in there to rebuild their ramp and entrance point to get into Woodford because the accessible ramp that's currently provided doesn't meet code. So in other words, the run on it is too long without having a break. So to think of someone trying to push a wheelchair all the way up, they don't have a break. So it's in here as a capital improvement this year to replace that ramp and front steps to become more accessible. We are we've gone through Meaford Hall to see what all needs to be done there. The biggest one that we're looking at right now is that box office for ticket selling. Doesn't meet code, so we're in the design part of the project of how do we design this to be more accessible? Yes, there's a spot for a wheelchair or someone that needs accessible needs to go, but it doesn't meet code either. I think it's only 30 inches wide, which isn't anywhere close to what it's supposed to be. So that is in the process of being replaced. We've gone through the rest of the building and all the grab bars are in good places. There's a few we got to move, but not many. The pole stations for fire are in good places. The elevator's working well, so that building is in pretty good shape. The administration office, we just redid the front service counter, as you guys are all aware. We made that front entrance quite a bit more accessible to meet code. It's good to go. But as a full audit, I haven't been a part of a full audit of all the buildings. But I think we're in very good condition other than the arena. The arena is a tough one. There's not a lot you can do there without spending, like you said, I think it was $12 million. But there is ideas that we do have if push comes to shove, we can make that dress room that Knights currently operate out of. Not saying that's what we're doing today or tomorrow, but that is an option to make that a dress room and then they can come through the lobby to get to the ice. But the hallway will never be accessible unless we blast it out. It's just not wide enough. And none of the showers are in that building without completely redoing the dress rooms. They all have a 3-inch lip that go from the dressing room part to the shower room part, the concrete lip.
Any follow-up to that? Or?
Just a quick follow-up, Your Worship. So in terms of that, does 2025 still stand as a date with the province that those legislative requirements must be met? What happens, to us because we can't do that? We can't make that.
I'll speak to what I know. My understanding is there is grandfather rules. If there's things you just can't do, like the arena, there's just things we can't do without spending millions of dollars. So there is some grandfather rules as long as we make arrangements to make certain areas of that building accessible. I don't believe I'm wrong on that, but I could very well be wrong. Because seems like the goalposts on that legislation keeps getting punted down because we're not the only one that are looking at millions of dollars to try and retrofit a building.
Sarah?
For you, Mayor Kentner, just in regards to the accessibility side of things, yes, I've been following up on that quite closely. As you can imagine, it touches near and dear to HR and health and safety side of things, as well as the fact that we as a municipality want to be a leader in this initiative. So I have spoken with the province. I've spoken with a few other municipalities just to take their view on this as well. I think what we're all in agreement from an HR perspective, there's going to have to be a lot of education to our businesses, to ourselves, to the different municipalities, but that the province, like Steve was saying, the goalposts keep moving as to what their blitz may look like. And that is because although, everything came to be in 2007, and then in 2020, they said you had 5 years to get things done. People, businesses, municipalities just aren't there yet. But we're going to have to make that a major initiative for 2025 is to look at what a plan will actually be and what we'll commit to. Thank you.
Other questions for Steve? Getting off light. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, not for Steve. I have a question for you, Kim. In the email you sent out, you went through the order of speakers and cultural services was there, but is not there.
We're going to get back to that. Absolutely. In fact, I was going to make just a slight amendment. I think we'll try to still have Sarah speak to cultural services, HR, also, and the museum. And then we'll break for lunch, and then come back to, I'll actually move my office, legislative services communication, to kind of the end of the day. And we'll actually bring Bart, Denise, and Holly right after lunch and then we'll kind of get back into the regular routine. And like I say, put my side of things at the end, just to get everybody kind of flowing.
So, next presenter, Sarah.
Thank you, Kim, and through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, end the page.
Yes. So we are going to move to, why don't we start with page 117, which is health and safety. And I'm going to try and not talk too much. I am hacking quite a bit, so I'm going to try and limit. 117, sorry, for health and safety. Oh, sorry, on the different set. Yes.
Page 24. Page 24.
Okay, is everybody good to go? As you will see, I'm not going to touch much on health and safety. Not much has changed from that perspective, except for the fact that the program has moved from under the HR umbrella under fire services. And that's just a good pairing of two groups together, because it's both handling emergency management, fire services, and then our health and safety as well. And I think when you look to the elective side of things, you will see where we have proposed a position for, it really does twofold, where it provides a fire prevention piece to it, but also provides a health and safety training component to it, which I think is extremely important. When I looked back at our contracted services for health and safety and for training, our costs have been astronomical in the fact that a lot of these things we do cover off within our some of our programs when new employees come on board, but also that we can offset with train the trainer as well. And so we are going to look towards health and safety excellence for our organization, because we do get a large discount when we join the program for the excellence program. I know you have talked about it previously, but it just has not been given the time that it needed. And so now that we've identified where it's going to sit and who it's going to be housed under, that's going to become one of the forefronts, because we can't do anything if we don't have health and safety with the organization. So really no great change there. Any questions on the health and safety side?
Councillor Greenfield.
Community of worship to Sarah. This in our enhancements, we have a health and safety officer. Now, when I first saw it, I thought, okay, this will not only be somebody who advises you not to let the jackhammer fall on your foot, but someone who will deal with mental health, depression. I think I'm learning that no, that's not going to be a part of this. Am I right, wrong?
Although it will become a component in the health and safety excellence program, it's not going to be that role's responsibility to house all of that. But we want to get to a place where you know, in conjunction with the province, with the different counties, being able to have our facilities that sit within the municipality of Meaford being, you know, mental health safe places that folks can come to. We want to have that accreditation, so that we have that, but that wouldn't be the main focus. Thank you.
Any other questions? You're off.
Well, then I'll keep on going. Next piece is the HR piece. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say 122, but
And I'm gonna say page 29.
I'll just be quiet on my front. And I think this, once everybody's there, I hope everybody is there. I think this goes quite nicely with CAO Buckham's comments at the beginning, along with some of the presenters that we have had here, is HR is often viewed as overhead to any organization, which is very true. However, we make sure that we keep the employees happy, healthy, and being able to go home to their spouses and what forth at the end of the day. That being said, we wanted to upgrade our department because in past, from my research that I've done with the community, HR has been kind of a in-house tool, then it was an out-of-house tool. We contracted some services, but as we continue to grow and as the complexities keep going with recruitment, you know, we talk about you know, wanting to have the best hirees that we can have here in the municipality. Well, that means we have to be competitive. HR is there to help do that market research, to help us be competitive, to listening to the employees, to doing that market research, to understand what the rest of the counties and province are looking at, because I think you need to have a wide array when we're looking at the salaries of our staff, the happiness of our staff, the morals, the culture that we want to embody. And so you'll see in the budget lines, there's not great changes to anything within the HR budget as well, except for the fact that, yes, like Kim was saying, we no longer have a health and safety coordinator. We've moved that into an HR business partner role. So that encompasses both the manager component and the coordinator component all into one. And so that's going to only benefit to help propel us as we want to become more competitive and looking outside the box to find that talent. I want our turnover to change dramatically. And we can only do that by building in-house a safe, thriving culture, or else we are going to see the changeover. The other piece to it too is much to what Kim has been saying and to what my colleagues are saying around the table. Inflation has really knocked us in the boots. And we are not standalone when we talk about that. I can say, as we all know, I don't come from this community per se, but I'm watching my own community going through it as well. And it's just unfortunately where we are at. But if you want the top people sitting at this table and doing the day-to-day work for the betterment of these communities, then we have to do proper assessments and make sure that we're being competitive with the market.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm sure everybody's gonna ask the $1.825 million in the contracted services. Nothing budgeted before or after. So just a little explanation on exactly how that works.
Can I ask you that?
Yeah. Actually,
Kim's going to talk to that.
I was going to say, and I want to just double check that this is actually the speculated or proposed potential COLA. So again, we don't actually, just double check. Yeah, I don't want to say anything wrong. So we don't actually apply it individually. It's all in one portion, right? Yep.
So currently, if you look at that department, you'll see a reserve transfer from the same, for the same amount. So what we've done is we've just said our calculated number based on the CPI and the COLA and everything, we're thinking it's about this amount. And we've put that in as a placeholder, also taking it from reserves. And I've gone through and I've tried to find it in various reserves to come up to that same amount. That number doesn't affect our bottom line or our tax rates currently. That would only affect it next year, once the pay grid has been revised.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship, through you to either Sarah or Barry. I was wondering about this huge number in for contracted services. First of all, I was surprised. It says there's a donation of almost that same amount from reserves. I didn't think we had an HR reserve that huge. So I'm assuming it's from other reserves. And I guess I was wondering, there's nothing budgeted for 26, 27. And I'm just wondering, are all this going to get put into place in 1 year? Is that practical or possible? And if not, where will the money come from for the next year?
We've built into the budget a $30,000 approximately for a pay grid review. And then the other portion of that is what we're estimating to be what that amount's going to be. If it comes in lower, that's great. If it comes in higher, hopefully not. But what we've done is I've taken a few reserves. So I've cleaned out the HR reserve, and I've taken a bit from the working capital, and I've taken a bit from somewhere else, trying to come up with the covering of that amount. That's how I've gone about doing it.
But I think to your point about the impact, so depending on when that review actually occurs throughout the year, because it's coming from a reserve, whether or not it happens in 2025, 2026, whatever year it happens is when we'll use the reserve. The impact following, and if I'm understanding your question, is what is the forecast for labor after that? We won't have a good sense of that until we have a market review. We didn't, and again, totally correct me if I'm getting my dates wrong. The last time we did a market review on grid 1 through 9 was prior to 2020. Tell me.
We did a grid review in 2021, I think late fall, and it was not on the whole grid. I think it was everything below 6 was not completed. Everything above 6 was. So currently what should happen is the whole grid should be reviewed, not just a portion of it.
So it'll depend on what, and again, it's very hard to know because it's been so long since the 1 through 6 has actually been reviewed. And I do think at one point in time it was, when was the initial grid developed? What year was that? 2016? 2016 is when I think, so back to that point of 1 through 6 hasn't been evaluated for such time that we can't, it's hard for us to speculate exactly besides doing comparisons across our neighbors. And so that's what we used. We also used just to, to have a second look, we used CPI over the cumulative amount. So again, that's why we had a top and a bottom range. But like Val said, the range in which it could come out, we don't really know until we have that review. And then by using the reserves, we can determine and bring forward, what that looks like and how much we are going to spend in any given year. Just because of the, like I say, just the duration of time on that.
Let's go with Councillor Bartley and
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. So what I'm being told is the years where CPI was 10.5%, staff is going to make up for that and get 10.5 for that year, 4.7, and it's going to be $1.8 million.
No, I think that's I'll say, was one of the points of reference to see where we fall. So that was, like you say, a 1 year anomaly. The year before that, it was down to, or sorry, 2 years before that, it was 0.04, I think. So it was more about an average across, and it was one of the points of reference. We also used COLA, and then we also used some of those grids. I don't want to name a name, but we used the job description from ours to the job description in another municipality neighboring ours, just to see, are they similar job descriptions? And then what were they posting that position at? And we use that number as well as a way to estimate. But I think that's where this one truly is just a ballpark, and we won't know until we actually have a review. And then it'll have to come to a decision, and as well deciding whether or not we use reserves for that or not. But in order to put something in, a placeholder in today, yeah, we wanted to put something to start this conversation and to be transparent that we need to do something. I just don't have an actual firm number, but it wasn't just, take the highest year and determine that's what everybody's going to get. We used a bit more of averaging and then some comparisons to job descriptions and the current salaries for those jobs.
Yes, I seen the chart that you've put in here on CPI over the last years. I've seen it in other municipal budgets. They're not trying to make up for lost ground, but we are. So the 1.8 or $10.8 million is now going to go to $12 million for salaries. Is that correct?
I'm looking at Val's concerned face. I think, is that right? I think it sounds right. The total salary component in say after this, and let's say the wage grid from 1 through 6 goes up because it hasn't been reviewed. I don't know, let's say it goes up 20%. Those, depending on how many people we have in those positions, 1 through 6, we'd have to look out, I don't know if that right now would mean, we did do some of this analysis. So if you have these numbers in your head, Val, tell me. But the 1 through 6, if they went up 20% because they're the most likely to have the biggest jump versus the ones that were in the grid, say grids 10 through 16, I want to say, those won't have that kind of jump because they were reviewed 2 years ago. So they would be more likely to have maybe a 3%, 5%, not too sure. But we do know that the bottom half, if you will, the 1 through 6 will have the biggest increase. Those are also the ones, like I say, that it may look more like, I think the average is 17, right, over the CPI versus COLA was 17. So if it's 17%, they are more likely to get closer to 17 than the grids 10 through whatever the top was, because that one was already done. And I couldn't tell you the ratio, but I bet you actually, Justin, because we did do the ratio, how many employees, number of employees are under the grid 1 through 9? Do you still have that somewhere handy? Anyways. Yeah. So I know that the team has looked at those numbers, but, and that kind of, like I say, was a leveling effect, to just 1 year of CPI wasn't the total, amount. And it certainly wouldn't be for, all staff.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council gave a directive for the policy. For budget deliberation, consideration will be implied at 1%. This cost of living, these other discussions will be up to council to do that. So having a forethought on where this is going, I believe that this should be a directive of council. And if we need to have a meeting to talk about where we want to go with our staff, Councillor Urick and I were on the board of directors, Gray Solvable Conservation. We had the same conversations. It's got nothing to do with whether or not we appreciate staff, nothing at all about money. And that's why we're here. So the starting point should have been presented at 1% with latitude given to council to move on from there or retain at 1%.
So just for clarification, the 1% is in there, and that is this review portion is, as you can see, kind of like a placeholder, and it's an in and an out because we don't, besides an estimate, which is a big number. And like I say, we will absolutely bring it back to council when we have that review, and what it looks like at that point in time. So we just wanted to do the.
Be? I mean,
Sorry,
the review is in the 2025 budget. Are we going to raise taxes up to 40%? And in case that by 2026, we're going to be paying, you know, so much, I'm just lost here.
Okay, so I'm wondering, Val, just wondering if my language is also not quite hitting the mark. So I want to answer that in the no, it's not actually affecting the tax right now because of it being used in a reserve. So it's being, I'll say, not impacting the bottom line. And Val, correct me if I'm wrong, but because of that, it's coming out of the reserve, not being attached to the tax levy. It's in the following years. And we won't know the impact in the following years until we actually know the actual amount of that review. And at that time, how many positions are within 1 through 6 in the pay grid versus the other pay grids. And I do suspect that each grid will be a slightly different amount because not just inflation, but specialties and or resources in certain areas. And I'll use planners, for example. So they might not travel at the market same amount as I'll say CPAs, accountants, right? So there might be a slightly different amount that the market adjustment will be for those positions. So there is a lot of variables that go into these reviews, which is why, you know, there's a number of folks that we reach out to do the review. We've been with the same person for 4 to 5 years doing our reviews. So every job description, you know, they confirm that it fits within what level of the grid. But that would mean, like I say, we'd be looking to do a whole grid review of where does that sit. And because we have changed, like I say, even in the positions, if we have, say, 10 people in grid levels 1 through 6 versus 20 people, it makes a very big difference to the actual amount that we would need to put away and to the impact in 2026, 2027, and therefore. So I do think, to your point, Tony, it is absolutely council's decision, and you will you know, kind of see that going forward, because right now we just have a really high level estimate.
Thank you for that consideration. So I have never been a fan of looking around and saying where we are compared to someone else. I am a very much municipality of Meaford has a pay grid, and this is what we pay. And if we find through the HR department that when we advertise, we are not getting applications because individuals look for what their compensation is going to be, that falls back on the responsibility of the sitting council. I do appreciate HR saying we're behind, we haven't had a review, we're not looking good and all of that. I understand that. But I believe that we should be in a position where we say, if you wish to be employed, we have a pay grid and the sitting council has determined that the municipality of Meaford has this pay grid and this is where we're at. And getting a report in the future to say that we can't attract, and even worse, we lose because individuals look around. We need to hear that when that occurs. And asking for reserves to be taken to do this, again, the removal of reserves is to the sitting council. We've got so many things where I've got ideas where I'd like reserves to come, and to be straight, this was not one of the areas. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, did you have your hand up?
I did, and a lot of my questions have been answered, but yeah, I think we look to reserves when we're in, you know, the situation that we are. So yeah, that's going to have to be an ongoing conversation. But a quick question, Kim. So while you're looking at this, are you looking at this grid review from the perspective of us being in the 55th percentile, or what is your number?
I don't have a number, I'll be honest with you. That's not kind of, I'll say, I'm not going to put a preposition like value on. I'd actually like to see what the expert tells us and to see what that looks like. I know that they'll factor in things like average house prices in our neighborhood, in our town. They'll look at again, it goes back to the scarcity and or abundance of that particular job and what they're performing. They look at different risks. So I think my overarching is not to use assumptions and not to put false parameters on things, but hear the information straight and then, like I say, kind of bring out the pros and the cons and the ways in which we can work with it. That would be the process I would take. So I don't have a number per se right now of where we would fit. I also think in this case, some of our neighbor, you know, it's hard to compare ourselves. I think Georgian Bluffs is probably the closest comparable to us. You know, I think on either side of Owen Sound and Blue Mountains, it's a very different demographic and a different group, but we are in competition with the workforce because of proximity. So although I don't think we can necessarily always compete where they are, but they would be considerations that I bring forward so you can see, because back to the comment around, will we lose people to those areas? Absolutely. Are people already very aware of the, you know, salary ranges in those neighboring communities? Absolutely, they are. I do think, and I remember having a good conversation with Rob Urich about this. I think culture means a lot. I think there's a lot of other things in Sarah's comments about health and safety, about support from council, that's something as scary as it is, but that's something that's actually quite unique to our culture to have the support of council. So we don't always have to have a dollar value that's on par with a neighbor, but we do have to recognize the good things we have in our culture and to bring those forward. So again, I think where we might not have you know, some of the dollars, we have a, you know, a great compensation package. And like I say, I think the culture is only getting better. So I really truly believe some of those things are what people will weigh out. And if they can live in the community they work, I think a lot of people also want to, you know, live and work in the same place. So again, just drawing some of those types of things out to be differentiators in the workforce will be important.
Councillor Urich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Kim. Everybody's right. This is tough. So my question is, because we're throwing a dart and hitting a number, And to the mayor's point, we can't even guess then what year 2 and 3 look like from that. Is this something we should be doing this year? Because it would have been great if we'd have, had this in place to say, we know what that number is now, we can budget accordingly. Is this something we should be budgeting actually for 2026? Once we've had that report from the consultant, that we can then put a definitive number on it. And that way you even have a year 2, 3 projection on it after that, because then you're working from actual hard numbers. So again, I don't like kicking things down the road either, because this is real time problems now. If we are having trouble retaining or acquiring talent, but by the same token, it concerns me a little when we're just playing with imaginary numbers as opposed to actual real numbers provided by consultancy.
And again, I think that's where it's important to note this isn't affecting the current bottom line or the 6.3%.
Well, the only reason why I would say it is
Sorry.
because in case of Tony, we might be using reserve somewhere else to help alleviate a pinch point somewhere else. And if we are now eliminating that 1.8 or 1.8 from reserves, we know that that's carved out and we're not going to touch it.
And so what I would say is, and again, this is where, to your point about the total sum amount, we could have put, and I think at sometimes we were as low as a then because to your point, it is a guess, right? We've done a few ways of looking at it to know that we were at least going to fall under, right? That was our concern mostly, to make sure that we had somewhere in the reserves, because it would wipe out the HR reserve in total. But there were 2 others that, like I say, Val found to make up the cumulative amount. Overall, if we do push this off, I do think it will be, especially without the discussion, I do think it would be difficult for staff. And I do think we would have, some of those kinds of concerns that come with, we're going to have to wait another couple of years to see, again, specifically for that group that's already in the 1 to 6 grid that haven't had a review since quite some time. So I think it would, at this point, not be, a good thing for the culture. So I prefer us to, action it, talk about it, get to a place. And that's why we wanted to go through varying different, formulas to come to a number, because we want to show staff we are taking this seriously and we are looking to action it. And we do recognize that they could be working, at a neighboring group for $20,000 to $30,000 more. And when milk is, and the basics of foods, it's the balance, right? It's knowing that a lot of these employees also live here in Meaford, and as tax, like it's all the balance. So like you say, I think there's everybody's right. There is no wrong, and it is a whole nother conversation. But we need more information that's very specific to what are the numbers we're dealing with. So I think that portion will come, but we needed to have some sort of placeholder today. If you're looking to use reserves for other things, absolutely. I think we want to be able to put that into these numbers as well. And I think that, that conversation certainly is going to come on Friday, I see. And certainly I think Val and I are also prepared to make some recommendations of what that looks like so that we can, kind of come to a realistic and somewhat reasonable number at the end of the day for the budget.
Well, I'd just like to, if I may, to acknowledge that this is the first time you've, been in this position of developing a budget for us. And what you may not know, Kim, is that in I think I've been 6 years on council now, and every year it's the same story. We tend to leave this discussion until we believe we have the budget somewhere where we are not going to be tarred and feathered and, run out of town. So forgive us if we feel that we would like to really have our budget discussion and come back to this issue as opposed to signing off on it at this point in time. Is that, am I somewhere close to the feelings of council or Councillor Yuri?
To a point, I agree. I think the point Val and Kim are making is that on the surface, right off the top, it's not affecting the budget number or so that's that. It's only if we start digging into it. Tony, you alluded earlier about Grace Sobel and what we kind of landed at. And again, everything is talking about impact, and if it happens to be reserve money, we're pulling back to try and lower that number. Did you consider as well, not necessarily making this a 1-year initiative? Because what Grace Sobel did was they said, we let's look at it over 2 or 3 years. So once again, it was less impactful on the organization. You could spread that out, but it still showed to staff and culture that you are looking to make the effort. It's just you're spreading that cost over time to soften the blow.
And I think that certainly is, again, a recommendation if, I think that's part of the conversation. And to your point, Ross, about putting this at the end, I think it's actually very integral to part of the conversation, and it creates the end, if you will. So I think just like everything being presented, you're not being asked to approve it in this moment. Please, in fact, don't. We don't have enough information. But I think it's to walk you through the work and the deliverables in 2025 and the conversations that we will need to have in decisions and direction on. This is one of many. But I do think we need to have something as a placeholder to ensure staff, we are taking it seriously and they're not the last to be thought of, because I don't think that reflects our actual attitudes towards staff.
I saw the hands, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. So in the past few years, we have never used 1%. That's a starting point to put in a budget. We did a calculation on the average of what everybody else in Grey County was getting, and that's basically what staff got. To be blunt, I am sick and tired of every municipality pitting each other against each other to up the ante. I agree with Councillor Bell. We have a Meaford pay scale. This is what we pay, and it's fair. I will be bringing a motion forward, and I hope I get council support, because I've already talked to other people in the county, other councillors. I want to drop all reference to CPI, and I want to drop all reference to the 50th percentile in our pay scale. I want us to come up as council what staff will get each year, and it'll be fair and equitable to the rest of the county. But I'm going to drop the CPI off of the mandate for raises, and I'm going to ask to stop the 50th percentile. That will be coming shortly. I just want you to think about that over lunch.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else want to weigh in at this point? So do we have another presentation, I think? Oh, sorry, Tony. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just quickly. So comment has been rendered about hiring a consultant. And from my experience, probably have to write a check for about $50,000 to get a consultant. And it's just a number. And what happens from my experience is that the consultant works pretty much 100%, all due respect, with staff. Sitting council probably doesn't get 2 minutes. Okay, so we get a report. So it's really tough when you hire a consultant and then the consultant comes and tells you what you really should do because they are the professional. And then council decides, well, thank you for that. We've spent some money, but we're probably not going to go with that. My point. I believe we have a real true professional sitting across from me. A real true professional. And I would like to not spend that 50 grand, but I would like to, as a directive, part of your workload, when that's necessary, I would really trust your comments. I would. And I would really take them solidly to heart. I would. So that's where I'd like to see internally with our professional that we have talk to us. I just leave that with you.
That's another motion that I think we'd be happy to entertain as we try and whittle this, insane budget down. So, is there another report? Yes, okay, let's do that. And
In the essence of time, I'd like to let Eric go ahead for cultural services, just to add his piece in here, if I may. Sorry to bounce a little bit through the agenda, but it's.
Do we have a
He kind
page?
of jumped over this poor guy.
Okay. I think it's just, I think it's just Meaford Hall we're discussing. And as I mentioned before, is basically taking the existing numbers and moving forward with them with small increases. We try to conserve the expenses and retain the revenues. So there really isn't too much to discuss in. Yep.
Yep, so that'll be page 124.
So specifically, you're talking about just the program.
Yes, specifically, as Kim's mentioning, speaking about the programming, advertising promotions, basically all the lines that you can see on pages 125 are the revenues and expenses for Meaford Hall. But basically did a look backwards, 2022 until the actuals of 2024, which have changed since the report was put through, but and basically came forward with those numbers.
sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Eric. So my question is, and I don't really have a big problem with any of the numbers. I just have a question. Val, to your point, the previous year actual, we're actually about 2/3 of the total. So on the revenues, I'm just curious that the box office fees show 21,000 budget for previous year, 27,000 this year, but previous year actuals are like 46, if that's only 2/3 of the year. I'm just wondering why that's so low. Same with concession revenues. And if you go down to the bottom, both rental revenue, ticket revenue, all four of those items are lower than where the actuals are right now. And if that's 2/3 of the total of the year, they're going to be much higher. So I'm just wondering why we're only or projecting such low estimation of revenue coming in.
The revenue numbers come from the departments. So we could review that and see if we can find some additional revenues in there and maybe search out to see where we're at and if there are shows coming up or whatever to see and possibly increase the revenue.
We couldn't hear you, Kim. Sorry.
Just my comment was, it's a conservative revenue based on, again, it's right now coming out of COVID. I think this is actually our first year that we'll see a really, turn of what that looks like. But yeah, I think when I was looking at the forecasted amount, that was the explanation, just around, let's not, kind of count too much in this trend that's obviously possibly going to be back into our sweet spot of stable. But also, I think there's a margin of about 600,000 between what we spend and the expenses and the revenue. So my thoughts were in 2025 is to start doing more analysis on closing that gap, but keeping revenue where it is and just hoping that we can bring down the expenses. Again, that's a little bit of tailoring the shows to the audience and making sure that we're, if you will, not, really making sure that we're getting feedback from the folks that are heading out to the shows. Not so much, I'll say, I don't think that there is much chance taking, but I think we can do some analysis on the shows themselves and then close that gap.
So is that based on the types of show? Because I presumed, having spoken with Alex about the number of shows that were in the previous year and what projected. So, I mean, if we're working on the same numbers, prices don't tend to go down as we've discussing. So
exactly.
I hope that
I think it's the types of shows and different production groups have different costs as well. So there's also, we have exclusivity sometimes to a certain show. Other times they can also be a show just down the road. So we do have some mechanisms to use. And I think we probably just want to be a little bit more active in managing those shows. And then I think there is some other opportunities and some ideas to talk about, you know, through the summer times, like different types of shows that might, again, novelty and new, and potentially find that we have an increase only because we haven't done that type of show or have that type of theater here in quite some time. So we just need to get, I think, a little bit more, like I say, active on the bookings and where we want to go.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Kim, I've asked this question before, but not since you've been here, so I'll ask you. Because I often think about how a ticket price is set. Do we know a cost for a bum and a seat? Because there's all the overhead that goes into putting one person in one seat. And how do we, from that number, evaluate? And I know we have to be competitive with the other theaters around us, but is there a way of determining a ticket price, recognizing that we're now, most of our shows are sold out or close to it? And what kind of is the threshold of what people will pay to see a certain artist?
Absolutely. So all of that actually very much that cost accounting, if you will, we need to do, I think, more because it does also change every year. So why it's good to ask that question every year, because every year utilities change, like the cost of maintenance, because you're in a different cycle of the building. Whether or not we also do a different strategy with resourcing. And I'm, you know, again, right now we do have ushers and bartenders and those kind of components, which again, I'm not suggesting that we wouldn't want those. So it is looking with that extra lens to determining, and that's exactly what I propose that we do in 2025 to close the gap between the cost of the bum and the seat and what the ticket price is. And so right now, like I say, last year in 2023, actually, sorry, Val, it was $600,000 between the difference between the revenue and expense. And I think before COVID, we were sitting more around $200 or $200,000, sorry. And so it is looking at, can we do that? Can we bring in exciting shows that bring the people out to distribute, you know, as much across all of the audience as possible? The cost of running the hall, because running the hall is a little bit more firm fixed with some elements. And then the staffing components, it doesn't matter if you have one person or you have 100 people coming in. But there is a threshold. When you get 200 people coming in, you might need that extra staffing. So that's where I think we do need to do more work in 2025 to just refine that gap.
No more questions? And is that the entire report?
That's it.
Okay, yeah. I noticed prices going up quite dramatically, actually, and I also notice fewer empty seats. And despite the economic situation, what I will say is happening is that when I sit down, I talk to people from Huntsville, people from Toronto, people from London, people from Peterborough. So it's all going in the right direction. I think the numbers are too low, to be honest. That is to say, the revenue numbers are too low. But
we can go back and look at that and see if we can get those numbers. I'm not sure when these numbers were updated. No, sorry, I'm talking about just revenues from Meaford Hall.
if I were the staff, and nobody knows better than they do how it is growing and prospering, so I would not be happy with the equation that is shown there with less at a time when we're seeing more. Sarah?
I'm just going to jump in and just add to that piece. I think, you know, us being a little bit conservative maybe in some of those numbers also take into consideration some of the resourcing that we've had some challenges with at the hall, of no fault of the municipalities or anybody else's, but we are trying to manage that piece as well. So I think, you know, once we move into the new year with budget and things like that, we'll be able to sit down a little bit more and determine those pieces a little bit better, and based on resourcing and who's, you know, putting the directive forward.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. On the topic of Meaford Hall, I have had a brief experience working with folks at the hall, and excellent people to work with. Very professional, very thorough, very persistent, but a great group there. And I know a few years ago, before COVID struck, we were getting close to actually, you know, breaking even at the hall. And I think if the current financial situation in our country gets straightened out, hopefully someday in the future, that will happen again. It's a great entertainment center, and it still hasn't reached its potential. It's going to only get better. We've just got to be supportive, and if the good folks who are there now keep up the good work, and we continue to get people who are as dedicated to the hall in the future, it's going to be a big asset to our municipality.
Okay, see no more questions. Are we
I'm going to keep on going just while we have this last one, and I'm going to keep on the good roll that we have going and all the positive of Meaford Hall. The last one here that I am going to chat with you about is our museum. It is an amazing little museum for Meaford. I can tell you, being a history buff myself, I have been to I was corrected over the weekend, almost every museum in Ontario.
Sorry, Sarah, if I can just jump in, that's page 50.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So not a lot of changes with the museum piece. Obviously, it's to continue to enhance the culture and educational offerings that we can provide the community. And one of the big asks for the museum this year is that we have 1.5 FTEs sitting at the museum right now, based on health and safety, based on best practice, based on the fact of the professionalism that we want to take the museum. What we're asking for is an extra 0.5 FTE for that museum. And I have some numbers that may be able to help you guys get behind the additional half FTE. In 2024, let me put it this way. In 2023, we had 3,950 visitors to our museum. I think, you know, the 150th and all the campaigning that went on with that just only helped to project the museum. But I'm really proud to say, and proud of our museum staff, 10,003 people through our museum to date. So that's 6,053 more than 2023. And I think we've really worked towards working with our volunteer staff at the museum. But as the world changes, as folks potentially have to go back to work due to inflation and things like that, to lean on the volunteers to be able to pick up the pieces for the one person running around to work that museum, to curate the museum, to come up with new ideas, to work with the province. We're asking one person to do that. We've got 1.5 right now. And if we had 2, then we'd be able to take this in a different direction. And I think the numbers are showing we're coming back from the pandemic big time. And I think we just have an opportunity to take the museum in great places. Thank you.
I don't see any hands up just yet, but I'd just like to say what an enormous contribution to the success of our sesquicentennial from the museum and all of the way the museum supports Meaford Hall too, with displays is certainly amazing. And in my view, we've had the museum on life supports for the last while. And I don't know where this is all going to shake out, but I want to, salute the museum staff for what they achieve with what they have. Councillor Yurick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo that because I'm actually working with them on Christmas on the Bay stuff, and they're going to be displaying, and they're just great to work with. My only question is, and I have no problem with the extra half FTE. I don't think it's a huge ask. I'm just wondering why it showed when the budget was 28.9 last year that we actually had an actual of 804. The previous year actual was 804. It just seemed abhorrently low for some reason. I'm not sure why.
And I don't have an answer for you right now. I'll get an answer for you. Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield, did I see your hand up? No? Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kent. You're on the same page. Your salary full-time doesn't really change, so that ask isn't on this page.
Okay. Is that all the presentations for this morning?
So I think what we should do is pause for lunch and then come back and then do building bylaw and planning, if that makes sense, and we'll pick up from there. So we'll take a 30-minute. Would that be all right for everybody? Give us enough time to. Okay, thank you.
Then we are temporarily adjourned. Good afternoon, everyone. We're ready to resume our budget session. We are missing a couple of counselors who I'm sure will appear shortly. In the meantime, we do have quorum and we will proceed. So over to you, Kim. Do we know what page that might be
Yeah,
on?
we're just getting there, Holly.
That'll be 139.
Thank you.
Welcome, Holly.
Been here before. Oh, hello, your worship, fellow counselors and staff. I just wanted to touch base on mine. There's not really much change within my division. As we all know, we do service for calls. We're more of a reactive than a proactive basis. We do some requirements proactively, which is the Memorial Park patrolling and that duty and service through Memorial Park and after hours. We also do animal control, which is proactive, and parking is proactive. A bit of signage, but really anything that's liability in nature is what we do. But mostly we maintain the still calls for service. We're still at 800. We've been at 800, maybe more, for approximately 5 years. And then enlightened to Kim, the only really big change in our division is we structured it differently. We've tiered the division, and the thought process is to do succession planning. This may be my last council because I can retire in about a couple of years. So it may not be, but we'll see how it goes. But I think that's the need that needs to be addressed, and look at that forward momentum and why we took a look at the job descriptions that we had before us and why we looked at 1, 2, and 3 and tier the division, and also look at seasonals to ensure that we meet the needs that the community needs. To ensure that, we look at the compliance model, we look at what the council would like us to do is enforce the laws, but we also have statutes that we enforce too, which is the building code, and we also enforce under property standards. So the only thing that's different is the staffing. That's the component that's different, but other than that, everything is very similar within our budget process. I can go through the lines, but I can open the questions, whatever you guys would like.
Questions for
Yeah.
Holly?
Questions? Councilor Yerick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you're not going anywhere. So the only one is obviously the salary wages and obviously the 303 versus the 202, and I'm presuming that's just more bodies for the road.
Yeah, so through you, your worship, to Councillor Yerg is the basics for it's what we sustain now. It doesn't include what we're going to think about proposing or what we're moving forward with STRs. What we have now is what we need and create. There was some changes within the organization. We made an MLEO1 compliance officer, which really takes the calls for the day-to-day of our operations. Most OPP, they have dispatchers. We don't have a dispatcher. Technically, that's me on a good given day, but I do a lot of other little things. And I think, as Kim says, she needs me to do other things. But yeah, it's really the restructuring of tiering it to 1, 2, and 3, looking at their responsibilities as well.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Holly. And I can't believe that you're getting that close to retirement. We don't.
I know, it's wonderful.
Not for us, it's not.
I'm not going to be smiling. I try not to smile so much, but anyways.
But you love your job just as much.
I do love my job, and that's why I stay. Yeah.
So just thinking of the staffing and the additional staffing and the number of full-time and part-time and so on, does that still at this current budget then provide us basically with the Monday to Friday 9 to 5 type hours? That's not going to give us any evening or weekend coverage.
Yeah, so how we operate through you, your worship, to Council Keating, is how we operate is we have 2 issues. We use the summer schedule and the winter schedule. So in the summer schedule, we do the proactive enforcement in Memorial Park. So basically we do 96 hours of patrol. Every week we patrol the parks at 96 hours. So what we work is Monday to Thursday, 8:30 to 5:30. Thursday we work till 10 o'clock. Friday we work to midnight, and Saturday work to midnight. So that's our summer hours, and we work Saturday and Sunday. Moving in the winter months, we work Monday to Friday because we don't have the Memorial Park. But it should stay the same of what we do now, and it's not including anything with the short-term accommodation or any of those reports. My staff is available Friday night and Saturday night till midnight now, and currently 2 officers are there because of safety and numbers, but they're there from Memorial Park. We do monitor the harbor as well because we had some safety concerns there, also Legion Park as well. But it doesn't include any additional calls that we would go on to short-term accommodations, no.
I could ask you a question if I may on Legion Park. I've had more calls from ratepayers about Legion Park than anywhere else in the municipality, and I find it difficult to understand it. What I'm told is that it is a haven for drug abuse.
Well, through you, your worship, I'd say it's not a haven for drug use. It's people within the Legion, they don't have vehicles. A lot of them go to the Legion Park. There's a group of people that congregate there. They're harmless to me. They may interact differently with others, but whenever we've attended or addressed those concerns during our patrols, it's always been a open conversation with them.
Just for what it's worth, some of the parties that have called me complain about the fact that they're always cleaning up needles and things that they feel are dangerous to other users of the park. So they claim it is like a center for consuming.
Yeah, again, your worship, I think the thing is that's not just one of the avenues within the community. There is several that are out there with that. Legion Park is one of them. We do have an area that they do go there. However, it's in close proximity of other people where they're living, so it's easy for them to access that park.
Thank you.
It's not just dedicated to that park, it's just the walkability of others, would you say, instead of drivability of others.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. That makes me think of another question, and Holly, stop me if I'm crossing any lines here, but in terms of homelessness, and we know this is impacting every municipality, and I know over the summer I had calls about, tents and so on around the river area. Can you talk to us at all about how this is impacting Meaford? What is going on in that regard here? And do you have the resources to assist people?
Through you, your worship, to Deputy Mayor, I think the key is we're not the only ones. It's widespread homelessness. It does happen here in Meaford. We see a lot of it where people are evicted from places and then they're homeless. We have means and we connect with Grey County. We connect with OPP if we need them. And then we have the numbers and we fan out and give them the availability of what they could do to help themselves. But it's up to them and the person if they want the help. And that's where we come in that struggle, is because it's not, we'll give every tool and need to give them, however, they have to want that help. And we work well with the other agencies, our local agencies, to assist them. But is it increasing? Yeah, it's increasing 100%. Yeah, people are more open to confrontation than communication now as well. And that's a big part of us as well, is people aren't open to, hey, yeah, sure, I'll get that done, thanks. They're like, what? Forget it. So then we have to go to the next level. And that's what's changed a lot in our society, is we used to get compliance, no problem, done a file in an hour. Now it doesn't happen like that. It's easy 2-3 hours working on the file, working on what's needed, may need to go to court, but still doesn't solve the problem. So, and that's where we look at the other agencies to assist us, which is Grey County, Housing, United Way, and we have that network, and we're trying to get the network right now with OPP and my division as well as lined up with fire in order to assist our community members that are in need.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's occurred to me, conversation goes on. Second question is regarding cameras. So again, under IT, we've got camera upgrades and consolidation, but I'm not sure that relates to the same thing as security scenario. And again, when you talk about people wanting more policing, OPP, policing in general. And again, I know we're running into Pipita concerns of just about privacy concerns. But it almost seems to me under the auspice of security that cameras in difficult spots that are able to be used if there are trouble spots are some things that I don't know whether we've considered or what we could look into, and whether that should fall under that budget, because it would come under the auspice of security and enforcement, and particularly in conjunction with working with the police. When I was with a certain internet company in town, we did have cameras, and they came and asked us, can we access these? Because we need to look and see if we can find things. So today's technology, in today's society, these are becoming more prevalent. It just strikes me as odd that we're not kind of entertaining that.
If I may, your worship, to Councillor Yurg, is with cameras, that is IT. I've talked to Mark because that's under his envelope, and he does have a huge process in place now. We've had to use the camera system in order to deal with a matter within the library, and it assisted us. And we dealt with the matter with the library to assist library for their safety. So we do that. However, if I ever wanted to go that next step to charge that person or to remove it through a trespass, then there's a process that needs to be placed. And Mark has those steps and what we need to do, how we safeguard it, how we it's all continuity of evidence, and we can't break any laws, of course. So we just have to make sure what we do. It's something like with our safety. A lot of people in our association says we should be wearing body cameras or something along that line to protect ourselves at times. But that's why we do the double person with us. But all my years, I've done it for 23 now. This is the first year we had to go buy vests. So my staff does have scratch and resistant vests because we've been in a couple of scenarios that have been underliningly a bit nerve-wracking. So, but now we've purchased those because my job is to protect them and to have the PPE to have that. And that's where the world is moving. And we need to really recognize this as a community, as council, as staff, and to protect not myself, but also my staff that are doing the job.
Oh, Councillor Fording. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Holly. Hi, Holly.
Hi.
Of course, Meaford is becoming a more progressively pet-friendly community. So I just kind of like to know a little bit about the enhancement of the animal control program. Specifically, what would it look like? The public awareness campaign about responsible pet ownership. I think that's absolutely critical. I just want to know how, what would that look like?
Through you, your worship, to Council Porter, is I think the biggest thing for that program is we have to build awareness up and let people know what we're doing and go door to door, explain the responsibility. My goal for Q1 of 2024 is to write a new law for animal control, which would assist us with right now we review under Dog Owners Liability Act. So we want to bring those provisions within our law. So then I don't have to use the provincial statute. So that's one of the goals to do and to streamline that. Looking at we're involved with the Georgian Triangle promoting. We go to their program, the Walkathon. We've been a member of that every year. We do that every year. I think I've been with Georgian Triangle when it started in Collingwood, and I've seen it grow and become magnificent facility that it is. And that's why our pound facilities are there, because they do treat the animals quite well, and they're very responsible in obtaining and rehoming those dogs. But I think the biggest thing is my plan is to do a door-to-door campaign and to make sure that people are being responsible. We really have a lot of dog animal control calls with regards to abuse, with regards to biting, and they're quite stringent in harming to others, and my job is to protect public safety. I can easily say I've gone to court now 5 times this year for dogs that have bitten, and we've had to euthanize a couple dogs based on that criteria, and we need court orders for that.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I apologize for my tardiness. This is probably to Val. So the increased money going to enforcement, will that come out of the tax rate, or is it going to be charged back to Memorial Park revenues? I see Memorial Park revenues has gone up over 100,000. So the increased enforcement wouldn't hit the tax rate, Am I correct in that?
We have a portion of chargeback to Memorial Park from bylaw. Of the whole amount, I'm not sure.
Won't be the whole amount. I don't know the percentages though, unfortunately.
Well, the payroll recovery from Memorial is going up
100.
$118,000. And that's basically what the enforcement is going up. So is my question, would that need a
Offset.
tax rate implication or is it coming out of the revenues?
Memorial Park is completely like revenue neutral, so whatever we've charged back to there is gonna be not affecting the tax rate. Yeah.
Sorry, I think we need to take away to find out the portion of the new position that would be charged to Memorial Park, if at all. Again, I believe, and Polly, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the new position is the kind of dispatch compliance, which wouldn't necessarily be doing increased patrol down at Memorial. So I just want to make sure that I give these guys a couple of minutes or a day or so just to confirm. And because right now it reads that we didn't do any additional chargeback for the Memorial patrol, that it'll be the same, there won't be an increase in Memorial Park patrol.
But on page 142 of the budget, payroll recovery is going up
Okay, so
$112,000.
that's the part. So
Yeah,
then they
there
are
is.
putting a portion of it back. If that's the
Yeah.
case, yeah.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Bartley, just a quick question is, I did notice the chargeback of that amount and put it through. I think the biggest thing is we did some reorganization, as our CAO mentioned, and one critical element of one person that's been reorganized within the division was a main critical part of my department. So she's done other things and moved on for being more health and safety, and that leaves a huge void in my division. So I needed to replace that person and to ensure that I had that person and the longevity and sustainability to ensure I had that person.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, your worship. Holly, I recognize that in the electives, there is one that looks at signage, but in any event, on my particular walks anyway, Georgian Trail and through beautiful Joe Park and so on, I will often see dogs off leash, and I recognize we are a dog-friendly community for sure, and I support that, but I'm just wondering about some potential signage for those areas and perhaps some of our other trails that indicate that they are not off-leash areas.
Yes, through your worship, to Councillor Keating. I think, Deputy Mayor, I think the biggest thing why we have that in our budget is because of that exactly, for the signage. Right now, currently, we're going through the whole parking control bylaw because there's signage that's not up, that's actually regulated by law. So that's just another thing. And their other objective is for the parks to see where we have all the signage. We have an envelope, we have a little binder with regards to the signage, because really, if you're not aware of it, you really don't know what you're doing and what you should be doing. And that's why it's nice for us to have that signage. We don't want to pollute the community with signage, but we want to make sure it's placed appropriately in order they know what the recourse is if they don't leash the dog. And that's what we usually do is people, my staff, when they do their patrols, they see dogs that are at large. What they do is they approach them and say, oh, hi, we, make a friendly conversation, advise them that they need to leash their dog, and that's the law and that's what it states. And generally 99% people leash the dog. That's compliance in nature. We take their information, we have their information, they see that person again and what's needed, then they could do the next step and issue a Part 1 charge to that person. And that's what we do. Unfortunately, people don't listen to us and we have to take it to the next level. But signage is critical, and I agree, signage is one of the main things, the non-permissive sign. Like we have the little, make it, poop and scoop. It's the law, protect the community, embrace the community. But unfortunately, there's going to be people out there that believe that their dogs can be off leash. There will always be people that, and not pay for parking or whatever. There will always be people. That's why I'm employed, or that's why majority of us are employed in my team, right? We just hold high integrity and we treat everybody with the same paintbrush. And and with this respect and tact and diplomacy that they need.
Any more questions, Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship, through you to Ms. Hines Holly. How often do your bylaw enforcement officers and yourself have to call on the OPP? Or do they ever have to call on the OPP?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Greenfield, I'd say it's increasing. And what OPP and why we call OPP is we don't have the belt and whistles. We have our words of wisdom in our mouth, and we can, leave the situation when we need to. It only comes in with OPP is their objective and gain is to keep the peace. So if we're enforcing the legislation, they're not there to enforce the legislation. They're there to keep the peace while we enforce the legislation. And they assist us anytime we need. I'd say it's increased. Percentage wise, I don't know. I don't really keep that record. But whenever you feel the need, and I tell my officers, whenever they feel without a doubt nervous or have that itchy feeling that, I don't think I should be there without something else, that's when you call OPP, and there will be there right away to keep the peace with us. We have a good working relationship with them. Like there's a lot of places that they have that we know of, and they said, oh, what about that place? Oh, yes, I know that, or give them a contact. We deal with the same clientele, but on a different level. That's criminal and civil. We deal with more administrative and compliance, but it's very similar, like with encampments, people not living there. We deal with rental tribunal, constantly with rental tribunal, with landlords under the property standards bylaw, or zoning and uses and living in tents. We approach those and we give them the avenues what they need to be successful or go to the places for them.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much, Holly. Appreciate your time.
We'll just have Denise join us here for planning. And what number are we here?
147.
Thank you, Holly.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, and Council. I'm so glad to be back. So this is my second time being back in the office. So I was here on Friday for a meeting as well. And so it's really great to be back. I missed everybody so much. So I just want to go through the highlights, and if there's questions on the budget, then we can get into some of those. So firstly, our budget doesn't represent much change for 2025. You'll see that the numbers aren't really significantly different. The planning division budget has historically been funded as a combination of revenue through fees and through the tax levy. And that's because a large portion of what our division does isn't covered by fees. So these would be times that we spend on things that we don't have any fees for. This would be things like the heritage permit process in the Heritage Committee. This would be planning inquiries, that we field or help in other departments and things like that, which is the significant portion of our time. And there really is no way to have cost recovery for those through fees. Some of those things do turn into applications. So sometimes people's inquiries do become applications, but the vast majority actually don't. And then we also do policy projects, maintain the website, review changing legislation, things like that. So under our revenue, you may notice that we've shown a drop in revenue from the last couple of years. So this one will show, this budget book shows our last year. And that's because our revenues that we are putting in there are predictions, and we predict based on previous application fees. The last 2 years, we hadn't done a great job predicting the fees from those revenues, so we were down. Our application numbers were not down, but what we predicted in revenue was down. And some of that was maybe that we predicted more large applications, and we didn't have those large applications, had more small applications. So we worked really hard this year to go back through I've been going back through the last 12 years or so applications, and since I started here, to really look at what ones we're getting, how are we increasing over time, so that we can do a better job predicting what those revenues from fees would be. And so that's why we've dropped it pretty significantly. Dropped a little bit last year as well. And so hopefully we're getting closer to the correct number so that we can be better predicting our, what the budget should look like for the year. So under the expenses, some of the changes, which are not really significant, but there are a few little changes, we've proposed adding a half FTE. Right now, we share a development services assistant position between planning and building. That's a frontline person. And what we've proposed is creating a full-time position in planning services of a planning technician. And it would be a similar role, but would have some additional duties like GIS type things, other planning support. The budget also includes addressing some outstanding projects that we didn't do, so we brought those forward again. For example, the zoning update that we had hoped to do in 2024, which we did not do, other than doing some of the ARU provisions. That's brought back forward, so you'll see that number in there, which ends up being pretty neutral because I believe it's coming from reserves, so there's a $25,000 item in there. And then we also wanted to finish the Heritage Conservation District Plan update. It's partway through. We had a consultant do a pretty thorough opportunities and challenges report for us, and we really wanted to get that finished. And we need some support for that, so we've put $10,000 to help us just to support that. It's not to rewrite it. It's not to have a consultant rewrite the whole thing, but provide some support finishing it. And I think that's it for the highlights that I had flagged, and I'm happy to go through and answer any questions on it that council might have.
Thank you, Denise. Questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And Denise, it's really great to see you back. One thing I wanted to ask you was, how many staff do we actually have in planning now?
So, Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor, we have Manager of Planning Services, 2 junior planners, and a half a Development Services Assistant. So that's who we have in our division.
Could you just repeat again how many positions?
Correct. Yeah. So we have 3.5.
And if I may, Your Worship, if I recall correctly, when we were reviewing the report, dealing with potentially considering going up to the county, at that point in time, we were listed as 6. So we have, we're almost down to half of that now.
So to answer the question through you, Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor's question, I wasn't part of that report, so I didn't provide those numbers. But I think from what I know from memory, one of the positions that they had counted as a planning division staff was our GIS person, who actually doesn't work in planning services. They do provide some support to the division, but it's pretty small in their general portfolio. And they may have counted the director, but I'm not sure. I think the directors weren't in the planning services review. The directors weren't part of going to the county's single tier sort of office, because those folks tend to do other things as well. They tend to direct other divisions, but they may have been counted. So I'm not really sure where they got, or they may have included, if I remember correctly, that half FTE that I've pointed out for the development service assistant may have been counted as a whole because they just knew that position existed.
Sir Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, more to Deputy Mayor. I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm actually questioning the mayor. Deputy Mayor is more in line with that. So this budget obviously talks about a second and third year plan as well, looking at budgetary numbers. And I just saw Blue Mountains actually issued that they were not going to participate in the Grey County. They had that vote and said they weren't going to do that. I don't know where that kind of sits with the county council right now. And also, I don't know how that impacts the second and third year numbers, let alone next year, in any forecasting. What consideration has been kind of given to that, or are we just kind of going on the auspice that we'll just not worry about that till that comes to fruition?
So Your Worship, through you to the question is, are we forecasting in our budget for the potential planning services going to the county. We're not. We're just going with status quo right now.
So the question that comes to my mind is, we're having trouble keeping up in planning. So how many people do we need?
So that's a great question, Your Worship. If you, I don't want to jump ahead to other days that we'll talk about other things, like in the electives, we do ask for a senior planner position. That's in the other ask. So, but you may have noticed it in there because it was in the slide presentation. So if you'd flip through that, which is of course pretty pictures, a lot easier to see some of that than some of the line items, but it is one of the asks in the electives budget discussion. So to your question, what you're actually asking is how many people do we need? I think we do need more of a senior planner level support because the size of files that we're getting are quite large. So to do subdivisions in large multi-story buildings and, 200 unit complex, that's not something that we expect junior planners to do because junior planners are generally not qualified RPP planners. They're at the beginning stages of their careers.
And we are getting those kind of applications, aren't we?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much, Denise. Appreciate
you.
that.
All right, Bart, are we up for building next?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Your Worship. The building department has always kind of been its own entity within an entity.
Sorry,
Sorry, Bart.
Sorry.
Just get,
It's gonna be page 72 is building.
Must 166. Anyway, sorry, guys. The building department's always been a business within a business. And our goal is always be revenue neutral. So we never want to have a huge reserve or a huge surplus. But at the same time, we never want to be costing the taxpayers money. So over the last few years, we've drawn down our reserves because we've added more staff to get better service to our department, and that has taken place. This year, we are changing that. So far this year, we've had a very good year. It looks like we'll be in a position to put money into our reserves, and that'll be the first time since I've been here that we've actually been doing that while providing protection to the municipality on the building side of things. I suspect that construction will continue to be strong in Meaford, regardless of what happens in the economy. Just with the number of planning applications that are in the field right now, planning has been extremely busy, and I've been kind of the front line to that for the last 6 weeks. And so I can tell you that there is a lot that is active in that portfolio. Some of those projects are maturing. So things like One Legion Road will either happen this fall or not, or projects like Skydev, which we suspect will be early next year, will actually proceed and move forward. And those will have significant impacts on our budget, but also on what we do in regards to placement of people in our department. Our ask has been planning, because they're busy and we share a full-time person, is to break that person into two and have one full-time in planning and one full-time in building. That junior person in our department will be involved with the application administration. So people who make applications will get more hands-on, more more thorough. How do I say it politely? More thorough help to feel that they're actually being supported through that process and feel that they actually have more involvement. So we think that that's a really the coordinator's position is really important for us, because we do have 300-400 permits a year coming through, and then if this person can alleviate some of those compression issues that we sometimes experience,
then that's I think a plus. And I think we have a very good chance of doing it within our budget and not affecting the taxpayer.
Questions for Bart? Not everybody at once. I think we all have questions. It's just a matter of who's going to go first. Deputy Mayor?
I'll start. Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Barton. It's really encouraging to hear you speak about the number of permits coming through, because honestly, I think I could speak for all of us. Typically, the comments we hear are that you're not our most favorite department in the municipality.
I get that. I really do. We, as a department, just this year alone, we are dealing with over 2,000 changes in the Ontario Building Code. The building code, when I started off, was a document that maybe was 10 times thicker than this, piece of paper. It was simple. It was easy. The print was big. It was just, it was just a lot less cumbersome. And over the last 30 years, because I've been doing this for 30 years, the code has become difficult. It's onerous. It has sections in it that are even difficult for the experts to understand. And as you guys have known, for the last few years, the society is much more litigious. Like they're happy to see you for making mistakes. And building departments are required to protect the municipality and enforce a document, the building code, that the municipality has no control over, and we have no control over. And so that makes it a challenge. It makes it a challenge that this document, which was 30 years ago, small, manageable, now is probably 4 times the size. 5 years ago, they had a lot of changes. Now they're adding significant number of changes this year and even more next year. We just got the new code in just this past week. And yeah, it's tough. It's not a, if you want to be in a popularity contest, this isn't the business to be in.
You got another question?
Well, I thought it's like the line in Harley's play that, we're not on council to make friends, and you're not in your position to make friends either.
At the same time, I'm not in this position to make enemies. And we try every day and very diligently, sorry for interrupting. We try every day and diligently to work with people to get compliance. And, we bend over backwards. Our role is not to be a consultant. Our role is not to do the work for them, but our role is to, provide them with guidelines to actually get the work done and get it done so that it complies. And so that, when we get through the process, if someone litigates us, that we actually have a defensible process and a defensible permit that, people don't actually get sued over, or if they do get sued over, it's about, it's not a winnable case on their part. And we do that day in and day out, 300 to 400 times a year.
Your Worship, if I may, it seems that the province is a little bit contradictory, because Ford is all about getting more houses built quicker. And then now you've got all of these additional regulations. So can you give us a hint about some of the regulations? Are they related to accessibility, for example, or green building standards, or?
So I would say that, environmental science has come up significantly. The requirements of, how you heat your house and how you insulate your house are significantly changed. But, in the last 30 years, we added barrier-free accessibility. That wasn't in the code 30 years ago. We've added things like, we used to have the National Farm Code. Now the National Farm Code has been brought into the Ontario Building Code. So, there's changes to that. So what people could do in the past, maybe we'll do different going in the future. Literally, my new building code sits in a box in a chair because I really haven't had a chance to open it up yet in the last
2 weeks. But when I do, and my staff who are taking, the courses and are getting out to seeing people, about the new code, we will adopt and we will adapt and, we will have to force the code as it is written and approved today.
Other questions, Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Chief Building Inspector. You said in one of your comments, from your seat, you bend over backwards to help folks. So I'll accept that comment. What we hear, as at least I hear, let me speak personally, what I hear is that someone will submit something to your department and then it will be marked up and something will not be correct in the view of Chief Building Department. And then the folks will say, my architect or my engineer, they did this and I paid for that and I submit it. And along with your comment, you said, it's not your job to help them to correct, just to be compliant. Can you tell this council why there is that seeming, I've turned things in and seemingly they're almost not good enough?
So I think what you're trying to say, and I'm trying through you, Mr. Mayor, and try not to speak for you, but when someone hires a professional and they make an application to the building department, they expect that the process is going to be fairly straightforward. And I get that. When we look at the work that's submitted to us, we don't look at the name at the top or at the bottom of the document. We don't give anybody more latitude or credence than another individual. We look at the work itself to verify that the work itself is actually meeting the requirements of the code. And we go through that document and we'll, determine, is your floor joist the right span, for instance? And are you using the right materials? And if you're using special materials, do you have the documentation to ask for a compliance alternative? So say if you want to get outside the building code and do something that is, a little different, say maybe in the national code, you want to use something from there. And those are things that you can do, but if you don't have all those pieces to the puzzle, then we get stuck and we say, well, or you make a mistake of, using the wrong snow loading or, common things. We have to check on those people or check on that work to make sure that that work complies. So, for instance, we had an engineer submit drawings using the wrong snow loading for our area. We have an area we chosen snow loading this area, since even before I got here. The applicant didn't want to address it and was quite adamant about it. And finally, it was just like, I knew the engineer, so I just gave him a call and said, like, this is the snow loading we want. And he goes, yeah, I know. It was a mistake on our part. And we'll get you the right information. And they did, and we issued the permit. But the individual was so angry about that whole process that he couldn't move forward. So those are the things we try to do to alleviate some of those pinch points. But again, we're not consultants.
Do you have a supplementary? Go ahead.
So I work with engineered drawings. And you mentioned about should the municipality be sued? I make it to the print and it's done. It's to the print, the engineer. If there is a failure after what we have done, then they resubmit a new engineered drawing and then hopefully we get to make something again to that print. But I have heard where engineered drawings are put forward and they are rejected. And if the building got built to an engineer's stamp. If something went sideways, is that engineering firm not on the top of the list for the problem? The top of the list.
So litigation goes, I'm gonna be kind of clear with this. Litigation goes to who has the deepest pockets. And as the municipality, we have the deepest pockets. So even if we're 1% liable for something, which is, you know, in almost any case, it's not hard to get to. We can be held 100% liable for cost recovery. So, you know, our goal is to get it perfect or mitigate that to a point where it's not worth anybody's effort to litigate against the municipality. And in the case of an engineer, yeah, they will have liability insurance, absolutely. But if we don't do our due diligence and do our requirements to follow through and make sure that things are compliant, then unfortunately, the municipality will be held responsible for it, even with an engineer. And we've seen that. We're seeing it right now. We pay in this budget, you'll see under legal, huge legal defense fees. And that's exactly what happened there, where we had accepted engineers' drawings and architectural drawings on a project. And now the municipality is being held to task. And because we are the biggest stakeholder in this game, yeah, like you're deductible on those projects. I can't talk to you about that in this meeting. Are I don't know what percent that is, sir, but it is significant. And the pain that's going on top of that hill right now for those individuals is horrendous, what they've gone through over the last 5 years.
I was going to
And-
say, Bart, do you want to mention how many homes are in that area? So it's not just one home, it's
13, and they've torn down 3 of them. And so when we don't do our job, people will be ruthless with us. And you know, Meaford is going through that right now. There are other places that are obviously going through it too. There's lots of places that aren't, but their time will come. There'll be a time when, you know, a builder makes, you know, multiple mistakes and a corporation like Terrion steps in and goes after the municipalities. That's just the way the world is today.
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. On the budget, you said you want a 0.5 to go to 1?
Yes, well, sorry, the building department pays for half of a front counter individual with planning. Planning pays for the other half. And what we like to do is take that 1 into make that into 2 between the two departments.
On the budget page, it doesn't have anything in there for part-time, but they've got full-time going up $97,000. Is that the position you're looking for?
I would think so, yes.
So there's no part-time from last year on there.
It was a shared position, so we had to transfer funds out of building into another department based on that.
So this would be kind of a clerk position at the front desk, or?
It would be a junior position for somebody who you know, is starting to do plan review at the basic level, but mostly they would do administration portion.
Would the title be a junior planner?
Eventually, at some point, they would. Actually, it's administrator position.
So that is $97,000 the going rate for an administrator position?
Well, I think there's the job posting significantly less than that, but I think there'll be other parts of that piece of the puzzle. So benefits and all that.
Oh, benefits comes in a different line, so
I think that is, so let's just ask Justin here. Justin, what is the salary for the just the building? I think it's called building technician.
Yeah, I think the building administrator is like 67,000.
So if you could clarify where's the other $30,000 is?
And it might be through a chargeback, which
Well,
could be sitting in planning and then charge back to building, but we'll let Justin just double check.
You mean the planning technician? I don't have, there's no building.
That's correct. It's right now, it's the title is just planning technician, but they basically do front counter in that whole space. So that's why I was just curious, is there ever a chargeback from that position
So
in 2024?
in 2024, yes, there'll be 50% and that will be charged back to the building department.
Okay. And so then going forward in 2025, is there a salary, and what is that salary for a technician or administrator? Sorry,
Yeah,
if I've
administrator.
used the wrong title.
That's okay.
So salary, I don't have it in front of me right this second, but it's fully allocated planning, the planning one.
Yes, that's right. That makes sense.
So there is a building one, I think it's in the elective budget.
No, I think, well, can you just double check before we guess of where I'll say, I'm pretty sure, but things were moving, so I'll not make the last call on where did the building administrator / technician show up? Because I think to your point, Steve, you're seeing that it's 94. It sounds right for the salary range.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
My question, just while
Yeah,
that's maybe
we're
being
just-
sorted out, is just for clarity. Is this all of your departments ask of in terms of hires, or is there something, do you also have an elective part of your budget that we're gonna deal with?
So in building, this is the only ask, is that we take the individual, split that out and make that individual for planning, one for building. Planning has another ask for a planning, a senior planner. That comes on a slide at a different presentation.
So the question I was going to ask you was, is that enough to make our building department sort of swifter?
So I think we have enough people. I think there's other things that we need to do to make that thing more swifter. Some of those are outside of my control. I can't control the Ontario Building Code, and I can't control the quality of the information provided to me. But those are things that we are looking at, and we will work towards resolving some of those delay periods going forward.
One of the things you'll see in the CAO office, because all the directors sit in that office, is, and I mentioned it at the beginning, I look to add a director of planning and a director of building. And it's in order to have more conversations at the developer level about their application and or their subdivision in general, because I'm seeing, and again, feel free to add in, but I'm seeing that when you're talking about overall processes, overall relationships, those types of things, that's where I hear the need. Obviously, they iterated in, I want things faster. I want them, yesterday. Why didn't this already happen? I think it's just because at the onset, if you will, we haven't had that relationship at that level with those developers and contractors. So I'm anticipating that the director can provide that oversight, manage those relationships, and also be, if you will, making the efficiencies in the operations as required, so that as things are changing, because that's the other part, a lot of these constructions doesn't always go on time. Hydro doesn't show up on time for sure. That there's always the second plan, the third plan, the fourth plan. And sometimes that is part of the the back and forth and, whether or not we need updated drawings or updated, components. It could be then that director that is working, and again, that does somewhat already fall into the inspectors, but we're looking for that senior level person who can have, the 10+ years of oversight in the space to start making some other decisions for the whole team.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kim, I'm wondering if I can ask for some overall process clarity at this point, because we're starting to see a number of things from the elective list showing up here in our course. So those items then are then included in the 6.33% increase that shows up in the core that we're talking about today. So are you saying then above and beyond what's already included here, if we accepted the entire list of electives, that we are at 36%, or are they kind of doubled in here and there at this point?
I think the double that I saw so far has been the chamber and the and also possibly, I think it actually is the harbor master. I think that you'll see that this afternoon. The harbor master is in the core services in the listings of employees, but we actually in the last, I'll say, change, moved it over to the electives. So there is a double count there as well. But the directors for the two new directors, they are built in. And again, it was based on that feedback. So I think we need to, if you will, take a look at the total value. I don't think we've moved over 170, which is the magic number for 1%. So I think we're still within 1%. If not, I'll ask Val and Justin to give us an update on Friday of what those numbers are, so that we're starting the day with a good idea of whatever double counts were in the core.
Thank you, Kim, because Your Worship, there's also the $50,000 to the hospital that was in the economic development budget and is also in the electives.
I don't think that is a double count.
It was it not in Eric's list? Oh, for last year. Okay,
Yeah.
I apologize. Thank you.
That's correct. Yeah.
Do you have any more questions for Bart? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Bart. Okay, over to you, Jessica. Yeah, rally the crew. Thank you. Maybe this is a short.
So operations starts on page 150.
All right. Yeah. I'm going to start just by saying that we don't have a formal presentation, if you will. There's a lot to cover in 3 big teams. So I am just going to lay some groundwork, and then we're all here to answer all of the questions. And it is definitely a concerted team effort. So if it might just be one or all of us, then by all means ask. I guess I'll just start by saying that we aren't looking to add any additional services to all the things that we're offering this year, which is a lot of things, as you all know. I did my Shirley homework this morning as well about looking at the double counts between electives and services. And the only 2 things that I could think of were potentially the enhanced harbor dredging, which we can talk about because I feel like we may have found a solution for that. But also, yes, the harbor master and maybe this downtown snow removal, which we kind of talked about as well. So those are the only 3 little things that might be in the electives, but also in our services. I don't think that there's any other really big highlights other than we're also talking about capital. So we're also here to talk about all things capital as well. So we will do all of our best to make sure that we can answer all of the questions that I'm sure you have about capital projects. Do we want to start by, I laid the groundwork on the dredging. Do we want to talk about dredging? So you'll notice that in the enhancements, or sorry, the elective list, that there was $100,000 for what was deemed to be additional dredging. So this morning we were kind of delving into some of the budgets and realized that we do have about $40,000 from this year and 20 from next in an operating line that was utilized for harbor repairs to the shoreline, if you will. But at some point when Rod was still here and we were all transitioning, it also then included the word dredging. So we were discussing the fact that we could put those two things together and do a budgeted reserve transfer at the end of the year to do $60,000 worth of dredging work in 2025. So that would kind of eliminate our need for asking for additional money to do. So it kind of removes an item off the elective list if that's what we're hoping to do, but still does the work. So winning. All of the rest of them are, and we briefly spoke there, the harbor master is currently a seasonal role. So the enhancement to that is having them all year round. And then Jeff and I were talking this morning about downtown snowbank removal. That technically is in our contracted services for winter roadway maintenance, but it's kind of with a few other things. So we have a contracted services line for winter snowbank removal in the downtown, which is tied to, if everyone remembers the riveting report from February of 2024 about looking at that service. So it was proposed to council that we just do it this year and see how it goes. And then we were going to report back to you guys about how many times we needed to utilize any additional services when we weren't able to meet the 72 hours ourselves. So we do have money in there for if that happens. So in a roundabout way, there might be a bit of a double count, but it's not much. And we can discuss that if you want to talk about the service level. Other than that, all the rest of them are not included, so we'll talk about them on the Friday, if that sounds good to everyone else. All right, so the A team back here that keeps me rolling and all of your services happening, and some new faces, right? So Emily Howard is the new manager of environmental services. Rick is like a few months into the managers of park, and holding down the baseline is Jeff, who's been here quite some time. So all of us are here to speak to any of your questions specific to any of those worlds. And I know there's a lot. So even if you want, like there's a few things that have gone up, or you might notice like fuel might be a hot topic, which we can talk about as well, but we can try to think, or we can just let you ask. So whatever works best.
I'm pretty sure we've got questions. And Tony, I'll start with you then.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jessica. In our budget, I take it that we do have money for dust suppression on our rural roads. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there enough money in that to do all of the roads 100%?
No, sir.
So what I'm going to propose is I'm going to tell you a little background with my neighbors and myself. Summertime, you're baling hay. I couldn't see the wagon or the tractor for the dust. I got beside them, I waved at them, I pulled down to the front, put my four-ways on, and I got out. And I said to my neighbors, if you're sucking dust, so am I. And what you're enduring is not right. What they did, we've got Mr. Freeze with us. I seen that you did the hills, you did intersections, and you did in front of rural properties. Vast stretches of rural roads that dust went into the field. fellow councilors, that's not right. They pay their taxes too. And those men were choking. They looked like bandanas in Mexico. They were choking, trying to bale their hay. So if I've just asked for an enhancement, I guess I have. But it's not right. So if we don't have enough money, need to know how much money, and I need to know that the contractor that we would get would lay it down 100%.
So through the chair, I'll leave the technicalities to Jeff because he'll do it better justice than I, and I also think this is a question that we've been asked before, so it's not a new one. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Jessica. Through your worship to Councillor Bell. You're aware back probably 5-6 years ago, maybe even 7 now, that we used to do all of the rural roads. And then it started to be a budget constraint. And then by altering that process to just the 50 kilometers of new roads or new gravel application roads, plus hills and corners, that cut the budget, I believe, by half. So in order for us to do 100% of our 165 centerline kilometers of granular roads, I don't have that. The lines aren't broke out on my computer for what the contract is currently, but that would be ×3. So it would be an enhancement to our budget. And we have done it in the past, but it got to a budget constraint back then, and that's why we cut it in half. The other thing, part of that process in doing that is what we were finding when we changed over to the calcium chloride, that the roads were staying harder longer. So that's what dust suppressant is for dust, but it's also to keep the road tight, right? So it binds it all together to help keep those fines in. Over time with vehicle traffic, the granulars break down on top, and that's where the dust comes from. But what we were finding with this calcium chloride is that, over 2-3 years later, they were so hard, the road's so hard to cut with the graders that we were having to put water down. So we were like, well, here's a place where we can cut some money because the roads are actually staying tight, other than the hills and corners where everyone's stopping and starting is where we needed to do it, plus all the new gravel. So that was the initiative behind cutting that back, is because it was holding on. So that was part of the reasons why we cut that down.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll jump in with a couple of questions for Jessica. Okay, I'm on 153 and just looking at salary and wages up over 100,000. Are we hiring some new staff in your department, Jessica?
Sorry, I'm looking at the page 2.
Full-time salary wages. Last year budget 227, this year 331,650.
Is that the 50/50 rules?
Probably the C.
I'm assuming.
Through your worship, what we're proposing is our 50/50 staff members right now are 50% with the parks and 50% with transportation. Over the last couple of years, we haven't been on the transportation side anyways, haven't been hitting some of our key goals for ditching, brushing, and some of our summer maintenance. Just everyone has holidays, sick, and just staff resources. So what we're proposing is bringing on 3 additional staff for the additional 6 months, and we've offset those wages out of our contracted services budget. So hopefully that is what that is representing.
Through the chair, it is. I checked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is like you say, it is those roles, but we did have I forget how much the line was, but we did have an operating line for ditching and culverts.
Yeah, we had $135,000 in ditching or for rural storm for culvert change, the contracted services for culvert changing, which should have offsetted the additional 6 months for the 3 staff.
Second question, if I may. On page 163, we've got an $800,000 contribution to reserve and fleet. Is that the ladder truck or is that something else?
$800 or 800,000.
Right, just a moment. Is there another question while he's just looking that one up?
Go ahead, Rob. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a little clarity, Jessica, on, and I'm not gonna tell you what page. Net expenditure, project management. The current year budget is 570. Could you just give a little clarity to the current year budget? Because previous year was 0 and previous year actual was 43,700. Yes.
It might be best to ask Justin to look that one up too. Val's looked it up.
That's the chargeback. That's the chargeback question. Yes. So, project management. I think it's like 2 years ago, we determined, or 2 or 3 years ago, we determined that project management, our team is there for capital projects. And so, you'll remember last year and the year before, it was a line item on our Excel document that said PMO and had numbers. And then we were taking a calculation of each project and allocating it back to the specific departments. This year, we've moved it out of there and put it back into the operating. And you will find that the only time that project management is allocated back out is on our user pay portion. So that would be water and wastewater. The other ones, it doesn't actually affect our budget numbers. So we did not allocate it for tax revenues.
Sorry, can you just clarify how it doesn't affect our budget numbers?
It's part of the taxes anyway, whether we take it from PMO and put it against transportation or leave it where it is, it's still a tax supported expense.
And it's included now in the cost of the project, right? So that's probably the easiest way to think of it, is like that.
We've got an answer now, so thank you.
So through your worship to Deputy Mayor Keaveney, the fleet reserve fund for 800K was the capital projects for this year for snowplow truck, grader roller, the hot box, and the street sweeper, wood chipper, and I think that's wraps it up. That equals 800 for that number. But it's going into reserves first.
Contribution to all of those pieces of equipment. So it's a portion of those so that every year in 2 to 3 years we'll be able to buy. Is that what you?
Those have they're different, but majority is 15 years life cycle.
Okay, 15. Thank you.
So if I may, your worship, then how does that relate to the asks in the electives?
So through the chair, they're not electives. They're just, they're just included as they're at the replacement cycle is maxed out now, especially the street sweeper. So they're just included. They're not an elective item, if that makes sense. My understanding is they're in the core, yes.
And can I just?
No, I get it.
Can I just inquire? So we have something new in the core 2025 budget that we have not seen before. Is that correct? Like the street sweeper?
So through the chair, it's not that we haven't seen it before. It's a replacement of existing. So
Yes, but I mean, this is the first time it has come into the capital budget, and we have a motion here to move things out of the capital budget to postpone them further. And I'm just, I'm kind of the mind, I'd like to finish what I started and give you a new sweet streeper in 2026.
Well, so through the chair, you can make those decisions, but we put them in as we have always
Sure.
based on life cycle.
Just, I'm seeing a lot of projects being pushed ahead, and some of them are things that we have talked about a lot, and these are things that are totally new. And all I'm asking is, I really want this discussion very much so, and I want to understand whether or not this is new to us, because we might want to actually prioritize it in relation to the things we already have on our plate.
So I guess if I'm understanding too, have we had the sweeper on this list like a year ago? Was it part of this list, or is this the first time we're adding it to? Yeah, if you can answer.
So through the chair, I don't think we're adding anything, and Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is how, when we just bought a bucket truck as an example, and it was past its life cycle, it came through you guys, everyone could make the decision. The same goes for these pieces of equipment, but again, it's because the life cycle is up on them and we do utilize them a lot. So it's not like we're asking for a new piece of equipment. We're just looking to replace our existing equipment.
Yeah, just the kind of stuff in the ground that Councillor Forder was talking about, we're falling behind on these projects as well. So anyway, I just wanted to understand, and thank you for the clarification. Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you brought up the sweeper. I wasn't going to talk about capital today, but I wanted to ask the question. So it's obviously a dollars and cents question. So in your actual project rationale, it states that it's not scheduled for replacement until 2026, but has started generating higher than normal maintenance costs and causing service delays. So to help reduce 2026 budget, staff are recommending the replacement to occur in 2025. Having said that, so what is, do we know what the maintenance cost was this year on that? Because is it close to $250,000? If not, I'm still in favor of moving $250,000 to 2026 and pay maybe $20,000 this year on maintenance.
Yeah, I am through your worship. Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers in right here in front of me right now, but each time we rebuilt it for 15K this spring. It got through our spring sand clean this year, and then near the end of it, every day was breaking down. So not just parts issues like bearings and like just minor stuff, but we just went through a complete refurb of the front end of 15K this spring, and then almost every day it was going out at the end of the spring cleanup, it was failing. We've put 2 rollers in it, aprons, this spring, this summer, and then cleaning up leaves. It's going out daily and coming back daily. So it's
sorry
not
we
just
asked.
yeah, and if I would recommend pushing off something else other than the sweeper. I know it's, you guys are well aware of the downtown street cleaning and how important that is to our community. If you want to chop something, I would look at another piece of fleet. It is something that we
Thanks for the advice, Jeff. Deputy Mayor?
Thanks, your worship. And Jeff, while we're on to the sweeper, I'm understanding what you've just said. I'm not opposed then to investing in the sweeper, but my question is more operational in terms of what is the schedule for the downtown blocks? And if we're going to support a new sweeper, can we get those downtown blocks done more often?
through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Keaveney, yes, anything's possible for sure. It's just the resources that we have. So if we want to do more street sweeping, then it's going to take away from something else we do in the summer. As like our summer program is fairly busy. But the schedule right now is through whenever snow melt happens, that first of spring, it goes out for a full month, cleans up all the snow or the sand before catch basins clean out happens. Throughout the summer during special events, parades and so forth, it goes out. We try to be pretty in front of that, and then all through the fall for leaf cleanup, and that can
extend for quite a few weeks, depending on the droppings of the leaves. So it's out constantly right now.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is also a little bit operational. Been on council for 10 years. Jeff's already grinning. Been on council for 10 years. And we were told that we had a 10-year plan to get around all the rural areas and get the ditches cleaned up and the intersections all cleaned. And the proof in the pudding is, it seems that we have not accomplished a 10 and 10 to get them done. Where are we on that? And is there anything that this council needs to do? We got the right piece of equipment. I know the piece of equipment that we use, we take a lot of flack on it. Haven't heard a lot of flack lately. I think there's a better understanding on that piece of equipment and the methodology that you apply when it is in use. That is the cleanup. So where are we on that in the municipality? Because we still hear about, I can't see at the intersection. When are they going to cut the brush? It's just an operational question. Mr. Freeze.
Yep, through your worship to Councillor Bell. Great question. Yeah. So a few years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, we had to downsize equipment. So that was, I think we got rid of the Gradall, the vac truck, and a couple other pieces of equipment because they weren't being utilized enough. We were tasked at buying, more multi-purpose pieces of tools. So just like you said, the excavator that we have now, rubber tired excavator, is one of those pieces of equipment. It's great for doing all those, does an excellent job, but it only does one job at a time. And that's the snag of the multi-purpose piece of equipment. So to answer their brushing, we're doing good. We're getting along well. Could we do more? Absolutely. And this is part of the ask with the 3 additional staff that we have in the wintertime for the 50-50 roles to come in the summertime to help keep those teams going when there's holiday sick time throughout the whole summer so that we can be more efficient and get more done. We do have some rental pieces of equipment that we can use. Typically we buy or rent a steel track excavator, but it's very site specific. So granular roads only, right? So we're not going to be driving it down any of our hard top roads for ditching as wreck. Unfortunately, this year, just with some staff absences and resources, that we haven't been able to do that this year. And we tend to try to get that for a month so that we can use that piece of equipment on a granular road, either doing culvert changes or ditching. And then we put the head back on the excavator so it can go do brushing. Yeah. I would like to say that I said the number 7 years rotation, that's best practice. 10, I'll take it. We still didn't get there. We know that, and that's one of the goals that we haven't been meeting. And it would be like, I would like to do more because the 165 centerline kilometers of our granular roads have never been reconstructed. So we are basically creating the ditch. We are like, so it's not just like the county or any of our hard surface road that have been reconstructed that have the ditch made. You're just kind of etching the bottom out. You're taking 3 to 4 inches of soil out and you're moving on. We're taking 2 to 3 feet out in the rural area. So it's a lot more, and it's getting a lot tougher to find locations due to the excess soil regulation. So there's just a few more things over the last couple of years that have come up that has kind of slowed the process down. Yeah, that's not answering it completely, but that's where we are.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, I guess we can move on. Oh, sorry, you have one?
Yeah, just for clarity, and if my squirrels have bumped their heads, please tell me, but just we're not seeing the language in here specifically of the 1.1 and the 0.5 and so on. So is that still kind of worked in, or are we kind of moving away from that terminology? The funds are still within the budget, Jess?
My squirrels are doing the same thing. So yes, they are. We are still functioning under 1.1 and 1.5. And it is in here, so it just might not be how we normally would represent it, but yes, like there are some of our larger projects that we could all talk about, like Trowbridge as an example, is in the 1%. You know, we have quite a few parks related facility projects in the 0.5%. So, and we're still going ahead with bridges the same way that we always do, with one reconstruction and one in like design. So everything is still ticking along in that aspect, but maybe it's just not how we normally would represent it, if that makes sense.
So I don't want to jump the gun, but like you mentioned, the Trowbridge Street reconstruction, and I see in the next segment, it is being, shelved and the same, or postponed or something. And the same with the, we have a Bridge 001 and a couple of other road projects that are being put off. So I just, before we, do finish this discussion, I'd like to be clear, because I'm not, sorry. So in the last item on our agenda says the deferral of a number of projects, and they include Trowbridge reconstruction, Bridge 001, Euphrasia St. Vincent Town Line, Town of Blue Mountains / Meaford Town Line, Miller Street Environmental Assessment, and a couple others. So
I think that's the complete list of all of them. So they're just in the report itself, it'll talk to which ones are being completed and which ones are going to be deferred. So I think that's maybe why there's the confusion.
So through the chair, if this is helpful at all, Trowbridge reconstruction, the actual reconstruction, I guess, is maybe deferred isn't the right word, but we're currently still in the design phase. So nothing has changed with our desire or need to do the work. It's just more that it's, and Jeff said the soil issue, there's been some big things that have come up through the design that I was not anticipated, I guess is the best way to put it. And it's still happening. It's just a bit slower than we would like. So the actual construction, I guess, technically isn't happening yet, but to say that it's deferred might not be the right wording. So I just want to rest everyone's mind on Trowbridge that we're working through some complications, but that the intention is still that it's one of our priorities, and it's a combined infrastructure project. There's a lot of things that need replacing there. So it just isn't happening in the timeline that we thought.
And just before we wrap it up, then Councillor Bell, were you looking at an enhancement, or do you want to speak to that? Is that something that would come up at a future meeting? Like I think it's next Friday that we're. But did you want to, you suggested the possibility, and that was with respect to dust control.
Well, that's true, Mr. Mayor. And with my opening remarks about the impacts to all of our ratepayers, and then when Mr. Freeze said I have to multiply that times 3, I'm glad I took a Tums before he mentioned that. A little jesting aside, it's pretty serious numbers. And I think maybe one of my questions maybe to the department was, sure, I gave this council and this audience an example of what I did and what I encompassed with dust. As the department overall received complaints about that for the necessity of a councillor even asking for an enhancement?
Through the chair, that's a great way to put it. And Jeff, you get them. I only get them when they're really angry and they're not getting Jeff to say whatever they want him to say. So like truthfully, it depends on the year. So as we all know, some years are drier than others, and some years we get very few because it rains all summer. So it truthfully is difficult to say that yes, consistently we're hearing everyone complain about dust. Since I've been here, there's been a few years that it's very noticeable. And there's some years that you hear hardly anything. So it's a tough one to say, just because you can't predict that, right? So I don't think that's helpful, other than when we don't see the rain, we hear from everyone. And when it rains more frequently, but to that point, the team does a great job at, we hear them. Like, it's not like, you know, Jeff takes the call and is just like, okay, great, and that's it. Like, the staff do go out with water trucks of our own, like we're listening. So it's just maybe they just don't see it as part of our program. It's just they're feeling like it's not happening, but when people phone, the team does act. It's just potentially different. So we try to balance that.
And just to add on to that, like Jessica was saying, those calls come in. We have 3,000 gallon water tanks that are out pretty much all the time. Unfortunately, the second where you're referring to side road 27, side road 24 down by Sparkall's place. They have such good drainage in those roads that they dry out so fast. And you know, down by Keith Reed's place on 27 and Sparkles on 24, we can put dust suppressant on there weekly, and it dries out so fast that it's dusty, and you wouldn't even know that we were out on those areas. But in the areas where it is a little more manageable, the water trucks do combat it until usually we get a rain.
Well, thank you for asking me this, Mr. Mayor. And you know what, just sitting here listening to the explanation from Jeff, I did not know that the municipality's workforce went out with a water tanker. So what is that? That's our communications again. So if somebody called me and said about that, I could say, hey, listen, I can make contact, and hey, I know that in times past they ran out with a water truck, you know, that'll keep it down. And so water seemingly is going to be a lot cheaper than going more dust suppressant. And we've been to conferences for good roads, and one of the lines that I've come back with is good ditches make good roads. Now I can say, and make them dry, right? Because the water is taken off of the road.
Yeah.
So to your question, I'm not going to ask for an enhancement.
I had lots of complaints this past summer about sections of roads not being, getting any dust suppressant. And not anybody ever mentioned seeing a water truck at all. But maybe they just, you know, are in the wrong place at the wrong time. Are we able to move on? Thank you, Jeff, for your time. Unless anyone else has a question for Jeff. Thank you. So we've, and Jessica, is there anyone else with a question for Jessica? If not, we can, do you want to take a 3-minute recess and we can come back and deal with the last item on the agenda? Okay, I'll just call a short recess. Okay, we're back, and I'm sorry we were a little longer than we thought we would be, but we had lots to chat about, and now we're back, and I believe we are actually in the next segment of our committee of the whole. And I'm just going to give you the recommendation. It is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve deferral of projects.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, sorry, we just have a couple more speakers to get through for.
Oh, I beg your
operations.
pardon.
And
Oh,
then
great.
we'll make sure to, we might just have to push some speakers to our next budget day, so we'll make sure to leave time for this report. But I think we have Rick and Emily left, right?
Did we finish all questions?
Oh, we're done. Okay. Okay, perfect.
And there were no more capital questions either? I just want to make sure that we're Yeah, well, just because we had them all here, I just wanted to make sure that we used like we got all your questions.
Well, if there are more people to hear, let's hear them.
Okay, yeah, that we'll call them back. Sorry. For any capital questions, because I think that is still, unless you want to handle that with the report, because there is a report on the capital projects. I thought it would be best to have them here myself.
And that we could talk about capital, so if.
I apologize, just I
you
went to the
wanna bring
washroom, but
them back again, then we can do that.
yeah, I think that would be great. Just to ensure that you have an opportunity to ask about the capital list, because I do think there's some items on that that are worth, and where there are no operational questions on parks and on environmental services. Because if we can kind of finish up that.
The reason we're all
next-
mixed up is our first day was always the operating budget and our second day was the capital
I
budget. And
understand.
then a third day on enhancements. And so we might have 5 or 6 days this year.
Yeah, and absolutely, because I do think these, again, appreciate everybody here. I know that this is quite a detailed look into our budget and our numbers, and I think some of our questions are really good, and I think ensuring that we all fully get to ask questions and supplementary questions. That's important because throughout the year, and actually I was just thinking about this, the last council meeting, there were a couple of questions about, why did we spend $10,000 or why was there, the project ran over? These types of things, I think when we root ourselves in the origin story, the building of the budget, it becomes easier to follow along throughout the year and potentially years of why we got to where we got to. So thank you all for your patience throughout this process. I think at the end, there won't be anyone that says, I don't know how we got there. And I hope to have, like I say, all these questions that are sitting in our minds, an opportunity to bring them up. And again, I think by having the multiple days, we can have more discussion on topics we've covered today, on Friday or on next Tuesday. But I think it's important that we have just this continuous dialogue going back and forth. So I think we do have the team back. So were there questions for on parks? And I think that's on page 83.
Are you going to have a presentation on it? So, okay, the questions. Councillor Urick.
A quick simple one, presumably. And this isn't on page 83, it's 334 on mine, it's way down, but it has to do with picnic tables.
I love
So
picnic
the
tables.
picnic table replacement, I'm just wondering what happens with the old ones, because it's got $40,000 in there to replace many of them. I just wonder what happens to the old ones.
So through your worship and council, so for proposed for 2024 and then 2025, we have a picnic table replacement plan going forward. The picnic tables in question have the ones that have reached their life cycle have been pulled from the various parks within the municipality. They are currently stored here in our back property here at the 7th line. Basically, what our plan going forward is, we are going to assess the condition of those and then put them on gov deals to see if other municipalities would be interested in them. Because they still, the steel structures are still good. It's just the boards themselves have reached their life cycle.
So then I'll ask the obvious question, if they're good enough for somebody else on gov deals, we can't fix them or whatever?
So in regards to that question, what we have done is we have looked at AODA compliant tables. So that gives us there's a few items there. These are basically maintenance free tables that we are purchasing for the municipality, and then also in the same breath, they are a majority of them are AODA compliant, so they do serve a dual purpose, and they are put strategically throughout our parks that require the picnic tables.
Councillor Greenfield.
Yeah, thanks, your worship. Thanks, Rick. On the issue of the picnic tables, at one time, we were replacing so many tables per year. Are we still working on that, or is this, we're gonna replace them all in one go this year?
So through your worship, Councillor Greenfield, so the plan going forward is that we replace a certain number. So this year, for 2025, we have 35 picnic tables that are slated for complete replacement. And again, in saying that, the ones that are still in decent shape are being redistributed throughout the municipality. And then once we do replace those, then those ones are going to be brought and taken out of service.
Other questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple. And I'm on page 86 now, looking at horticulture, and Rick, I just wanted to confirm, so I'm seeing $20,000. Does that give us more or less the flowers we had this year, or not quite?
Through your worship, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, as of right now, the estimation cost is the 20,000, and that does give us the right amount of flowers for our downtown core. It doesn't give us anything additional to what we had seen this year for the 150 celebration. So typically in a year or annual flower budget is approximately 20,000.
So does that 20,000 give us enough to fill the new planters that were purchased this past year?
No.
Okay.
You'll see that the additional flowers are on the elective list. So there's another 20,000, which is what we spent in the 150 birthday component, so that those additional planters and the additional flowers that we saw this year, that's all in the electives that we'll talk about on Friday. But the standard amount that we've had in the years past is there just happen to be the same value. So it gets a little confusing, but they are, in total, we spent about $40,000 in flowers in 2024.
Okay. May I ask a question about the harbor? So I'm wondering about ADOC, because we're looking at doing, if I find my right notes, some electrical work there. Is that something that's urgent this year, or can that be postponed?
Through your worship, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, this is actually something that's kind of out of our hands as far as compliance, because the electrical and the water upgrades, it's not so much a want, but it is a need, because the system is definitely aging, and we're being mandated by TSSA to have at least the electrical upgraded. So in saying that, we wish to upgrade the water system that is currently there. Basically, we're just installing new piping to make sure that it is safe for consumption.
Councillor Forder?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, and through you. So I am on, now tons of page numbers being thrown around. So I'm on page 177 here, but I want to talk about the miscellaneous materials and supplies. We have a budget of 5,000, but previous year actual is 17,000. Just kind of want to get an idea of what that number is reflective of, please. Thank you.
I think that actually is in the neighborhood of page 85 from our page number that we're referencing.
I guess I love it. You changed. I'm gonna switch it up to the other one. I don't know why. I think I got both going. Sorry, Steve.
Through your worship, Councillor Forder. So in my recollection for the miscellaneous materials and supplies, that was for a tree planting and slash bench program. That was one-off for the municipality.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And so that was a one-off. So we had the budget for 5,000, but for future years, we're going to be going to 11,000 as our new budget. What would be the reason for more than doubling the budget if that was just a one-off?
Your worship, Councillor Forder. So in talking to that, we are looking at doing municipal tree planting. Unfortunately, as you're well aware, trees that are being removed from the municipality are the ash trees, and we are getting asks from the general public as to are we going to replace those trees with anything. Generally, we say no, but looking at the amount of trees that are being removed from the municipality, especially in the urban area, we are looking at replenishing trees within our municipality.
Sure.
And yes, thank you for that. And I'm all for tree planting, and next to Jessica, I'm probably the second biggest tree lover in this room. So I'm all for that. Thanks.
Councillor Bartley.
Wages for Parks and Rec. Full-time is going up 76,000. Part-time is going up 40,000. I hope we took Mr. Willis's wages out of that. Is this another employee, or can you explain that?
Justin, I'll get your backup if I am wrong. So through the chair, transportation was talking about how they had the three 50-50 roles. So it was 50% of their time in transportation and 50% of their time in parks. They are, as we discussed, looking to have 3 full-time individuals to do ditching and culvert replacement. On the park side, as we've discovered in the last year, I would say, quite often there are folks working at the arena by themselves until quite late at night on a very regular basis. From a health and safety standpoint, there's been some incidents in which we felt like we wanted to trial having a second person there. And we did have some staff who are seasonal employees with us. So we're looking to keep them on for the additional 4 months in order to see how that works. And we know we have tons for them to do, but it's more bridging the gap between their seasonal employment and when they come back to us, but also because of everything that's happened, we just really want to make sure that people aren't alone in that facility by themselves. So that's where that additional money is coming from.
And I agree, you shouldn't be by yourself. You fall down, you can't reach the phone. We've all seen it. No, so the 3 seasonal people going to full-time will be on the transportation budget. So this is in addition to that. a full-time and a part-time?
This is, sorry, through the chair. So this is two full-time, but it's confusing because they're generally seasonal with us. So they're just becoming full-time for next year, if that makes sense. So it's an additional 4 or whatever the months are. There's no third person. We're not taking a third person.
Okay, just the seasonal wages is going up 40,000, so.
I think that's, again, because I think I didn't hit full-time and I left it in the seasonal bucket. That's my flip of the.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Page 98, I'm looking at Memorial Park. And I'm just curious about the format of this. Okay, so we always assume and know that Memorial Park is a revenue generator. So I'm seeing a revenue neutral here, revenues and expenses. So if I look at the $90,000 presumed to go into reserves, is that what we assume the profit will be then for 2025?
That would be the capital projects for Memorial Park. So that 90,000 is made up of 20,000 for beach washroom upgrade, 30,000 for Memorial Park playground improvement, and 40,000 for the big vehicle replacement program.
So we're assuming there won't be a profit at Memorial Park?
So if you go up to the revenues, that there's a transfer from reserve fund of $18,000. That is the shortfall that, just because some years it makes money, some years lose a little bit. So it's budgeted at a loss of 18,000 currently.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you. You mentioned 40,000 for picnic tables, so we're being charged for it here and on the last one?
So the transfer from reserves is actually anything that we put into that reserve bucket actually covers off anything that's in the capital. So the picnic tables, I can't remember what else he said. Washroom upgrades, and that'll be, if you look at the capital side, it's probably under the docket of revenues for Memorial Park. Then that just, it's just a flow through because we have to go from two different funds, the operating and the capital, but it all flows through that contribution to reserves.
Clear as mud, isn't it?
Ahead and ask another question. Yeah. Because I think it isn't clear.
No,
So-
I'm sorry, we're
No.
grasping and carrying on for little wee bits. I still go back to my conversation this morning. You take your budget, your core services, and you pull all this stuff out of it, and it's still going up 6%. Even with all that stuff out of it, now we're going to add it into something's not adding up here. 36% more it just, something's double entered or something. Something's not right.
We will review the numbers further, but I don't think that we're double entering anything. I think it's just some of those costs have gone up that much.
And I'll wait till that comes back, and I do apologize. I have an accountant looking at this and they're under the same impression I am. Something's not right here.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, since Councillor Bartley has kind of introduced the conversation, I'll just carry on and suggest that, yeah, this is a super difficult day, and I think we're all having a hard time kind of getting our heads around what we're doing here, and we're trying to be patient and get through this process today and look forward to Friday and get through that and see where we land. But the bottom line is that we cannot accept the budget as presented to us with the numbers that we are seeing. So what are we going to do about it? And where do we end up? Do we just send it back to you, Val and Kim, and give you a number that we can live with? Or how are we going to approach this year? Because it just, we're we're learning lots today. We're asking lots of questions and getting information, but we're not making any progress in terms of the numbers that we're facing. So I think that really is the question is what are we going to do here as a council to get where we need to be this year? And what do you need from us, Kim, to take back to work with your staff to present us with a budget that we can live with?
I think it's a combination of things. So again, I recognize the dialogue and discussion, and while that isn't maybe your regular practice, I do think it is, again, going to lead us to having better discussions and understanding of the budget for the rest of the year and forward. I think appreciation for, kind of how it all comes together and working at this level of detail. Again, it isn't a finished product. It isn't, kind of take it away and, sign. That was really, in my impression, never the intent of a draft. But I do understand that you want to, kind of get to the chase and what are we going to do? And certainly Val and I have had some conversations about how to, I don't know if it makes it easier for you to say, here is the target, or here are the sacrifices we're willing to make because we can't do everything all at once. I think there is definitely many factors going into this budget that, again, I didn't want to overcast and just pretend that, unicorns work in the background and it all went away magically. So I do think, having the meeting on Friday is just as important as it has been today, even if it has been frustrating. I think it's actually good for us to work through these challenges together, because I think it'd be false for me to come back and say, here, perfect, 3%, just like you've always wanted. Because the sacrifices, there will be things that need to be cut. It doesn't all fit perfectly. And there are certainly, as you know, there's 300 pages of details. So we do want to highlight and review as a group, as we've done internally, but you find more. And certainly if your accountant finds a double count, we need to know that information. We do want this to be, as good as possible. So, we want to go through those steps. But I think if we can just be a little bit more patient with each other and go through some more of these conversations and ask these questions, because you'll be asked them on the street. You'll be asked, this is giving the level of transparency that people say they want, even if they, aren't necessarily going to watch 16 hours of us talk about it. I think this is actually, again, a really important step. And if we can go through Friday and then maybe, again, if it's a target that you'd like to offer or like set out as a challenge, hey, get us to whatever that number looks like, and then we would present, these are the things we, have sacrificed or changed a service level on. We could make those recommendations back. But if you want to still have an opportunity to talk about the electives, because I think that there's some really good discussions about OPP, some of the donations are critical to our community. I think we just need to talk about those services too, because they've been integral into our budget for many years already. And I think there's some value for the community to hear why we still think that they're incredibly important, or why we can put them off for a year. And I think, as silly as it is, but hearing about the picnic table program, you might not have gotten into that detail, but it's those types of things that people do ask on a regular and do want to know. So I hope that helps to get us through a little bit more today, bring us back on Friday with the expectation of going through some of the other services. But if there's also a need and a desire for, again, to put together a motion of what you guys would like, or maybe I'll look to the clerk, what would be the best route? I don't want to suggest something that, so yeah, if that's, if you want us to make, I'll say, where the sacrifices should be, or whether or not we want to go through the full day on Friday and then take away that homework, I would appreciate that. I'd like to hear what you guys think, is still really important. Same within the capital projects, which ones are the ones that we're all going to stand behind and say to our community, we're going to wait on this one, and go forward with these ones. And the same goes with, on the operational core portions. If you've heard things today and you think we can not have the same level, we want to know those things. That's the important part of asking the questions and giving us your comments and feedback, because then we can deliver back, if you will, the whole budget altogether. And, like I say, kind of describe what we've changed within it and the percentages that things have changed, and, what the service levels look like.
Anybody, go ahead, Tony, we'll just go around the room and see what people say.
Well, Mr. Mayor and fellow councilors, I said this morning, I'm on the second presenter, that I had thought about deferring this and sending it back to council in its totality. I know when each one of us look at this, and Madam CAO, you said that we're the ones that's going to answer for this. And it goes with the territory of being an elected official. We're not here for a long time, but with this, we'll be here for a short time. So I would like to just put it before us this afternoon that with a few more days to go before Friday, or if our CAO wishes to do another date, giving staff even more time, I would like to see this turn back to staff and not come in over 10%. And then upon that presentation, we get a totality conversation of what staff looked at and what staff had to do in order to do that. We need to know where and what. At that time, council could even say thank you to the CAO, and there might be something that they've done that we definitely want to get behind and still leave in the budget. But that is my motion, to send it back to staff and not come back any greater than 10%. I move that.
Councillor Euring, are you seconding that, or are you?
No, I have a question, actually.
Okay, I think with a motion put forward, we need a seconder to discuss it. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So does the 10% include electives? So then staff is choosing what electives should be in, not council. I don't really agree with that, because I think that's what we were talking about, us having to make the hard choices of what really, that's what the strategic priorities are all about. Those are our strategic priorities. So for them to have to kind of determine what those are for us, I think that's the sword we die on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I agree with you on that, fellow councillor, and that's why one of my last remarks were when they tell us what they've done, we may well want to reintroduce those and put them back in, but at least we'll have a better start, my opinion, a better starting point.
So we are actually discussing the motion here. I think we better have a seconder. Well, you did second. Okay. So we are discussing the motion. Go ahead. Actually, since you seconded the motion, maybe you should speak first, and then we'll come.
Yeah, in response to what Councillor Urick mentioned, I hear what he's saying. I have no problem with staff bringing back their preferred electives under this 10% rule. However, I would still want council to make that final decision if some of the preferences from staff were not what we thought were in the best interest of our residents, then I would still reserve the right for council to choose, make the final choice on the electives.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and Tony, thanks for bringing this forward. At this time, I can't support it. I'm prepared to go through Friday because these electives are council electives. I want council to make the decision on them. And after that time, I would probably support a motion close to that, but right now I can't support that. Are you suggesting we cancel Friday?
I think that question is addressed to Councillor Bell. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if they need more time.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the motion on the floor, but I agree with Councillor Bartley. I think we need to get through Friday and hear again from each director their thoughts on each of the electives, and we need to have that information. And at that point in time, then I'd like to revisit the motion on the floor of sending things back to staff. But I think we need that information on Friday.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, Tony, I understand what you're trying to do. I agree with Councillor Bartley and the Deputy Mayor. We need to play this through, and if, yeah, I agree completely with what you guys are saying. Thank you.
And I would just sort of to have the final word. I honestly believe that we should do Friday and see if we can get a better understanding of where staff is trying to take us with this budget. But I believe that after that, unless I'm, mistaken, I hope I am, but I expect we'll give it back to council with a number, sorry, to staff with a number, and then we would take it from there. I think that's at least we've got a plan of action here that everybody understands and we can follow. And I think that it's time in this stage of the game, it's time now to make it clear how we are going to proceed, because we are not going to have a 30 or 35% or 40% tax increase in the town of Meaford. That's where I'm coming from. Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, and my seconder, I listen to my fellow councillors and I know their heart is in the right place. I will withdraw at this time. We'll vote on that. There is wisdom around this table, and I recognize it.
Thank you. Thank you. Kim, does that help you? And oh, sorry.
Thanks, Your Worship. Certainly, if necessary, I would support the motion coming back, but hey, it's only the 12th of November. We've got time. Yet. So there's no use. I don't see any use rushing this. So let's go ahead with our plans for Friday and see what evolves from there.
Okay. And I want to tell staff we appreciate, we know there's a humongous amount of effort because if we don't understand it, you're really good to have put this together. And thank you for all your efforts, but we will come back on Friday, see what kind of progress we can make. And everybody, it's pretty clear, everybody has the same objective, and we will consider at the end of the day, Friday, where to from there. Okay.
Thank you so much, because it's that leadership that that we're looking for, is your thoughts and opinions on the services, and then that will give us. And again, Val and I already knew we'd be doing some work to look at and hear those priorities, and then reestablish and go into the budgets and present that back. So this is exactly, if you will, because it is very. Again, to your point, we can't afford it all at this time. So it is this prioritization that we're looking for from you.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Kendra. Do we have time for comment, or are you shutting down the meeting, or?
Oh, no, but we still have we haven't finished our agenda,
okay.
but is that what you're saying?
No, I just wanted to make two little things for Friday. What I'd like to see is if it's available, is a present org chart. If that's available, I'd like it emailed to me before the Friday meeting. And one thing that I would suggest, well, think about it, get back to me, please. I really would need that. And another thing I'd like staff to do is change the reserve contribution of $1.8 million to go towards a maybe CPI. This council will not take that much money out of reserves for a CPI contribution. It just, it's not going to happen. If council wants to help me with this one, that's not going to happen. It should go to where in a budget line, even if it adds to the percentile. But I'm not going to take from a reserve file for capital and whatnot to do this.
Could you want a motion? Do you want to make a motion at this point?
I make a motion that they change that 2 lines in the budget and put it where it belongs in the, by Friday or the next meeting. I bring that motion forward.
Seconder? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All in favor? And that's pretty unanimous. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a note, and again, I think what we can, in order to try to do, because I'm not even sure that I can present materials that I haven't given a notice so that folks can see it for and available. So I'm just trying to make sure that I don't break any rules. But what I think, if we can go through Friday, absolutely, and then I think we already have a meeting booked. So I do absolutely believe that we can get that org chart, but we are already going to be also providing an updated budget. So revision number 1, we'll call it. And with that, we can, again, take that, take that number out of the reserves and then present. And if at the end of Friday, you also make a motion similar to what Tony was mentioning already about a target, we can also put that into revision 1 so that you can take a look at again, and then we'd have the details about, I'll say the things that we've removed or the sacrifices that we're looking at for 2025 in our services. So we can do that and then give the public time with the materials and have it at that following meeting, which I think the date would be is that the 25th? Apologies. I want to say, but I think we'll be able to tell if we need the 19th on Friday, but it might just be then the regular meeting the following, the week of the 25th would be the date that we'd have back. Would that be a good way forward? Because again, I think we finish Friday, get the information about the electives. That would give us time to post.
Just for clarity, you're not asking us to call back the vote we just had?
No,
No,
no.
thank you.
I just want clarification on expectations of when I just want to make sure I deliver on that motion that you mentioned. And that would be on the November 25th. And the only reason that it would be that delay is just because we need to give time for it to be published on the website and for other folks to have, and time for you guys to also review it. Exactly.
We understand that.
So, but it is all doable. It just is the 25th, not the 19th. So we might not need next Tuesday's meeting. We'll see where we are on Friday afternoon, but then definitely we could have it for the 25th because that gives us the timeline.
Anything else on either side of the horseshoe on that? On how we're going to proceed? Are we going to deal with the last item on the agenda here?
I think we're still good for time, and that would be on the report on the deferred projects, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But we should just double check. Are there any other questions though on the capital or for water? I know Emily's here. On any of the capital?
We're talking about deferring some of, it's the first time I've ever heard of any capital water or sewage project being deferred, because we were always told that we would lose our license if we were to, not do this. I felt it was rather coercive, but that's what we were always told.
Okay, wow.
So I would like to know a little more if we're going to be actually postponing, deferring a capital project involving water and sewer. I think that we owe it to ourselves to know what kind of implications that brings.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm gonna give Jessica a moment here because I think that's.
And did you want me to read the recommendation again? Yes, exactly. Okay. So the recommendation is a deferral of capital projects. The committee of the whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve deferral of projects. Downtown inflow project, catch basin disconnection, Trowbridge Street reconstruction, low lift pump, inverted siphon reconstruction, Memorial Park entrance design and implementation, Bridge 001, Euphrasia St. Township Town Line, and Town of Blue Mountains Meaford Town Line, Miller Street environmental assessment, Harbor Patio, and Harbor WC combo, and that's postponing to 2025. Mover and a seconder for this motion, Councillor Forder and Councillor Uri. So do you want to speak to this, Kim?
I'll actually probably rely on Jessica to help in regards to the projects. I'm just calling up the report. My apologies. I was gonna say, we're just gotta get it back up. Hold on one moment, please.
Miller Street environmental assessment. There's been a lot of talk about Miller Street the last few years. And I'm just wondering what this environmental assessment pertains to. Is this only to sewer and water, or does it involve the actual Miller Street Hill situation pertaining to traffic? What all will be looked at in this study?
Through the chair. So it is actually including all of those things that you mentioned. So this list is a bit of everything. So there's water, wastewater, roads. So I completely understand the confusion. This particular item is looking at all of the challenges with Miller Street, if that makes sense. This was brought up through the TMP. This was looking at what do we do there, essentially, is the question. So the idea of the EA is to look at the challenges with operations and safety concerns and offer alternatives.
Supplementary. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jessica. If I may, certainly with some subdivision potential a little further west on Miller Street, that's going to involve water and sewer. Let's make sure we include hydro poles in that, because going up Miller Street, I think from the bottom of the hill up to Harvey Fulford's driveway, we have something like 5 hydro poles about this far away from the side of the road. So let's get them included in the list of priorities.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Catch basin disconnection. Very interesting. I didn't realize that we had a lot of them going into our sewer system. How many? Is there 1, 2, 12? This is pretty major thing that I didn't even know about before.
I just saw power. Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We don't have a lot, and I think it's a little bit of a misconceived conception. They're not necessarily right directly connected. They're just on areas of old infrastructure that weren't properly disconnected. But having said that, the reason it's being deferred is the ones that were on the list to be done ended up getting done during the Cook Street reconstruction. So most of the old catch basins that were having issues and were found during the 2015 smoke testing were not then found again in the 2022. However, the project had already been planned. So that's why that project's being deferred. It's not cost effective to do one. catch basin as well, the prices we got for engineering were the same as what we have for total for that project, so another reason it's being deferred.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And my concern, and it's not the first time I've voiced this, is with the fact that we have this number of capital projects that we were unable to complete in 2024. Now we're bumping them to 2025. And can we get them completed in 25? Do we have we have the funding, but do we have the resources to make sure they're completed? And what is the impact on anything that we approve for 2025? I mean, can we realistically complete this work along with what we've got in our capital for 25?
Through the chair. So that's a great question. I feel like although some of these projects are identified as deferral into 2025, I almost said 2026. Some of them probably won't happen. So, and that's complete transparency. So, as an example, because it's on staring me in the face, Memorial Park entrance design and road. We all know that needs to happen. And we've been planning for this project for some time. But we also now know that that is where like the main entrance to the sewage plant is. And why redo something that is then going to be traveled by construction equipment when and if we get to that point. So there's a lot of those types of decisions to make. Miller Street environmental assessment, we're just pushing it off for a year to start, and then it'll continue and take a few years to complete. But I think some of these will just happen over the next year or so, and some of them like the downtown inflow and infiltration project is, I'm sure, on everyone's mind. There's a lot of challenges with this project that might be a more wholesome report on its own to kind of revisit the I&I strategy from whatever year that was and look at the cost for the type of project versus the gain that we're getting out of it. And I think that was our struggle this year. Really, we were putting in infrastructure and not forcing people to connect to it. So that's a whole other conversation that we as a municipality need to decide if that's what we want to do or if we're asking people to connect to it. But also the cost of the project, just with excess soils and all of the good stuff, to gain less than 10 additional connections didn't seem worth the price of what we were paying for that at the time. So I think as much as some of these may happen over the next couple of years, there's some that might not. So they wouldn't be on our capital plan and it would be slightly more manageable.
Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll harken back to one of our favorite topics of Miller Street again. One further concern that has been addressed in the past is the river course. So when you're talking about the Miller Street environmental assessment, are you also looking at the impact of the erosion at the bottom of where the big head's hitting it? Because that was brought up in conjunction with Gray Sobel, because that river course has changed drastically. It used to flow straight through on the bridge. Now it's coming directly to the bank. It is now literally just a few feet from there. And every spring, as the water rush comes down there, it is eating away further and further at it. So I just want to make sure that the environmental assessment actually includes that possible impact, because eventually that's going to be washing right up against the side of that road.
So through the chair, and someone can throw something at me if I'm not right, but I can't imagine that it wouldn't. So like the actual infrastructure itself, the roadway, any implications from anything in the neighboring area, like we're looking at safety and challenges with the infrastructure itself. So I can't imagine they wouldn't include anything like erosion that would result in difficulties with the road itself.
Right.
So that would be my assumption without saying thou shalt, include this piece. I feel like they would look at all of the things.
Sure, and just add through that, through your worship. that portion will be done through the AA. There'll be more in-depth during the engineer, which will focus on that portion of it. We've already had a meeting with Grace Hobble and some of the neighboring properties down there due to the river adjusting over the years. We went through, tried to get government grants probably 4 or 5 years ago now. And to this day, there's still no money from the Grace Hobble or anybody to do that. And it is going to be quite a dollar figure to do that portion. There's also, we were told that we technically can't redirect the river back to its original path. But there may be some stuff that we can do in there during low levels where all that river rock is just before the bridge, and using that to come up against the embankment on the road. So
I'd like to inquire if I could, Jessica, about the low lift pump and the inverted siphon reconstruction, because these projects, I think, are related to either the water or sewage plants, and I just wanted to understand to make sure that we aren't, putting ourselves at risk by postponing these.
Through the chair, I will say in advance of this that we wouldn't propose anything that puts ourselves at risk. So I just want to make people feel comfortable about that. The low lift pump, I might leave to Emily because I can't remember. But the inverted siphon reconstruction, we're not saying we're not doing it. I think through development out the opposite end of town, we really need to relook at our existing infrastructure and make sure that we're doing the right thing. So we're going to do that this year through engineering, and then we will do some form of reconstruction or replacement. It just won't be happening next year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to talk about the low lift pump replacement. When Chris Collier was still here, we actually had a pump person come that has done the pumps within our water treatment plant. When he was looking at the low lift building, it is a significantly smaller space, and he didn't know how to get them out without basically cutting the top of the building off. And so it became a way bigger project than anybody ever anticipated. So we have kind of realigned, and we need to do a look at the building and see whether it's a case of keeping that building and maybe adding an addition to it in order to put the pumps in, so that I don't know how they got those pumps in, but we also just put a roof on it like 2 years ago. So cutting the top of the building off would not be good.
Okay.
And the inverted siphon, we hope to get a better study report. The original report said they couldn't do the tests that they wanted to because they didn't have the equipment. So hopefully we can write a better tender and get the equipment that's needed.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? You ready to vote on this? All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. And now I just need a motion to move out of committee of the whole at 4:01 PM, moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All in favor? And at that point, I think I can declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.